All right, stick with me here. You and I are about to watch a new guy transfer to an elite Korean academy, and instantly the class baddie asks for his socials. But this dude has zero clue what Facebook or TikTok even are. It is absolutely wild. In fact, growing up, he never once touched a smartphone in his entire life. Turns out, Kang-gon is actually one of North Korea's absolute best spies. He started brutal physical training at age 6 and completely finished high school by 10. At 12, he mastered all military weapons. By 16, he could solo a high-ranking officer and still fight them to a dead tie. As for his family, his dad is the absolute #1 hacker in North Korea. Plus, his mom is an assassin the whole world completely fears. Raised from childhood to be an ultimate agent, his new mission is to infiltrate South Korea's insanely wealthy rich kids. The very next day, at Seoul International School, Kang-gon has a shiny new smartphone on his desk whenever anyone walks past. He casually glances around to see if they notice his new tech. His classmate Ara is totally speechless. Very quickly, Kang-gon spots her staring right at him. So he immediately flexes his super trendy blue phone. Ara cannot help but laugh. Bro is flexing a basic phone when everyone else already has one. Dong-gu turns to him, "You got a phone." But suddenly, a red-haired guy walks over, grabbing his shoulder. He questions Dong-gu while glaring at Kang-gon. "You two friends?" Dong-gu stammers. "Gon is tutoring my math." The other guy stays completely quiet, narrowing his eyes, but Kang-gon refuses to flinch, staring right back at him. The redhead pats Dong-gu, chuckling. "All right, you definitely need the extra studying." Then his face turns deadly, "But I have business with him." Watch closely, things get crazy right here. Dong-gu silently leaves. The redhead smirks, mocking Kang-gon with a seriously arrogant glare. "Who is this red-haired punk?" "That is Go Jin-wook, CEO of Juzem and the second son of a massive political heavyweight, Assemblyman Go Yang-chan. The top candidate for the upcoming presidency." Kang-gon shifts his gaze to the guy standing right next to Jin-wook. That is Hwang Gwang, eldest son of Daejong Group's chairman. They are a top 30 massive corporate empire focusing entirely on the global sports industry. Kang-gon casually smirks, smiling brightly at them. "Hey, should I go ahead and tutor you guys in math too?" Hearing that, the two rich kids are furious. Nobody ever talks back to them. Jin-wook walks away, casually dropping an order to Gwang. "Make sure he doesn't bother anyone." He then heavily places a hand on Kang-gon's shoulder. "Hey there, transfer student. The absolute most important thing around here is knowing your proper place." He leans in aggressively close to Kang-gon's face, his voice sounding exactly like a direct command. "Stay quiet and do not draw any attention to yourself, got it?" Then his hand violently squeezes his shoulder. Kang-gon's eyes instantly go dead dark, and his entire body explodes with a terrifying, bone-chilling aura. That friendly look is completely gone, replaced by the insane glare of a wild predator staring down its next meal. In a total blur, he swings his arm, striking Gwang before the rich kid even realizes what just happened. You can literally see the dent in his neck, and get this, Kang-gon only used the soft part of his hand. If he went all out, that dude would be totally dead. You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, think again, that was literally all in his imagination. Because honestly, absolutely destroying these rich kids right now would just cause way too much drama. Back in reality, Gwang is still acting all high and mighty, bossing him around. "I said do not draw any attention, understand?" But Kang-gon does not answer, he just calmly smiles and asks a simple question. "What do you mean by not drawing attention?" While speaking, he slowly raises his left hand. Gwang just stares, completely confused about what this transfer kid is even trying to do. He simply watches Kang-gon's left hand calmly rest right over his wrist, and then, boom, Kang-gon violently crushes it. Gwang is instantly hit with an absolutely blinding wave of pure agonizing pain. It feels exactly like his hand is caught in a hydraulic press, literally seconds away from snapping in half. The insane pain forces the rich kid to completely collapse, dropping hard onto one knee. Now the only thing left in Gwang's eyes is pure, unadulterated terror. Kang-gon just smiles pleasantly and asks, "Is this how people make friends around here?" Meanwhile, Jin-wook is sitting at a nearby desk, watching this entire insane scene unfold. He instantly realizes this new kid is absolutely not someone you can just bully. Back over there, Gwang aggressively rips his hand away. Completely humiliated and furious, thick veins are literally popping out of the rich kid's forehead. He tried to flex on the transfer student, but just ended up getting completely embarrassed in front of everyone. Beyond salty, the guy immediately winds up a heavy punch, fully intending to strike Kangan right in the face. You bastard, do you want to die? But facing that incoming punch, our main character literally could not care less. Instead, his eyes totally shift focus to somewhere else in the room. Right up on the ceiling, there is a security camera. He suddenly remembers the exact warning his dad gave him before the mission. In South Korea, there are surveillance cameras literally everywhere, with just a few insanely simple clicks. His dad had easily hacked directly into the entire school's security grid, from the classrooms to the cafeteria. From the physical training rooms all the way over to the teachers' offices, literally nothing escapes their sight. Kangan is honestly mind blown that his goofy dad actually has some seriously god-tier hacker skills. His dad just laughs smugly, bragging that dealing with basic hackers is child's play for him. Kangan excitedly clenches his fist. His old man truly is the #1 hacker back home. Comrade, I knew you were the greatest computer expert in North Korea. His dad just glares at him. Hey, drop that formal tone right now. Fix it. Kangan instantly replies all seriously. Yes, sir. Finally, his dad gives him one absolute warning. You absolutely cannot use violence here. Remember, everything is constantly being recorded. Snapping back to reality, Gwang blindly charges in to throw hands, but Kangan easily dodges his clumsy strike. Then he casually slaps both hands on the edge of the desk and shoves it hard, slamming it directly into the rich kid's stomach. Gwang gets violently pushed completely backward, barely managing to grab the desk behind him just to stay standing. Getting totally outplayed by the main character yet again, he is absolutely furious. Veins bulge all over his red face, eyes literally shooting sparks of pure rage. You total bastard, how dare you? But facing this salty guy, Kangan stays perfectly calm, not saying a single word. Suddenly, from the back of the room, Ara loudly screams for them to stop. Gwang completely flinches and glances back at her. She yells right at him, "Are you seriously going to stoop to that pathetic level?" Then Jin Wook suddenly interrupts. This transfer student clearly does not know our rules at all. He glares at Kangan with absolute annoyance. Well then, I guess he really needs to be taught a strict lesson. Ara intensely narrows her eyebrows. I said stop because it is honestly pathetic to watch. You too. Gwang finally backs down, terrified to disobey her. He angrily grinds his teeth, glaring at Kangan. Trust me, you and I absolutely want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, guys. The main character just smiles and says, meet you alone, just the two of us. The bully is absolutely seething right now. He furiously storms off and the classroom vibe goes back to normal. Our guy thinks to himself, 4 stars means a prime target for recruitment. How should he make his move? A little while later, a blonde teacher waves to the class. Hello, everyone, she cheerfully greets them all. Kang frowns in his seat, busy plotting his next recruitment step. The teacher gives him a friendly smile, pointing right at him. We have a new face here, so nice to meet you. Think you can keep up with a native-speaking class? He figures he will handle the recruitment later. Don't worry about that, ma'am, he replies perfectly. The teacher on the podium is completely surprised. Your pronunciation is actually really good. Where did you study? He calmly answers. The New York International School. I moved back to South Korea for my dad's job. Hearing this major flex, the whole class instantly starts whispering. Clapping her hands together, the teacher happily adds, talking with Kang will really help everyone improve their language skills. Your accent is literally straight out of America. Praised like that, our boy immediately tilts his head up, looking incredibly smug. Lara looks back from the front row, sees his goofy expression, and totally cracks a smile. Sitting one row to the right are Jin Suk and Gu Yang. These two goons are glaring at him with pure hatred, mainly because he is the very first person in class to ever talk back to them. When break time hits, a bunch of girls gather around his desk, chatting excitedly. Wow, your pronunciation is even better than our actual teacher from New York. Why didn't you say anything yesterday? 3 girls stare at Kang like they want to eat him alive, making our guy sweat bullets. He just sits there frozen, totally speechless. Suddenly, Kang pulls out his brand new phone and flashes it in front of the girls. Out of nowhere, a hand reaches over and snatches his phone right away. Turns out it is Lara. She inspects the device and asks, "Is this from our company?" The corner of Kang's mouth curls up into a massive smirk as he thinks. Mission accomplished. I totally got her attention now. He just cannot help but brag. I officially have an Instagram now, by the way. She looks super surprised and asks, "Wait, really?" "I know exactly what you are thinking, but check this out." Curious, she taps his profile. It is fully packed with family vacation photos from the Forbidden City in Beijing, China, all the way to the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France. But no matter the location, he has the exact same pose and deadpan expression. Haters would totally say these pics are photoshopped. Lara scrolls through and praises him. "Your family looks so happy," Kang laughs to himself. His dad is genuinely the greatest Photoshop wizard in North Korea. How crazy is that? The next day, Kang is standing in a big crowd of students waiting for their rides. He keeps looking back and forth, clearly anticipating something epic to happen. Since this is a totally elite school for rich kids, there is absolutely no shortage of crazy expensive cars around. He remembers exactly what his old man told him. "I got a new ride today, so wait for me after class." Seriously, what is his dad planning? Time slowly passes and everyone else quickly gets picked up. When Lara walks past him, she suddenly turns around and waves. "See you tomorrow." Kang just silently watches her walk away until she completely disappears from his sight. A sly smirk creeps onto his face. She is definitely interested in him, but he totally misses Gu Yang and Jin Suk creeping up right behind him. Suddenly, Gu Yang grabs his shoulder. Maybe I should tag along, he thinks, realizing he needs to recruit these clowns too. So he casually asks them, "Where exactly do you guys want to take me?" Gu Yang ignores the question and coldly snaps, "Get in the car," while I am still asking nicely. Without waiting for an answer, the two punks follow their massive bodyguard toward a bright yellow car parked across the street. A weird flash of excitement totally lights up his eyes. Oh yeah, this is the perfect recruitment opportunity. To get the mission done, he follows them without a single ounce of hesitation. Just then, the roaring sound of a massive car engine echoes out, and a flashy red ride pulls up. That insane noise makes absolutely everyone on the street turn their heads. It is a bright red convertible zooming in at completely breakneck speeds, but thanks to the god-tier driving skills of the guy behind the wheel. The sports car pulls over perfectly smooth, while absolutely everyone watches in awe. The car door opens up and a man steps right out. It is Kang's fake dad. Seeing our boy, he aggressively waves. "Son, I am here to pick you up." "It is me, Dad." The vibe completely dies and the street goes dead silent. We both felt the cringe on that one, right? The bullies are completely speechless, and Kang is sweating bullets over his dad's crazy flashy entrance. When Kang straight up ignores him, he yells again, "It is your dad." But before he can scream anymore, Kang Speed walks right to the car, lanes down, and whispers something totally secret into his ear that nobody else around can hear. After that, his dad quickly gives a big thumbs up. "Made new friends again, you taking their ride?" Hearing this, our guy finally lets out a huge sigh of relief. Crisis averted. His dad laughs. "All right then, I will see you at home." Once his flashy dad finally drives away, Kang can genuinely relax. He turns back around to finish their little chat. The two punks are glaring at him with pure rage now. "You seriously need to be taught a lesson." After that threat, Kang hops right into their car. The yellow car slowly rolls through the city streets. Jin Suk rides shotgun while the massive bodyguard drives. Kang and Gu Yang sit in the back, and our boy wonders exactly where they are taking him. Pretty quickly, the car parks at a tall skyscraper. Kang opens the door, steps out, and is immediately greeted by a massive sign that reads TG Sport. Jin Suk turns around and points. "Go inside, I will be right behind you." From the back, the huge bodyguard warns Kang, "Once we are off school grounds, I have strict orders to not leave you alone for even a single minute." The guy narrows his eyes, and Kang senses this dude is dangerous. Then everyone heads into the building. Inside is a massive, super modern sports gym packed with high-end equipment. Kang thinks to himself, is this some kind of secret training facility? Suddenly, a man walks out to greet them. "You finally made it. You cleared out cage number 3, right?" Jin Suk lifts his chin and smirks. "Obviously." Gu Yang snaps, "Do not let anyone else in." The guy instantly bows his head. "Yes, sir." Then the man leans over and whispers to Kang, "Just apologize unconditionally. I will call an ambulance for you, so it is honestly better if you pass out quickly." Totally confused, Kang asks, "Wait, what ambulance?" Gu Yang suddenly screams at him across the room, "Get over here right now." The loud yell completely startles the gym guy, who quickly stands up straight. After that, Kang is led straight to an octagon cage. Gu Yang is already taking off his shirt, slapping on some fighting gloves and warming up his massive muscles. Kang just stands perfectly still, watching this whole ridiculous display without saying a single word. From outside the cage, Jin Suk mocks him. It has been forever since someone walked in here looking like that. Kang simply asks, "You want me to spar with him?" Jin Suk laughs like a maniac. "Sure, call it whatever you want. That's where we leave it, and trust me, you're going to want to see this fight." His eyes show pure madness. "If you get it, sign right here." Guang points his finger at the paper on the table. Kang narrows his eyes, coldly scanning every single clause on it. This is a strict waiver stating the cage match is totally mutual. If any brutal injuries happen, absolutely no one can press civil or criminal charges against the other party. Let's dive right into this crazy setup. He figures out these rich kids are actually pretty smart, calculating the exact legal fallout of brutally beating someone up. If the victim signs this shady document, those punks walk away with zero consequences. Kang looks up and asks Jin Suk, "You really want me to sign this?" The guy grins. "What is wrong? Are you scared now? If you get on your knees and bark like a dog, I will let it slide." Kang just stares back with a completely ice-cold look. Jin Suk immediately looks annoyed by this. Why zero reaction? This dude is seriously weird. Kang turns his back to him and asks, "There is no recording allowed in here, right?" Guang frowns when he hears that. "What, you little punk, what the heck are you talking about?" Kang grabs the pen to sign and asks, "Do I seriously have to fight?" Jin Suk just laughs mockingly. "Did you drink too much foreign water and forget the language? Our boy Guang easily crushes Korean national champions, so if he hits you, you are pretty much dead meat." Over on the other side, Guang is completely ready to go. He is super hyped to personally teach Kang a brutal lesson, but suddenly, Kang shoves the signed waiver right in his face. Taking off his shirt, he says, "You need to sign this right now too, hurry up." Inside the octagon cage, Guang stretches his massive shoulders while giving him a super arrogant glare. Kang totally ignores the guy, just focusing on putting his gloves on. The bully starts taunting him. "You little punk, look at your face, you are completely frozen in fear right now." He warms up while stepping aggressively closer. Kang thinks to himself, what am I supposed to do with this guy? Normally, against these cocky little kids, one single punch from him would be an instant knockout. However, they are currently in South Korea, so he really cannot just do that. In his head, he starts running a simulation of their upcoming cage fight. When the guy attacks, he could easily dodge and use that opening to land a devastating strike right into his ribs. But wait. That method is out too, because one solid hit would literally turn the kid's organs to mush. Eye gouging is off the table. He does not want to blind the guy, and going for a cheap low blow is way too savage to even consider right now. Here is where it gets crazy. Pay attention. In his mind, every single move leaves this punk either dead or crippled. He is genuinely stressed about how to discipline this kid safely. Right then, Guang launches a massive punch straight at him. Kang just glances over, instantly reading the entire movement, and he easily dodges out of the way without breaking a single sweat. Seeing that, the guy throws another wild left hook, but our boy just tilts his head, making the heavy strike hit absolutely nothing but empty air. Noticing this, he starts sweating heavily, realizing Kang is nothing like the weaklings he usually bullies. Even the bodyguard and Jin Suk are starting to look at him in a completely different light. Guang suddenly backs up a few steps, taking a defensive stance to ask Kang, "Hey punk, have you been training lately?" But facing his loud question, our main character just stays completely silent. He angrily grits his teeth, screaming, "You little punk, did you go totally mute?" But the only response he gets is a super casual, indifferent stare from Kang. He grinds his teeth super hard, blue veins literally popping out on his face. Bitter and furious, he rushes into strike. "What is up with that look, you jerk?" But before he can even do a single thing, the kid gets violently slapped across the face. His movement is so insanely fast that the bully cannot even see it coming. Even Jin Suk and his huge bodyguard have absolutely no clue what just happened right there. Getting his cheek checked by our main character makes him turn purple with rage, his eyes flashing blood red. "You utter jerk." He charges forward while screaming in pure anger, "I am going to kill you." But the dude just gets brutally smacked like a child by Kang a second time, and once again he literally sees nothing. Suddenly, a heavy atmosphere takes over, and the whole room drops into absolute dead silence. You and I both know what is coming next. Refusing to quit, he opens his mouth to curse Kang out, but a split second later, he gets slapped a third time, completely wrecking his face. The impact is so insanely heavy, his legs finally give out. Super fast, the kid hits the mat hard, leaving only Kang standing casually right there. Just like that, he claims total victory with merely 3 casual slaps. Seeing an outcome like this leaves Jin Zuk and the bodyguard totally horrified. He calmly tells them, "Do not worry, there are no serious injuries here, I held back a lot." After that epic flex, he opens the cage door and walks right out. "If we are completely done here, I am leaving." Jin Zuk immediately screams out, "Hey, stop right there." Hearing that, he frowns, looking genuinely confused about what else this rich kid could possibly want. Then, Jin Zuk practically sprints downstairs and steps right up in front of his face. Surprisingly, he is not even mad, but actually super cheerful as he says, "From now on, you are going to be my right-hand man." Kang asks in pure shock, "Right hand what?" Jin Zuk excitedly tells his bodyguard, "This guy is way too strong." Meanwhile, Kang is totally lost. "A right-hand man, what the heck?" Jin Zuk slowly explains his crazy logic. "From this moment on, you will officially be my right-hand man. You already know exactly who my dad is, right?" Hearing this specific detail, our guy remembers his actual secret mission and simply nods his head in agreement. The rich kid throws an arm around his shoulder. "Let us go, I am treating you to a massive feast to celebrate." Kang thinks, "I cannot believe this mission is going so smoothly. I literally just destroyed his main lackey, yet everything is still perfectly on track, absolutely unreal." Later that evening when Kang heads home, his mom greets him right at the door. "Oh, my son is finally back." His dad asks, "Did you manage to make any new friends today?" He casually replies, "Yeah, I did." His mom smiles and asks, "What about dinner time?" He slowly turns away saying, "I already ate with a friend, I am going to rest early tonight." His parents just look at each other, totally confused by what is going on. Kang heads to his room, shuts the door, and instantly crashes onto his bed from pure exhaustion, rubbing his tired forehead. This undercover mission is seriously not easy at all. He thinks back to when Jin Zuk dragged him to a super fancy restaurant. The rich kid asked him, "Well, this place is pretty nice, right? This is where I usually come with my family, so eat as much as you want." Kang uses his knife and fork to slice a piece of beef steak, slowly bringing it up for a taste. Unexpectedly, the insane flavor instantly freezes him because it is just that good. The beef is cooked to absolute perfection, super tender and incredibly juicy. It is addictive. Seeing his reaction, Jin Zuk bursts out laughing. What is up with that funny face? Kang cannot help but remember the wildly arrogant and cocky Jin Zuk from earlier today. Eating his food, he seriously questions, is this actually the exact same person? Jin Zuk tells him being my right-hand man is not really a huge deal. You just have to crush anyone trying to climb up the ranks, but right now, nobody is even doing that anymore. Popping another piece of delicious beef into his mouth, he replies, "I really do not like bullying weaklings." The guy just brushes it off. "Weaklings do not even dare come anywhere near me anyway." So he drops a name. "What about Donggu then?" Jin Zuk freezes up, suddenly remembering that guy with the covered eyes, pretty sure his name was actually Jiang Donggu. He asks back, "You think Donggu is weak?" "Trust me, you and I are going to love this twist." Jin Zuk reveals that back in middle school, he was actually in Donggu's circle. Kang asks, "What circle?" Jin Zuk interlocks his fingers. "You know, running errands, basically being his lackey." Let's jump right into it. His family is basically top-tier royalty in South Korea. Dad is the actual chief prosecutor. Back before his dad became a party leader, he played it super safe. The guy's face turns dead serious. Staring him down, he says, "South Korea is wild. Parent privilege is the ultimate superpower here." He thinks, man, this mission is gonna be rough. Playing the worried parents, they ask, "What's wrong, son? Spill it if something's bothering you." He just plays it totally cool, nothing at all. But he dodges their eyes completely. South Korean society is way too complex, totally different from his training. He tightly squeezes his hands. Blending in is super tough. Dad suddenly drops the act. "Stop with the weak talk, forgot who you are, comrade." Dad shoots him a look, dropping some crazy heavy invisible pressure. He snaps to attention, completely serious. "My bad. It will absolutely never happen again." Seeing this, his fake parents finally smile. In his room, Kang-gon grinds hard to learn South Korean culture. "I'm an elite North Korean shadow agent. Failing this mission, 0% chance, absolutely impossible." His parents feel relieved and head out. Next day, Kang-gon hits school like normal. Donggu turns around. "Nothing happened yesterday, right?" He ignores it, thinking, "Did you actually bully kids?" Then he asks a question that completely freezes the dude. You were a massive middle school bully, right? Donggu stutters hard. That was ages ago, man. I was totally clueless. I'm completely different now. He says, chill out, I'm not gonna snitch or anything, drops a confident thumbs up. We are officially bros. The guy is literally sweating bullets, totally speechless. Kangon knows he won him over, acting natural, flawless victory. Donggu's about to yap, but sees Jinsuk pull up and quickly faces front. Anyway, glad we're totally cool. Arms crossed, he tells him, relax Donggu, we're real friends now. Suddenly, Jinsuk calls Kangon's name. He turns around and throws up a super friendly wave. You made it home safe, thanks for the grub. The whole class is staring at them in absolute pure shock. These two were about to throw hands yesterday and now they're besties. Kang walks over. Next time the food is on me. The top dog points right next to him. Sit, he thinks, wait, isn't that Hwang Woogi's chair? He stands still. Why aren't you sitting? For a second, he just stands there looking completely clueless, but his brain is working overdrive. Is the bully ranking getting shuffled? Wait, did I just become number 2? Feeling good, he takes a seat looking super confident. The class stays dead silent. He's laughing on the inside. Everything is going perfectly smoothly. Classes go on as normal. But soon, Kangon realizes something weird. It's been hours and Woogie is nowhere to be seen. Did he actually skip school today? Now pay attention, things get wild here. Cut to a gym. Woogie is taking a brutal beating, shaking violently from every whip strike. The guy swinging is screaming, you can't even handle a basic job. Idiot, do you know how much cash I dumped into that special class? This is Dichung Group's boss, Chairman Ya Cheon. His glasses assistant rushes in. Chairman, please stop, I think he totally gets it. He snaps back, this family is winning the next presidential election. Stick to that kid like glue, understand? Kiss his shoes if you have to. Got it, now get lost, you make me sick. Then he asks the assistant, did you find them? His eyes are completely full of rage. Who are these people? The assistant replies, they own a multinational crypto company and security software. Their funding looks super solid. Ya Cheon smirks, cool, invite them out for dinner then. Assistant asks, where? He shoots back coldly, right here in this gym. The assistant bows. The chairman is absolutely seething. Just some random nobody daring to mess with my business. Back at school, the bell rings. Lee Ara waves bye to Kangon. Catch you tomorrow, but that weird bodyguard keeps staring at him. He drops a sketchy line, take good care of your parents. You and I are probably wondering the same thing, take care of his parents. What does that mean? Watching them leave, he's totally confused. A bit later, fake dad pulls up in a flashy red whip, points to the passenger seat. Hop in, son. He's totally speechless. You're doing way too much, old man. Later at dinner, a sudden knock. They answer the door and it's the assistant. I'm from Dichung Group's secretary office. Dad smiles all friendly. Hello, what's going on? Kang thinks, wait, that's Woogie's family. The assistant drops a serious tone. A kid from our family was assaulted by your son. His parents instantly glare at their menace of a son. He's sweating. We literally signed a waiver. Why snitch? The guy continues, our boss doesn't want to blow this out of proportion. He just wants to grab dinner with you. Dad scratches his head, laughing. Oh sure, kids fighting is totally normal. The guy asks if they can leave right now. Dad agrees. All right, let's roll. But when he tries to tag along, Dad shoots him a deadly look. Stay home. Both him and Mom freeze. Soon enough, the guy leads Dad into the sports building. Right this way. Beside the octagon cage, someone is already waiting for him. Without missing a beat, Dad walks right into the gym. The chairman smirks, heard my kid got completely wrecked by yours. Silence. That's where we leave it, trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. The chairman asks, how will you handle this? Dad responds softly, what do you want us to do? Speak frankly. All right, let's dive into some crazy revenge. The rich chairman smirks, telling Kangon's dad to transfer his kid and he will let things slide. The dad just scratches his head. Yeah, not happening. He says his wife worked way too hard getting their son into the absolute best school in South Korea. Hearing that rejection, the arrogant chairman just lets out this cold, annoyed scoff. Then he slowly steps right up to him. This guy is huge, totally towering over the dad by a whole head. He glares down and growls, you really should listen while I am still asking nicely. But the dad does not even flinch. He stares right back and warns him not to do something they will both regret. Out of nowhere, bam, the chairman slaps him hard across the face. Even with blood dripping from his mouth, his eyes show absolutely zero fear. Seeing that defiant look makes the chairman completely lose his mind. You bastard. He unleashes a brutal combo, beating the dad to his knees. Grabbing him tightly by the hair, the chairman snarls, "We are done here for today." His eyes are pure evil as he orders him to transfer the kid to another school right this second. "Do it or I will make sure your kid can never step foot in this country again." "Got it." He violently shoves him down, telling his assistant to throw him a fat check for his hospital bills. The assistant bows and says, "Yes, Mr. Chairman." A bit later, the lackey drives the battered dad back home. As he steps out of the car, the assistant casually hands over a massive stack of checks. "Each one of these is worth 10 million won. Just take it. Consider this generous payment for your little injuries." When the dad stays silent, the guy smirks. "Guess this is not enough for you, but do not bother calling the cops. Our corporation literally funds them." The dad just turns away, saying that is not going to happen. Shouting from the car, the assistant mocks him, "So you do not want the money then?" But before he even finishes, the dad angrily snatches the stack of checks right out of his hand and walks off. Watching him walk away, the assistant just scoffs and calls him a complete idiot. Opening the front door, the dad quietly steps inside his house. Seeing his beaten-up face, Kang-gon instantly panics. "Dad, are you okay?" He just waves it off, signaling that everything is fine. But his wife, oh man, her eyes are absolutely blazing with pure murder intent. "Now pay attention here, things are about to get wild. That arrogant chairman has zero clue he just messed with North Korea's absolute strongest hacker. You messed up, buddy, time to show you exactly who you just crossed." The very next day, the chairman is chilling with his tea when his assistant violently busts through the office door. Panting heavily, he yells that they are in massive trouble. The boss squints at him, super annoyed. "Have you forgotten how to knock? Why are you freaking out this early?" The assistant starts stuttering in total panic. "Sir, every single company server just crashed." The chairman snaps. What the hell is the IT department doing, sir? All their computers are completely dead too. All our service portals are completely paralyzed. Customers are flooding us with refund requests from all our sales links. Hearing this absolute disaster, the chairman finally loses his cool. He instantly grabs his phone, screaming at his staff to explain this mess. The voice on the other end is shaking. "Boss, we have a massive situation. The bank just called us. Every single corporate account has been frozen tight." What? His eyes go wide, totally failing to hide his sheer panic. Fast forward to nighttime, after stressing out the entire day. The chairman still cannot figure out what hit him. Suddenly, his office door swings open. Thinking it is his assistant, he desperately asks if they have found any way to fix this absolute nightmare. What did the bank say? But nobody answers. He turns around and boom, standing right in front of him is Kang-gon's mother. But she does not look like some gentle housewife anymore. She looks lethal. The chairman glares up at her. "Who are you? How did security let a random peddler in here?" The mom just stares him down. "We both know where this is heading, right?" She coldly replies, "I put them all to sleep. Security cameras are down too." He jumps up furious. "What the hell are you babbling about, you crazy lady? I have enough problems today." But before he can even finish, she moves like lightning. In one single, flawless move, she pins the huge chairman down, completely paralyzing him. While holding him down, she pulls a nasty-looking syringe from her jacket. "Do you have any idea who you messed with? Normally, I would kill you, but you should thank my husband. I promised him I would stop killing people." With that, she ruthlessly jabs the needle straight into his neck. "Enjoy your nap. I will wake you up in 3 years when Gon graduates." The next morning, Kang-gon is packing his books, totally ready for a normal school day. He waves goodbye to his parents. They smile back, telling him to have a great time in class. But seeing his dad's bruised face hits him right in the feels. "I am so sorry, this is all my fault." His mom instantly laughs it off, rubbing her hands together. "Oh, sweetie, do not worry about a thing. Mom and Dad took care of everything, so just focus on your studies." A little while later, Kang-gon walks into his classroom. The moment Liara sees him, she gives him this super friendly wave. He thinks to himself, wow, Korean parents really do jump straight into their kids' drama, huh? Being a student here is tough. Suddenly, Zin Zuk leans over from the next desk. "Hey, did you hear the insane news? Yu Yang's dad totally collapsed. Word is his whole company is crashing down too. Pretty sure it was a stroke or a heart attack." Hearing that, Kang-gon instantly remembers his mom's creepy reassurance. We took care of everything, just go to school. He shakes his head in disbelief. No way, absolutely no way. Then Lara walks over to chat. Hey, got any plans this weekend? You guys should totally come over. It is my birthday party. He looks surprised. Wait, a birthday party? Yeah, I am throwing a huge one. So are you going to show up? He nods, sure, I will be there. She beams with joy, waving at him. Awesome, I will text you the address. Just then, Yu Yang slumps into the classroom. Liara asks him, hey Yu Yang, is your dad going to be okay? But the guy just ignores her and walks right by like a ghost. He takes a seat way in the back row. He stays totally silent for the entire lesson. School flies by and soon the bell rings. As Kang Gon is leaving, 3 classmates suddenly call out to him. Hey, walking home all alone today? You are our classmate, right? He thinks for a second and nods. Yeah, I guess. Well, come hang with us then. We are taking the bus. The girl smiles brightly. I am Sin Yun and this is Si Dong Run. Nice to meet you guys. And this is my absolute bestie, Kyan Yezui. Super nice to meet you, Gon. We really wanted to be friends with you. Glad to meet you all too. Which way is your house? He casually replies, Bent Blue Tower. Hearing that, all 3 of their jaws literally drop to the floor. Wait, you must be insanely rich. That is literally the most expensive apartment complex around here. He shrugs, it is just my parents' place. That is still so epic. Our cram school is right near there. We can totally ride the bus together. Oh hey, there is this top-tier TD Akbaki spot right by our academy. Want to grab a bite with us? TD Akbaki. The guy with glasses pushes them up like an anime boss. Nobody can ever resist this absolute masterpiece. The 4 of them hit up the spicy rice cake joint near school. They barely sit down before a massive, delicious feast is dropped right on their table. Dig in, man. This stuff will blow your mind. Thanks for the food. Just like they hyped it up, this TD Akbaki is straight up legendary. Right, seeing him just staring at it, Zinzuk smirks. Do not tell me this is your first time eating spicy rice cakes. Of course not, and trust me, you and I know he is totally lying. He quickly hides his panic by shoving a spicy rice cake right into his mouth. All right, you and I are jumping right into some absolute chaos today. He didn't expect the food to be literally fire-breathing spicy. His reaction has the whole crew dying of laughter until a cold drink finally saves him. They start opening up. Honestly, his friends are shocked. They figured the new transfer wouldn't vibe with them, especially since he instantly started hanging out with popular kids like Jane Seo and Wang. Even though they're in the special class too, it's just different. Our guy is totally lost. Mind spelling it out for me. They admit feeling inferior compared to the elite squads of Ara or Jin Zok. But hey, their buddy Yun hasn't dropped from rank 1 in the entire school. Epic flex, right? Yun humbly brushes it off. The rich kids are studying abroad anyway, so rank 1 is basically a default win. MC mentally notes they aren't in his secret files. Just completely normal Korean students. But wait, what's this? A loud voice suddenly interrupts the chill vibe, making everyone turn as a squad of sketchy dudes swaggers into the shop. International school rich kids crashing their local hangout. Seriously, why are these trust fund babies looking for trouble here? The place is already cramped and now they're stealing spots from the regular folks. Hey, answer when someone talks to you. Glasses guy nervously stands up, telling the crew they should bounce, but the punk blocks his path. You think you're just gonna leave. We're done eating, just making room. The thug smirks with pure evil. Not that easy, man. You guys are loaded, right? He grabs Glasses guy's shoulder, throwing down a threat. Buy us a meal. Boom, MC instantly slaps his hand away. What are you beggars? The punk is stunned, angrily yanking his hand back. Then the black-haired leader chimes in. Thought your school only had good little nerds. Didn't know you guys had any bite. Usually a little push gets me free pocket money. MC stays ice cold. If you're not beggars, then you must be straight-up robbers. Cut the garbage, pay for your own food, and scram. Do that and you can go to cram school in peace. Oh, now I can't let that slide. Let's step outside. Glasses guy panics. I'll pay. He's a transfer. He doesn't get it. The leader scoffs, acting like a tough guy now. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. Yeah, right. MC just casually pulls out thick stacks of cash. My family is loaded. I live in the Bent Blue Tower penthouse. You want to talk now? Now watch closely. This alleyway is where things get real. MC scans the area, betting there's a camera around. The thugs huddle up. Why is he so confident? He offered cash, so just take it. MC mentally imagines he's absolutely destroying these punks. But wait, no, he can't do that. His classmates are watching. He's gotta play it smart. A thug steps up, rolling his shoulders. Know who we are? We're the elite Seoul Sports School boxing team. Bastard, he throws a wild punch, but MC dodges it instantly. He mocks them, you guys are actual athletes. The guy rages and swings again. Die, now it's MC's turn. One clean right hook to the jaw, and the dude is instantly snoring. The leader is shook, just one hit. The rest of the gang screams, you're dead meat. But the leader snaps, nobody move. He glares at MC. You know Gu Yen, we ran together. Guess he hasn't taught you a lesson yet. He drops a heavy threat. Just hand over 500,001 monthly. Do that and your school is safe. Deal, MC thinks. Is this the real threat? Without waiting, the guy drops into a fighting stance. Need time to think. A good beatdown will speed that up. Boom. He instantly launches himself at MC, swinging for the fences. You and I both know dodging like that isn't normal. His strikes are lightning fast, but MC slips them beautifully. He even reads attacks before they launch, casually deflecting them with a foot. Furious, the guy screams, I'm gonna wreck you. The tension is peaking, but then flashlights. The cops suddenly roll up. What are you kids doing here? Panic mode, the gang shoves the cop and bails. But the leader, before he can bolt, MC snipes him in the back of the head with a literal Samsung phone, making him faceplant hard. Fast forward, everyone's taking a trip to the police station. MC's crew frantically explains the whole situation. I swear we weren't fighting, they started it at the snack shop. The cop glares at the leader. Is that true? Did you really do that? Know how serious robbery is? The punk raises his hands, playing innocent. We share a cram school. I just asked to borrow lunch money and he said no. The cop ain't buying it, then why fight? Explain or you're all rewriting your statements. Got it, the punk whines, but we're the actual victims here. My friend got knocked out, how are you the victims? The trio fires back instantly, because all of you jumped gone at the same time. Yeah, exactly. The cop slams the desk. Quiet down, wanna write those statements again. A little later, an older guy finally walks into the police station. Hello, I heard my student is here. The tough guy suddenly looks terrified. Coach, I'm sorry. The man nods. I'm his coach. Hello. Did he do something major? Nothing huge, just a civilian report. No serious injuries. The coach bows again. I will discipline him strictly. I apologize. All right, I'm actually a big fan of yours, Mr. Chusu. Just keep him out of trouble. Instantly, the coach grabs the punk right by the ear. You've got a debut match coming up and you're fighting civilians. Then the coach locks eyes with MC. And our boy, he stares right back, zero fear. Follow me, brat, I can walk, just the 4 left. The cop sighs, you guys can only leave when parents arrive. That night, MC's dad picks him up. Dinner table, instant family meeting. Comrade, do you realize what you just did? MC looks down, I'm sorry. They accused you of bullying, that's unacceptable. You should have handled it before the cops got involved. Korea is an information society. Everything gets recorded, didn't I tell you? MC just nods, I apologize. His mom grabs his hand, totally supportive. Don't be sad, son, it's all over now. Korea is just super complicated. How much longer will you show this kind of weakness? MC goes dead serious. No, sir, I guarantee this will never happen again. Starting today, I'm taking the bus. No more pickups. The next day, MC spots Yu Yang talking to the guy he knocked out yesterday. Seeing MC, the guy panics and instantly dips out. MC walks up. You know those guys? Yu Yang is ice cold. None of your business. He just walks off, completely ignoring him. Later, MC regroups with the 3 friends he made yesterday, but Jin Zok is secretly watching them. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump right in. We are in class, and rich kid Jinsuk asks Kangon, why are you hanging out with those losers? We are classmates, but friends should be on the same level. Hanging out with trash just lowers your own value. Our guy is just super confused. What exactly is this dude even trying to say? Finally, Jinsuk just drops a warning. Do whatever, but do not become an eyesore to me, got it? Right after, Kangon gets a quick text from Ara. It is the Hitten Hotel party venue, with a map pinned right below the message. Kangon glances up at the front desk and spots Ara holding her phone, giving him a huge smile. He holds up his phone and shoots back a polite smile. Seeing this, Jinsuk sitting right next to him just lets out a super cold scoff. Lunchtime hits and Kangon is loading up his tray in the school cafeteria. Sure enough, this elite academy cooks up meals fit for absolute royalty. Everything looks so insanely delicious and packed with nutrients. He scarfs it down like he has been starving for days. His new buddies try to step up and say hey, but the second they spot Jinsuk hovering there, they totally back off and walk away. Jinsuk slams his tray on the table. You cannot show weakness. You are too soft, so they cling to you like hungry leeches. Those broke losers are starting to act like total hyenas. The second he finishes, Ara walks over. Hey Gon, did you see my Kakao Talk text? You absolutely have to come to my birthday this weekend. Kangon smiles back. Yeah, I got it. Having you there will be so fun. You are totally on Ara's radar now. Jinsuk completely loses it, slamming the table and standing up, his appetite entirely ruined. Clean this up. Kangon gets seriously mad, but not about the attitude. It is because the guy grabbed food and did not even eat it. This rich jerk wasting perfectly good meals. Such a waste, maybe I should just eat it. After school, Kangon is about to walk home with his new crew when Jinsuk pulls up. Get in the car, I will take you. He rejects him. Nope, taking the bus today. Jinsuk glares back furiously. I said get in. Seeing his friends looking terrified behind him, our guy finally caves. Fine, inside the car. Now pay attention here. Jinsuk glares at him. I told you not to mix with those broke losers, right? Kangon thinks to himself, why is this guy suddenly so snappy with me? Also, do not go to Ara's birthday party. I literally told you not to become a thorn in my side. Are you deaf? Kangon has zero clue what his actual problem is. It pisses me off seeing you and Ara getting close. What the heck? What is this dude even rambling about? My family and Ara's family are super close connections. Kangon thinks, oh, like high society networking? Is this some secret code? Jinsuk keeps going. The girl who will eventually be mine is paying attention to trash like you. Obviously, my pride is taking a massive hit. Seeing him stay quiet, the bully asks, what are you mad? Kangon is genuinely puzzled. Wait, so you want to fight me just because of some petty jealousy stuff? Just let me out right here. Jinsuk frowns, his eyes full of pure annoyance. Are you seriously talking back to me? He suddenly glares and slams on the brakes. Seeing that cold stare, the rich kid completely freezes up. Stepping out of the ride, Kangon looks back and drops one line. Friends really should not treat each other like this. Back in the car, Jinsuk furiously screams at his giant bodyguard. Destroy him. Take that guy out right now. But the bodyguard just flatly replies, not my job. What, do you want to get fired? The one who hired me is not you, it is your father. Jinsuk angrily whips out his phone. This guy is too arrogant. A servant should obey his master. Hey, Dad. Your stupid bodyguard is not listening to me at all. Then he shoves the phone at the guy. Listen to him? Yes, understood. Yes, got it. Right after, the bodyguard steps out to call Kangon back. Hey kid, turn around and apologize for what you did wrong right now. I really do not want people saying I beat up a literal child. That kid is pathetic. What did I even do wrong to apologize? Look, this is not about right or wrong, it is about power. Kangon calmly replies, is that so? Then I definitely will not apologize. There are tons of people watching, plus security cameras everywhere. Is this really okay? He points in a different direction. Follow me. I know what you're thinking, an epic brawl, right? Well, think again, let's talk over there. But plot twist, the bodyguard totally bails. He straight up walks back to the car and hops into the driver's seat. Jinsuk is absolutely furious. What are you doing? I told you to teach that punk a lesson. The guard replies, too many people and cameras. The rich kid furiously grabs the guy's shirt. What the heck are you talking about? You drag him away and beat him. The guard stays calm. I cannot leave my VIP target unguarded. You call that a valid reason? Go out there and smash him right now. The guard sighs. Your dad said elections are coming up soon. He ordered me to be careful and avoid any unnecessary drama. If you set up a private meeting another day, I will handle him. Hearing this, Jinsuk is boiling with pure rage, but ultimately, he does not dare go against his dad's orders. I hate everyone in this stupid place. After that, Kangon just heads straight home, but right behind a brick wall, some shady guy is secretly stalking him. It is the black-haired punk from the bully gang the other day. He is on the phone plotting something. Does this loser actually live here? Seeing Kangon approaching, he immediately steps out. We are not done talking yet, got it? Who is this kid? On his phone screen is a picture of the Four Eyes friend tied up as a hostage. Follow me, you jerk. 30 minutes later, Kangon gets led to an abandoned, empty factory. He instantly spots his glasses-wearing buddy shivering in the corner, looking absolutely terrified. The black-haired bully turns back with a smirk. I was worried you would chicken out. What do we even have to do with you guys? Let him go. The punk threatens the glasses kid. You know exactly what happens if you call the cops, right? Your little female friends will get dragged into this mess too, got it? Gone. I am so sorry. Kangon gently pats his shoulder to comfort him. just stay right here for a second. The moment he says that, Kangon dashes forward with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the black-haired dude gets punched so hard he flies into the wall. So fast, the rest of the gang literally cannot even process it. After that, he casually takes them down one by one, a single punch each, dropping them cold right on the spot. Finally, only the blonde guy is left. He is so utterly terrified he screams out, "What the heck are you, you monster?" But his ending is the exact same, taking a brutal hit straight to the face. Around this time, the black-haired boss slowly regains consciousness. Seeing his entire crew wiped out, the dude turns pale as a ghost. Kangon stares down at them with icy rage. "If I just let this go, you guys will keep bothering us, right?" Kangon looks around for a second and spots some thick wooden planks scattered all over the floor. He grabs a plank, stomps on it until it snaps, and pulls out a crazy sharp wooden splinter. Then he casually tosses the rest aside. The black-haired punk is shaking with fear but still runs his mouth. "I'm not gonna let this slide, you freak." But before he can even finish his sentence, Kangon brutally slams him into the dirt. "You said you know how to box, right?" And that is where we leave it. He crushes the guy's hand, bringing that sharp splinter right up to his fingers. Dongjun, go wait outside. Once his friend leaves, Kangon's real, terrifying revenge finally begins. Wild right. "All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos." Kang warns the bully to back off his friend. A terrifying scream echoes through the factory, making Dongjun literally shake. Turns out the bully's pinky finger just got jammed straight into a bloody wooden splinter. The dude is absolutely bawling, snot and tears everywhere from the insane pain. Kang issues a brutal warning. This time it is just one pinky nail, shoved exactly 3 centimeters deep. But if he ever hovers around them again, every single fingernail and toenail is getting the exact same treatment. He makes it crystal clear they better never cross paths again, as Kangon finally walks out of the building. The gang, faking unconsciousness, finally starts whispering, "Is he actually gone?" That was terrifying. Meanwhile, Kangon strolls away thinking, "Was I a bit too harsh? They are just kids after all." Outside, he throws an arm around Dongjun. "You do not need to worry anymore, man, but keep everything that happened today a total secret, all right?" He asks if he wants to grab some spicy street food. Fast forward to the next day at school, Dongjun is still super timid around Kangon. Kang just brushes it off, figuring things are finally settled. Suddenly, Jinsuk walks right up to Wooyoung and tells him to clean the gym tonight. The guy turns and gives Kang this super shady smirk. Kang thinks life is about to get way easier, but then, surprisingly, Wooyoung flat out rejects Jinsuk. He says his dad is in the hospital, so he is totally done dealing with this nonsense. Kang instantly chimes in, mocking him. "Did things not go your way?" Jinsuk gets furious, telling him to just wait. Kang's totally carefree attitude pisses him off, but he is completely powerless. Kang steps up to Wooyoung, demanding to know why he targeted Dongjun. Before he can even answer, Kang grips his shoulder tight. "Do not touch them again, got it? Also, I am taking the gym today. Time to finally settle this school hierarchy." He says this while glaring right at Jinsuk. Now pay attention here, the plot thickens. Outside, a bodyguard waits by a yellow car, dreading having to beat up teenagers, even if these kids hit like absolute trucks. He figures he does not even need to apologize. After all, there is zero chance he loses to some random high schooler. Suddenly, a familiar face approaches, making the bodyguard flinch. The man says it has been a while since he quit the agency. The bodyguard quickly bows, but the man brushes it off. "It was just a job given our garbage pay." He asks about his mom. The bodyguard is shocked he knows, but of course he does. He says the bodyguard was a top young agent, so quitting randomly was super weird. The bodyguard apologizes, saying he could not reach out while the man was overseas. The man shrugs, saying missions take forever. The bodyguard asks why he is here. "National security," the man replies. The bodyguard apologizes, feeling like he lost his touch being a civilian. The man says it is fine and brings up CEO Hwang. The bodyguard read the news about his sudden coma. Exactly, but wild orders keep dropping from higher-ups. They actually think the legendary Shadow is behind this attack. Not that Shadow, oh, it gets crazier. The recent hacks. The man frowns, saying they suspect northern forces are making moves. Rumors say Zero is from the north. The bodyguard sweats. Hacker Zero, the man finds it totally absurd. Shadow vanished 10 whole years ago, so why target some mid-tier CEO instead of a president? Plus, Zero is literally hunted all across the globe. Why attack some top 30 corporate company? He narrows his eyes, it makes zero sense. He pats the bodyguard, glad they ran into each other. He plans to file a report and head back overseas. The bodyguard silently wishes him a very healthy and peaceful retirement. Seriously, legends like Shadow and Zero being in Korea? No way. Later, our main trio meets up inside the octagon. Kang is strapping on gloves while Jin-suk looks way too hyped for revenge. The bodyguard just broods, feeling absolutely pathetic for doing this just for a paycheck. Time to clock out. Woo-young says he is leaving, but Jin-suk tells him to stay and watch the show. Woo-young says giving them the gym was enough. Jin-suk asks if he is still mad, offering him the right-hand man spot once he crushes Kang. Woo-young shuts him down cold, zero interest. Jin-suk curses the ungrateful jerk under his breath. Then Kang suddenly flips the script, asking Jin-suk if he will become his underling if he beats this old guy. This makes the spoiled brat furious, but Kang just keeps going. He calls out the endless cycle of bringing stronger and stronger guys like, when does this actually end? You and I know fighting here is pointless, but Jin-suk arrogantly boasts his bodyguard is literally an ex-intelligence agent. Kang frowns, really, this is going to be fun. The bodyguard warns him to apologize to Jin-suk right now. And he will pretend this never happened. Kang instantly roasts him, asking where his pride went, an ex-agent beating up kids for some quick cash. The bodyguard admits it looks bad, saying he does not want to do this either. He is offering a free out. Kang smirks, and if I decline. The bodyguard sighs, guess I will go easy then, do not get hurt. He warns that rushing in with garbage martial arts will end really badly for him. The second he stops talking, Kang launches a lightning-fast kick. The bodyguard is no joke and quickly dodges it, but that was just a tiny feeler move from Kang. Kang instantly spins, unleashing a much heavier kick. The bodyguard blocks it, but he is seriously struggling, realizing this kid is way stronger and faster. Seeing this insane power, Jin-suk shuts up and just watches. The bodyguard praises his form but warns those basic moves will still get him hurt. Kang notes the agent's reflexes are on another level. Should he fake taking a hit and lose? Suddenly, Jin-suk screams from the sidelines, losing his mind. Crush him, Kang drops into his stance. A former national taekwondo champ, let's test those skills. He attacks aggressively, but the bodyguard slips past. Glancing at Kang's fingers, the bodyguard gets totally spooked. Was he literally aiming to gouge my eyes out? Then they start trading high-speed blows. The bodyguard grabs Kang's collar for a brutal hip throw, but Kang completely counters it with his leg, taking the opening to strike hard right under the guy's arm. And that is where we leave it. The bodyguard clutches his arm in agony, realizing this kid isn't using normal martial arts. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to watch Kang-gon go full beast mode. He realizes holding back won't work. Jin-suk screams, what are you doing? Kill him. But one cold glare from Kang-gon shuts the rich kid up completely. The bodyguard charges in, launching a barrage of intense attacks. Kang-gon blocks every single strike effortlessly. He quickly throws the guy to the ground with a brutal neck lock. Surprisingly, the bodyguard barely even flinches at the impact. They separate. Kang-gon thinks he actually tanked that. He asks the guy, you haven't been throwing real punches this whole time, have you? You realize you're not strong enough to hold back against me, right? The guy is shocked he noticed. He apologizes for underestimating a high schooler. So are you going all out now? Suddenly, the bodyguard drops a bomb. I forfeit. I lost. No need to apologize. Jin-suk loses his mind, screaming, what are you saying? Fight him. You didn't lose. You want to get fired? The bodyguard calmly replies, you should stop too. I'm handing in my resignation. Before walking away, he turns to Kang-gon. I want a proper rematch later, outside the ring if we ever get the chance. Kang-gon just smiles, keeping quiet as the guy leaves. Now it is just the two of them alone in the gym. Time to chat. What should I do with you? Jin-suk panics. Don't touch me. You know who my dad is. Of course I know, the Liberty Party's presidential candidate. Word is he will be running the whole country in 6 months. Are you listening to me? You better not touch me, but the second Kang-gon raises his hand, the brat shuts right up. Kang-gon thinks this annoying kid keeps hiding behind his daddy. He is just a spoiled punk. Should I just end him right here? He did buy me barbecue once though. Seeing Kang-gon pause, the idiot actually thinks he is scared. Smart choice, you jerk, if you don't listen to me. Suddenly, Kang Gon grabs him by the face. Are you always this pathetic and cowardly? Watch closely, this is where it gets intense. Still acting tough, Jin Suk stammers, you're the scared one, you won't touch me. But Kang Gon just slowly tightens his brutal grip until Jin Suk chokes. I can't breathe, tears of pure regret stream down his face from the intense pain. Finally satisfied, Kang Gon lets go. Let's stop here, hope you learned your lesson. But Jin Suk is still stubborn. You bastard. One word to my dad and someone like you is totally dead. I will kill you. But a second later, he completely folds. Okay, I won't do it. Kang Gon glares at him. You still got fight left in those eyes, huh? You're definitely gonna cause more trouble. Listen up. I can make your life an absolute nightmare without leaving a single scratch on you. I can turn every single school day into pure hell. Obviously, you won't sit still. You will flex your dad's political power to get revenge on me. Am I wrong here? And when that happens, you think I'll be shaking in fear. Do I really look like that to you? Kang Gon stares right through him. I came to this country to make friends. Study hard, get into a good college, score a great job, and climb to the top. Jin Suk thinks to himself, you absolute psycho, you are dead meat. Kang Gon continues, you think I will just let you go. That is the path I have to walk, no matter what it takes. And if you block my path, Jin Suk suddenly feels like a tiny insect trapped in his palm. Right then, Yu Young comes back, so Kang Gon finally backs off. Is this the crap you guys always do? I will make sure this never happens again. Watching them leave, he wonders, was that warning really enough? Feels like it wasn't enough. The next day at Seoul International School, Kang Gon notices Jin Suk is missing. Jin Suk is absent today. Maybe I should have just finished him off. Liara asks, you are coming to my birthday party tomorrow, right? Please show up. He smiles, definitely. Meanwhile, at Jin Suk's house, Dad, I am telling you, your son got beat up. He keeps screaming at his father, Dad, please do something. I know you and I saw this coming. Enter the rich dad, Liberty Party Chairman Go Yang Tram. Rubbing his temples, he groans, skipping school for this. What are you doing? I told you that psycho beat me half to death. I almost suffocated. His dad sighs. Stop exaggerating, you literally do not have a single scratch on you. The kid won't even look at him. Are you joking right now? You are not in elementary school anymore. Gonna run to daddy every time you fight a friend. I am so terrified I can't even go to school. Then why not use this chance to study abroad in America with your sister? He then calls someone in. Shockingly, it's the bodyguard. Agent Han, you're here? Seeing him, Jin Suk throws a massive tantrum. He abandoned me, that is why I got beat up. His dad roars, shut your mouth. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to hire Agent Han? Learn some respect and show some manners right now. Sorry, I spoiled my youngest son way too much. Raised him like a prince, now he is immature. Han replies, if I keep protecting him, I expect proper compensation. No, it's not about that. I'm just curious since he keeps whining. Do you know anything about my son getting beaten up? How did you let that happen right in front of you? Han doesn't hide anything and explains it all. It's true. Dad, I told you it really happened. Then Han gets dead serious. I strongly advise you to avoid making an enemy out of that student. Surprised, the dad asks why. Han replies honestly, because without weapons, even I wouldn't win. Hearing this, the dad warns Jin Suk. The election is under 6 months away. Do you know how many politicians ruin their careers over their kids' school violence scandals? Do you want that to happen to your own father? Besides, if he is strong enough to rival Agent Han, you should make him your ally. If you can't even handle that, how will you survive in politics like me? Jin Suk is still pissed. But Dad, he is just so arrogant. Enough, I don't have time to listen to your whining anymore. The chairman makes his final decision. This ends right here. Scene shifts to the hotel. Kang Gon walks around checking his phone. Isn't this where Jin Suk bought me barbecue before? Spotting him, an employee says, you are 30 minutes early. We are still preparing. I just didn't want to be late. Kang Gon wonders, how does this guy know me? Did they investigate me? Please wait inside. Compared to his last visit, the interior looks totally different now. Liara is already inside waiting. Gon, you are so early. Do I look pretty? He instinctively nods nonstop, making her laugh. Thanks, that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me because you and I are diving into some absolute madness today. The others are coming, so Kang Gon sits down to wait while a girl finishes her makeup. Across the room, fancy guests are just totally living it up. A little later, Jin Suk rolls up to the party. Soon as he walks in, a whole crowd rushes over to hype him up. Yo, Jin-suk, how have you been, man? Then Lara steps up to the mic. She says her dad was supposed to give a speech but totally refused, because if he showed up, the adults would just swamp him immediately. Anyway, she promises she prepared something seriously epic for today, a crazy, once-in-a-lifetime event that will completely blow their minds. She guarantees nobody is ever going to forget it. Kangan is just chilling in the corner, totally out of his element in this rich kid vibe. Suddenly, a super pretty girl walks through the doors. Seeing her, Lara quickly runs over acting all buddy-buddy. The other guests scramble to say hi too. With the crowd finally gone, Jin-suk just cannot resist flexing his massive ego. He tells Kangan that seat will be his soon. You know it right, it is not too late for you, man. Not if you get down and beg for my forgiveness. But when Kangan casually raises his hand, this tough guy completely panics and falls flat on the floor. Then boom, pitch black. Kangan is super confused. A power outage here in South Korea, what a mess. What the heck is going on right now? Terrorists? A hostage situation? Who are they targeting? Where is the security? Seeing a dark figure creep toward the two girls, Kangan springs into action immediately. Why is Ara the top priority? The guy mutters to stop interfering with his mission. Kangan totally ignores him and tackles the dude to the ground. I know what you are thinking, an epic assassin fight, right? Wrong. The lights flick on and it is just some poor guy holding a bouquet of flowers. Everyone stares at Kangan in pure shock. He awkwardly lets the dude go. The guy stammers, explaining he is just here to celebrate Lara's 18th birthday surprise. He announces that the super special performance by the idol group Envoice is officially about to begin. The upbeat music kicks in. Kangan realizes the real performers were far away the whole time. Meanwhile, Lara is glaring at him with absolute murder in her eyes. After the party completely tanks, he walks home all by himself. He is smacking his own head, regretting everything. Why did he jump to conclusions? A hostage situation in South Korea? Seriously. He remembers Lara screaming at him. Do you know how hard it was to book them? He apologized, but her friend stepped in. Come on, Ara, wasn't it actually kind of awesome? Awesome? Are you kidding me? The leader of Envoice literally ran off crying, but the other girl kept defending Kangan. Hey, did he not throw himself in there just to save you? What if the guy was not holding flowers? If it was a real kidnapper, it would have been super dangerous, but he did not even hesitate to protect you. You gotta admit, that was pretty badass, right? Lara thinks about it and realizes she actually has a point. Both girls just start laughing at Kangan, leaving him totally clueless. And that girl, she is Han Yoo-ju, daughter of the current South Korean president. Next day at Seoul International High School, Kangan barely steps on campus before a whole crowd of fangirls swarms him. You were so cool yesterday. Are you like a pro flirt? So you guys worked everything out, right? Is today your official day one as a couple? Lara waves her hands, laughing it off. Oh my gosh, who started that rumor? It is totally not like that. Back at his desk, Jin-suk gets in his face. Know your place, loser. You are the absolute joke who ruined Ara's birthday party. What, you want to fight me again? Bring it on, punk. But the second Kangan stretches his arm, the dude flinches hard, jumping like a scared little cat. Everyone watching is just completely baffled by this sad display. Kangan asks him, do you actually like Ara that much? If you do, be a man and just say it. Stop making excuses and bothering everybody else around you. Midterms are literally right around the corner, so stop messing with me. His real goal right now, snagging that #1 top score, obviously. In a flash, exam day arrives. Sitting at his desk, Kangan is completely in the zone. His pen is flying across the paper so insanely fast that other students keep turning around to look. When the test scores finally drop, the results do not disappoint him at all. First place goes to Kangan, second is Jinzuna, third is Donggu. So far, everything is just going perfectly according to plan. Cut to Incheon Airport. The Asian Math Olympiad is popping off in Jeju. Kangan is going to compete as the school rep, and get this, Han Yoo-ju is there too. She is really coming along. This is a golden opportunity. Luckily, after that crazy incident at the party, they are actually on really good terms now. Spotting him, Yoo-ju walks right up. So nice to see you. How have you been? If anything goes wrong, you will protect me again, right? You are basically my dark knight. The teacher tells everyone to chill out and not stress too much. We are representing South Korea, so let us give it everything we have, the whole group yells out together. Now pay attention here, because things are about to get real tense. Kangan quietly counts 10 bodyguards surrounding Yoo-ju, but one guy with a massive scar gives off a seriously heavy, dangerous vibe. The look in this dude's eyes is next level intense. Kangan quickly looks away, totally avoiding eye contact. With security this tight, there is zero chance anything bad happens, right? The 11th Asian Math Olympiad is officially sponsored by Sunshine Corporation. The teacher wraps up her pep talk and tells all the kids to head back to their rooms. The official contest kicks off tomorrow and lasts for 2 straight days. The final day is for sightseeing. You guys know the deal. Winning this means a massive bonus point boost for your college applications. Give it your absolute all to get into a top-tier university. He absolutely has to win. Bro, why are you suddenly so fired up? Obviously, I have to win, even if it is insanely hard. Because you are going up against high school juniors and seniors too. Are you seriously that confident? Thinking about math, he flashes back to his crazy hardcore training days back in North Korea. Is it because of that old dream? While he zones out in the past, that mysterious man who talked to hands suddenly pops up. He just got intel that someone is actively targeting the president's daughter. He chats up the scarred bodyguard, saying, "I have actually heard a lot of rumors about you lately. You are way too talented to just stay in a simple security detail. Nice to meet you. Hey, ever thought about joining our side? Honestly, we are super short on guys who can handle the real dirty work out in the field. If South Korea needs me, call me anytime. Oh, I like your attitude, kid. Tell you what, once this mission is fully wrapped up, let us have a private chat." Understood, I will take my leave now. Squad 4, 8, and 6, go double-check the roof and the fire escapes. 3, 5, 7, and 9, lock down head counts at every single gate. Squad 10, come with me to check the 22nd floor elevators. 4, sweep the VIP suite one more time. The boss smirks, thinking, Sergeant Kim Hyuk, you are definitely living up to the hype. But no matter how you look at it, this whole setup feels super sketchy. I brought the entire elite squad, so why do I still feel this weird anxiety? Back at the hotel, Kangan gets assigned to share a room. His buddy Donggu nervously covers his eyes and asks, "Hey man, if this is too awkward, I can just grab a solo room." So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, the real storm is just starting. Kangan laughs, "Bro, we are friends, it is fine, just let me take the bed near the window." Alright, stick with me here. We are diving into a Korean training arc that is completely different from what our boy is used to. He heard anywhere outside the capitalist hub of Seoul is basically broke. But wait, why is he having such disrespectful thoughts? Questioning the motherland is a big no. Donggu turns and asks Kangan, "Is this your first time in Jeju?" He offers to play tour guide on the final day. Apparently, Jeju has tons of cool stuff and amazing food. Kangan asks if he comes here a lot. Donggu boasts that of course he does, but since Kangan lived abroad, he probably would not know. Tons of people fly from Seoul to Jeju for vacation. It is only a quick 1-hour flight, but then Donggu shifts the topic. He noticed Kangan and Jinho acting weird. Did they get into a fight? He only asks because they have not been talking much lately. Kangan thinks to himself, this kid looks so innocent, but turns out he used to be a total delinquent too. Korea is wild. He heard Donggu and Hyuk both have parents with some serious social status. He asks what his parents actually do. Donggu deflects, asking if he saw him hanging out with Yuna. He went to grab some spicy rice cakes with Dongjun and Iju. Absolutely delicious. He says they should all go sometime. Plus, Yuna is a total genius at math, which Kangan always said was the hardest subject. She even got picked for the competition. Seeing his friend totally freeze up, Kangan decides to step in. "I give up, I surrender." He tells him this is the perfect chance to get close to Yuna. "Oh, and do not forget to hang out with me on the last day." Kangan agrees, but accidentally chokes out poor Donggu a bit too hard, knocking him out cold. "Wake up, buddy." That afternoon, the three of them meet up to study. Rubbing his head, Donggu mutters he has no idea when he fell asleep. "You were probably just super tired." Also, the older upperclassmen did not show up. Those seniors only want to compete with people on their level, so studying with the younger kids is a no-go. Meanwhile, Donggu wonders why his throat hurts so much. He feels like they are just here to be background characters. If they already have elite reps, why even invite them? Kangan casually says they were called because they are needed. Kangan suddenly hands them a massive stack of papers. They look exactly like the practice tests. He drops a bomb. These are actual questions from the international math exams over the last 5 years. Wait, those are strictly confidential. Did he just scour the internet and piece every single question together? There is no way he compiled all of this by hacking into foreign servers himself, right? Actually, this was prepped by his fake dad. They ask if he absolutely has to win this competition. If so, they offer to let him study these special papers first. He shoots that idea down immediately. Why? Is his goal not to take the championship? Kangon flexes, saying he can win with his own skills. All right then, let us help you out a bit. First, you have to figure out exactly who writes the questions. Next, analyze their specific style and gather all similar problems. He thinks this sounds super fun. Seeing his friend go full crazy mode makes Kangon sweat a little bit. Suddenly, a girl walks right up to their study table. She politely apologizes for bothering them, but speaks entirely in Japanese. Now pay close attention because this is where everything gets wild. Kangon sees her face and absolutely freezes. It is number 13. Why on earth is an elite assassin here? His friends whisper, having no idea what she is saying. They do not speak a word of Japanese. Out of nowhere, Kangon replies in flawless Japanese, completely shocking the other two. He asks how they can help. She just wants to know where to charge her phone. She only realized her battery was dead after arriving. Kangon points out she can charge it at the convenience store. His friends just watch, totally blown away by his crazy good communication skills and fluent Japanese. She admits she has no idea where to go and asks if he can guide her. Since she does not speak Korean, she feels pretty nervous wandering around alone. What are they even talking about? Kangon tells his boys she needs an escort to the store. He tells them to keep solving the practice tests while he handles this real quick. Seriously, what would have happened if he did not speak Japanese? Walking near the beach, number 13 finally turns to Kangon. She asks if he has been doing well. It has been a whole 5 years since they last met. He stays totally silent, his mind racing with heavy thoughts. All those kids who suffered through hellish training together. He does not even know when it started. But one by one, they silently vanished without a single goodbye. Why did they disappear? Where are they right now? He used to ask himself those exact questions, knowing he had to find the answers no matter what. He refuses to believe they just ran away because merely surviving in that place was already insanely difficult. Number 13 breaks the silence, asking for his current name. Kangon, she smiles, saying it fits him perfectly. Clenching his fists, he asks about her. How did she survive all those brutal days? Switching back to Japanese, she introduces her new identity. My name is Tomo, and I am truly glad to see you again. It is getting kind of late, so they need to head back. But before leaving, Tomo drops a serious warning. Be careful. Careful of what? Could this actually have something to do with a secret mission? Kangon heads back to the library. His friends demand to know why he took so long. He just claims he needed some fresh air. You sly dog, making us study while you slack off. Hurry up and show us the quick solutions. But suddenly they notice something is off with him. What do you mean? They point out he looks super pale. Playing it cool, Kangon makes up a quick excuse, saying his stomach is just acting up a bit. He says he needs to hit the restroom and tells them to head back and rest. They tell him not to push himself too hard just for their sake, since he already mastered all these practice tests anyway. They plan to solve a few more problems with Yuna before leaving. He nods. Walking away, Kangon's brain goes into overdrive. Is number 13's mission actually targeting number 0? The whole situation makes zero sense. You saw that coming, right? If there was a hit on number 0, Command should have told him. He glances at room 1217, the exclusive suite reserved specifically for number 0. But that place is locked down under heavy bodyguard surveillance. Nothing crazy should happen there. As soon as he gets back to his own room, he immediately dials his dad's number. On the other end, his fake dad is chilling in front of his computer screens. He asks if his son is having fun on Jeju Island, but Kangon drops the act using a dead serious tone. Comrade Manium Kang. Have there been any direct orders from the party? Orders. The man asks why he is suddenly bringing this up. If you do not know, then forget it. The dad demands details, but Kangon brushes him off. He promises to handle things himself and instantly hangs up the phone. Back at home, his fake mom looks worried. Orders? What does he mean by that? Is something bad happening over there? The dad guesses someone from the shadow organization might be snooping around their boy. He tells her not to panic or act recklessly. First, they need to assess the real situation. His fingers start flying across the glowing keyboard. It barely takes any time at all. This guy effortlessly hacks straight into the security cameras of the hotel where Kangon is staying. Gotcha. He finally finds the exact footage. Kangon's face pops up on the screen. Meanwhile, our boy decides that if the party has not issued any orders, he is going straight to number 13 for answers, making his move. He marches right up to the front desk. The clerk asks how he can help. Kangon claims he is looking for a Japanese friend named Tomo who is in the competition, asking if they can check her room number. The clerk politely refuses, saying hotel policy strictly forbids handing out personal guest information. Playing the innocent kid, Kangon asks if they could at least call her room and tell her to come down to the lobby. The clerk agrees and tells him to wait. Kangon says to tell her he is the one looking. After a brief moment, the clerk apologizes. No one is picking up. He casually says thanks. Suddenly, his phone rings and he picks up fast. It is his dad. He demands to know exactly who Kangon is looking for, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, things are about to get totally insane. All right, stick with me here. We're diving into some crazy spy action. The target is Tomo. Room 1110. Hallway is clear. Kangon heads up, realizes the room is completely empty, and just pushes the door right open. Comrade Maniam Kang is an absolute legend. With that guy around, even impossible missions are a breeze. But wait, is number 13 here all alone? Where did she go? This layout is exactly like his own room. Suddenly, his dad texts him. Someone is at the door, the handle turns, and a hotel staff member walks right in. The room is pitch black, so Kangon absolutely cannot see their face. Is that number 13? No way, those footsteps are way too heavy, and a hotel uniform. Why would staff barge in? 13's sidekick. What did he drop on that bed? Once the guy leaves, Kangon slowly creeps toward the mystery box. He pops it open, 2 bombs and a detonator. Pure panic hits. He breaks into a cold sweat. This could easily wipe out hundreds. Is this actually the party's order? But why? Suddenly, footsteps approach. The Japanese honor students are returning. They're amazed by Tomo's Korean skills. 13 is back. He needs to hide fast. Panicking, he snatches the detonator straight from the box. Tomo walks in and instantly senses something is off. Kangon is hiding on the balcony, watching her slowly step closer. He bites down on the device, drops over the edge, and hides. Tomo checks the balcony but sees absolutely nothing. You're gonna want to watch this escape closely. Kangon slides down the wall safely. He breathes a sigh of relief until a man speaks up. Hey kid, what are you doing here? The guy squints and repeats the question. Kangon is stunned. He didn't even sense this dude sneaking up from behind. You look suspicious. What are you doing out so late? Thank God, the guy didn't see him drop. Time to flip the script. You're the suspicious one. I'm a 10th grader from Seoul International High, here for the math competition. Who are you? Why are you creeping around? Why would a math student sneak out here right now? Kangon plays dumb. Sneak out? I was just heading to the store for some late-night snacks. Just then, a scarred bodyguard walks up and whispers a report. Hearing it, the man leaves immediately, throwing one last warning at Kangon. Go back to your room, stop wandering. That was way too close. But seriously, 13, what kind of insane orders did you actually get? Meanwhile, the old man questions his guard. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, an outsider hacked into the hotel's main servers. The hacker wiped all traces and vanished. Did you track him? Sorry, sir, this guy is way beyond our capabilities. Get the young lady to safety right now. This place is compromised. If she refuses, I'll call command. Move. The guard dashes off. The old man instantly makes a phone call. Director, it's Committee Head 3. Intel confirms they brought in a master hacker. Please make the young lady cooperate so we can keep her safe. Send Team 3 down here immediately, before dawn at the latest. We have heavy hitters here. The son of China's King Hua Party's 7th in command, plus the daughter of Japan's Deputy Foreign Minister Tanaka. Plus our own young miss. His eyes go cold. That alone could totally shatter the alliance between 3 nations. Understood, safety first. I'll cancel the exam if needed. Then he pulls out a completely different burner phone, switching straight to English. John, you were right. Sad and Zero might be in South Korea. Just like you predicted, those 2 have definitely crossed the border. That night, Donggu is out cold. Kangon is stressing. Should he ask Comrade Maniam Kang for backup? No, too risky. First, he needs to confront 13 about the party's orders. If the plan is blowing this place sky high, this isn't some basic assassination gig. I know what you're thinking. Is he gonna kill those kids? He clenches his fists. Why the hesitation? Are you turning traitor? You must obey the party. Suddenly, something sharp flies straight toward the sleeping Donggu. Kangon spots it, a tranquilizer dart. Tomo appears outside the window, super chill. Relax, nobody is dying today, don't sweat it. We shouldn't let anyone overhear this, right? Number 7, I'm here for my stuff. Kangon glares. Is this really the party's direct order? Did they actually order a massacre of innocent kids? Answer me right now. I need absolute confirmation this came from the top. I'm verifying this myself, Tomo snaps. Enough, her eyes turn dead cold. Anyone interfering with this mission gets executed on the spot. She lunges, zero hesitation. Are you betraying the country? Kangon dodges frantically. Just listen to me. Stop spitting nonsense. I'll report your actions myself. Have you heard of Comrade Manium Kang? He's the one backing me up right now. Left with no choice, he pins Tomo down. If I find him, I can reach the high command. Something is completely wrong here. Let me check. The order stands, I just verified it. Impossible, why would they want a bombing? Distracted, Kangon takes a tranq dart to the leg. Suddenly, a classmate yells from outside the door. Hey guys, come out quickly. Tomo instantly grabs Donggu hostage. Hand over the detonator or he dies. 2 doses of this stuff causes lethal shock, you know that. Outside, the girl keeps banging on the door. Open up, it's urgent. Inside, Kangon slowly lowers the bomb detonator to the ground. But then smash, he crushes it. Tomo screams, traitor. He glares back. Kill that kid and you're dead too. Tomo actually backs down. She drops the kid, casually opens the door and walks out, leaving the classmate standing there absolutely speechless. Kangon walks out like nothing happened. What's up? The girl stammers that they must evacuate the hotel immediately. Trust me, we gotta see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. She claims it is an emergency, but I know what is really happening. Did South Korea actually figure this out already? Everyone needs to gather in the lobby right now. But wait, where is Donggu? Are you okay? Why does your face look like that? Donggu is asleep. I will go wake him. The girl wonders, is Donggu actually with you? But terrible timing, the sleeping gas finally kicks in. Kangon immediately collapses hard onto the floor, completely knocked out cold. Waking up, he realizes he and Donggu are lying in a totally different room. The teacher walks in asking, are you awake? Why were you sleeping so heavily? Yesterday, I literally rushed to the emergency room thinking something terrible had happened to you guys. He asks, where exactly are we? The teacher lets out a heavy sigh. Yesterday, they suddenly told us we had to move, leaving a super nice hotel room for this absolute dump. What about the other kids? They already headed to the math competition. I stayed behind just for you too. Wait, changing hotels and going to the math competition? What is going on? Before the teacher can even finish explaining, Kangon wildly dashes outside. Where are you going? Relying entirely on his memory, he frantically sprints straight back to the original hotel. But the hotel is completely surrounded by police, totally blocking the entrance. This is a restricted area, please turn back. Scratching his head, he lies, I'm a student for the math competition. The competition started a while ago and you just arrived. You cannot enter. He acts innocent. Yesterday we suddenly had to change places and I could not even pack my things. I just want to return to my room and grab my stuff, please. The cop thinks for a second and agrees, just pack and leave immediately. Thanks. Kangon thinks, with this insane level of security, is anything safe? No, if I am Agent number 13, as long as Agent 13's identity remains totally hidden, this mission will be 100% successful. Now watch closely, things get crazy here. Sure, the one lucky thing is he already destroyed the remote, but relaxing now is a huge mistake. Did the helper make a backup? The fastest way is checking if Agent 13 is actually inside. Seeing Kangon, the guard immediately asks, are you an international school student? Yes, I am running super late. I really cannot go inside right now. Right, a temporary accommodation was booked for you, correct? Just stay there. This area is way too dangerous right now. I have a friend named Juna studying with me. I am late without telling her, so I am worried she might freak out. There is 1 hour and 10 minutes until lunch break. I will let you in briefly then. Yes, thank you. Could I quickly go up to my room? I forgot my phone because I was in such a huge rush yesterday. Thanks, man. Finding Agent 13's exact location is the absolute top priority. I need to contact Comrade Muong Gang to check the security cameras inside the testing zone. If I stop that kid, I can temporarily halt the mission, and then I can directly verify the latest intel with my superiors. If the target is priority 0, I will personally eliminate her myself. There is absolutely no need to increase any more meaningless sacrifices here. But stepping into the room, Gon immediately spots a familiar back. It is the mother from his undercover mission. Why are you running around without taking your phone? Son, do you have any idea how insanely worried I was? She hugs him tightly, comforting him. Nothing bad will happen, so please do not worry about a single thing. There is nothing left to stress over. My son, you do not need to care about anything. Your mission is making good friends in South Korea, so you just need to focus entirely on doing exactly that. Understand what mom means. Instantly, Jaeon pushes her hands away, questioning her with a super suspicious expression. Comrade, what on earth are you talking about? The suicide bombing mission, but she quickly cuts him off. My son Jaeon, you do not need to think about anything. While Jaeon is still completely confused, she stares deeply into his eyes and firmly states, your only mission is making great friends in South Korea, so just focus on that. Understand me? Despite her words, Jaeon still cannot help but feel incredibly suspicious. He asks in a deep voice, I understand, but why did the party order bombing this place? The woman calmly replies that the party's order has actually been completely cancelled. She smiles, telling him to just keep having fun with his friends here like before. John lowers his head in deep thought, then anxiously asks about Agent 13's fate. The woman quickly reassures him. I know what you're thinking. Is she actually lying? She says, do not worry, the mission is cancelled, so they definitely escaped safely. Someday you will meet them. John mechanically bows his head, replying, I understand, comrade. Instantly, the woman gently reminds him with a really warm smile. John, you need to call me mom, right? Calling her that makes him feel pretty awkward. He forcedly mutters in a tiny voice, yes, mom. Meanwhile, over at a totally secret base hidden behind the totally rundown exterior of an old pizza shop, the elite agents are frantically scrubbing through all the massive data. One member reports in pure frustration, we found absolutely zero clues anywhere. There is nothing at the airport or the shipping docks either. The man wearing glasses, giving off Major Commander vibes, asks thoughtfully, if so, that Japanese girl is actually the terrorist, right? His subordinate firmly confirms all the solid evidence they have just gathered. We even found actual C4 explosives hidden in that girl's room. Plus, considering the fact that she suddenly vanished without a trace, all the clues point directly to one single person. The female agent sitting nearby completely agrees. I think it is definitely that kid. The commander still is not convinced. He questions about the anonymous informant. What about the informant? Is it really impossible to trace them? A tech guy explains the tip was sent straight into their own servers, then casually throws out a wild theory. Maybe it is one of our own agents, someone who already infiltrated the North. Hearing this, the commander slams the table so hard everyone literally jumps out of their seats. He screams loudly, are you that insanely irresponsible? Why would our own agents need to hack our own server just to send us a simple message? After finally swallowing his rage, he starts analyzing their true motives a bit deeper. This entire terror attack is probably caused by their internal conflicts, maybe a massive clash between the political bureau's old conservative faction and the new young leaders. The commander fiercely declares to the agents that terrorism is not even the real issue anymore. Do you guys finally get it? Once again, he furiously slams his hand down, his sharp eyes looking deadly serious behind his glasses. With hacking skills like that, it is definitely zero. Meanwhile, inside a dark basement totally packed with architectural blueprints and electronic gear, the brown-haired girl sits quietly on the sofa looking deep in thought. Her eyes clearly show massive confusion as she questions herself. Who in the world snitched on me, and why bring me here to hide? Sitting in front of multiple computer screens, the middle-aged man wonders aloud, the kid designated number 7. Isn't that kid supposed to be a total traitor? The girl asks, super shocked. You mean the kid I knocked out cold not only tipped off South Korea, but also sent a radio signal showing me this exact hideout, telling me to run? The man nods, confirming, looking at the crazy situation. It honestly could not be anyone else but that kid. Suddenly, the girl stares right at him and coldly asks, do you happen to know someone named Mum Kang? The question makes the man jump, cold sweat instantly dripping down his absolutely terrified face. So what do you and I make of this cliffhanger? Why do you know that name? She calmly replies, I heard Manjum Kang is number 7's helper. All right, stick with me because we are jumping into some wild spy drama. Agent JMP deadpans that Comrade Manam Kang, a national hero, is buried at Mount Mansu. But the girl isn't buying it, demanding to know if he is actually alive. Meanwhile, cut to a totally different vibe at a sick luxury beach villa. Kang Jian is just chilling by the pool at sunset with a book. Down in the water, Dongyu suddenly snaps awake from a crazy long nap, super mad, and starts yelling. How could we sleep that long? Aren't you ticked off? This makes zero sense. Dongyu is paranoid, convinced someone definitely slipped them some sleeping pills. Because there is no way they both just happened to pass out at the exact same time. Facing his buddy's intense grilling, Jian just awkwardly looks down and mutters an apology. Right when the tension peaks, their classmates burst through the gates cheering like crazy. One girl is totally hyped, screaming about how absolutely amazing Dongyu's huge villa is. She says it feels like literal paradise, but Dongyu brushes off the hype and immediately asks about their exams. The girl confidently flashes a total victory sign. She brags that the whole test was exactly like the study guide Jian hooked them up with. The party vibe gets even louder when a long-haired girl shows up smiling, asking to join the fun. While all his friends are goofing off and living up the vacation, Kang Jian stands totally off to the side, looking heavy with some dark thoughts. Watching everyone smile so innocently, a super brutal thought suddenly flashes right through his mind. Jian seriously starts asking himself the ultimate question. Now pay attention here, because this is where his mind goes to a really dark place. If a ruthless order came down from headquarters, could he actually find it in himself to slaughter these innocent kids? The dude is clearly still haunted by all those brutal missions from his past. Anyway, the big math Olympiad finally wraps up perfectly without a single hitch, but right in the middle of all the chaotic energy floating around. Right after the event ends, Kang Jian has to immediately catch a flight back to Seoul, over at the Seoul International High School. The hype is absolutely unreal as students swarm around to congratulate Yona. They are cheering like crazy, shouting about how she is a total legend. Beating the upperclassmen to snatch a silver medal, pure genius moves. Hearing all this massive praise, Yona just shyly waves her hands and tries to explain. She denies it, saying she only won because she studied Jian's exact practice tests. Everything was spot on, and she swears that if Jian had competed himself, he definitely would have been the one to take home the overall victory. Hearing Jian getting praised like an absolute god, Jae-wook immediately looks visibly annoyed and frustrated. He grumbles out loud, acting like that huge Olympiad is no big deal at all. Talk about some massive jealousy issues, right? Seeing that salty attitude, Jian just thinks to himself that this guy literally never ever changes his toxic ways. To him, this whole school feels exactly the same. But while he is lost in thought, he suddenly feels an insane killing intent and a super heavy glare aimed right at him. Jian flinches, turning around just to lock eyes with Guyang, who is staring daggers at him. Guyang keeps his face totally deadpan and unreadable. Those deep, calculating eyes are locked straight onto Jian. Faced with this completely suffocating silence, Jian just freezes up, keeping his own expression completely blank. As the epic sunset hits the massive Seoul skyline, Jian heads home and sits down for dinner with the woman he is currently supposed to call his fake mom. The woman smiles warmly, constantly piling food onto Jian's plate, telling him to eat up. Sitting right across from her, Jian just cannot turn off his hardcore secret agent paranoia. He totally slips up and asks where Comrade Mumeng went. Catching his huge mistake from her confused reaction, Jian instantly switches gears and awkwardly corrects himself, asking where Dad is. The woman just beams a huge smile, explaining that the guy is out on a business trip for a few days. Being in a normal house with a mom and dad is clearly throwing him off his game. She kindly reassures him not to worry at all and just go have fun with his friends, even with all this motherly care and getting pushed to eat up. Jian just stays quiet, eyes full of conflict. It looks like he still cannot fully adjust to this totally normal family life stuff. Meanwhile, over at Sunsai Hospital, the vibe is incredibly heavy and super tense. Inside a sterile room, a man is locked in a deep coma, literally surviving on a ventilator machine. Guyang stands silently by the bed, his sharp eyes and grim face staring intensely at the patient. Right after that, Guyang tracks down Jae-wook in a totally private room. Seeing the guy show up, Jae-wook casually asks how things are going. Guyang slams a red backpack right onto the table, reporting that he prepared exactly this much. He unzips the bag, revealing massive stacks of 50,000 won bills piled high. The glasses-wearing dude nervously looks at the cash, calling him young master and questioning it. 200 million won is absolutely no joke. What exactly do you want to use this money for? Instantly, Guyang loses his mind, lunging forward to grab the guy's collar and roaring. I know what you're thinking, revenge time, right? Absolutely. He grits his teeth in rage, looking at his comatose dad. You expect me to just sit here while he's like this? Guyang beats himself up for being completely clueless and acting like a coward in front of his enemies. In his memories, an arrogant stranger flashes back with a harsh line. Isn't that what you guys always do? Back then, Guyang could only stay silent and bow his head, totally regretting it and swearing he would never do that stuff again. Snapping back to reality, the shaking subordinate calls out to the young master, trying to explain that nothing is confirmed yet, but Guyang just screams in his face. Are you actually an idiot? Guyang yells in pure rage. You literally told me that guy is the one who beat my dad into this state. Plus, you even said that his dad runs some major security company. The terrified guy stutters out an agreement but desperately tries to make excuses, saying the company got totally hacked the very next day. And that exact incident is why Guyang's dad collapsed. Hearing that the cops are still investigating the hack, Guyang just loses every last ounce of his patience. You mean we have to wait for an investigation to wrap up? Oh, so everyone needs hard evidence and proof to actually figure out the real problem now. Guyang aggressively snatches the backpack and turns his back, totally ignoring the panicked guy calling after him. Guyang's eyes are now just filled with pure, absolute ice and maximum hatred. He grits his teeth, cursing his enemy's name in his head. Kang Jian, you bastard, just wait. One day I will take absolutely everything back. Over at JF Force Gym, the air reeks of sweat and the heavy thud of sandbags. In the middle of the hardcore training crowd, a curly-haired dude is putting his entire soul into some devastatingly powerful punches. Right then, Guyang walks in looking grim, totally breaking the guy's focus. After that, the two of them ditch the gym and go chill at a completely empty park. So what do you and I take from this? A huge showdown is coming. The curly-haired guy asks what's up, joking about him ghosting in high school. After a long silence, Guyang drops the act and gets straight to business. Let's dive right into this insane manhwa. You know that guy Kang Jian at my school, right? That single question makes the curly-haired dude completely freeze up, sweat literally pouring down his forehead. Guyang totally reads his panic and keeps pressing his buttons. You got totally wrecked by him too, didn't you? Are you actually scared of the guy? That directly hits his ego hard. The curly guy jumps up and starts yelling. What the heck are you talking about? Why would I be scared of him? Seeing the bait taken, Guyang flashes a totally wicked smile. Oh, really now? Get our old middle school crew together. We're gonna crush this guy. Before the dude can even process it, Guyang slams a red backpack on the ground. Stacks of 50,000 won bills spill out everywhere, leaving the curly guy absolutely speechless. He coldly looks right at him and declares, and that is not even all of it. I am going to handle college admissions for all of you too, but he doesn't stop there. Guyang brings up a seriously terrifying name, Jang Yangshik. He casually reveals that he was the one who pulled strings to get Yangshik out of juvie. Seeing the curly guy looking completely shell-shocked, Guyang explains further that crazy dude is the only one who can actually pull this off. A monster with absolutely nothing left to lose. He promises straight up that he will take the fall for whatever happens next, right before walking away. Guyang makes sure to drop his final order. You just need to gather the old crew together. Once I get my guys, I will handle the rest. Cut to a super breezy riverside restaurant. The curly-haired guy is patiently waiting under a bright red umbrella. Right on cue, two massive, absolute units of human beings stroll up to him looking incredibly intimidating. That is Oh Sang-gun, a sophomore standing 1.90 meters and weighing 102 kilos. Beside him is Bang Du-hyuk, a literal giant at 2 meters and 153 kilos. Watch closely because these two could win fights just by sitting on people. Seeing his bros arrive, the curly dude smiles and says, "Long time no see." But right as he gets there, Sang-gun asks a question looking super annoyed. What is so urgent that you called us out on the weekend? The curly guy looks at his two massive buddies and asks, did you guys walk here together? Hey Du-hyuk, you're looking way more jacked than before, aren't you? Du-hyuk casually replies that they actually just bumped into each other. Meanwhile, Sang-gun is already starting to lose his patience completely. The weekend is prime time, man. We are super busy. Whatever you want, say it fast. Seeing his buddy getting cranky, the curly guy quickly calms him down and tells them to grab a seat first. Once they are settled at the table, Do-hyuk starts pushing again for the real reason behind this little reunion. He flashes back to their middle school days. Back when Sang-gun was actually way bigger than him, making Sang-gun click his tongue and mutter a curse word in pure regret. The curly dude jokes that they are still as close as ever. Then Sang-gun drops a massive bombshell about their friend. Yeah, but this crazy jerk is about to go pro. You know, the wrestling team in Yungu, rumor has it he bagged a massive contract worth around 3,000. But Sang-gun totally brushes it off, acting like going to Europe is no big deal. He instantly regrets not ditching wrestling back then to switch over to MMA instead. Because constantly cutting weight completely stopped him from growing any taller. The conversation keeps rolling as everyone happily catches up on old times, until Do-hyuk suddenly gets hyped and offers to treat the whole gang to a massive meat feast using his new contract money. However, the curly guy suddenly speaks up and says, "You guys are honestly too good. But since I am the one who dragged you all out here today, just let me cover the bill." That line immediately makes Sang-gun super suspicious. Dude, did you just extort cash from some poor kid? The curly guy just coldly replies back. Nope, the curly guy smirks and finally drops the bomb that Gu Yang is actually the one who invited them. That piece of news leaves both Sang-gun and Do-hyuk completely frozen in shock. Wait, what did you just say, Gu Yang? The curly guy casually keeps talking, explaining that the rich kid actually has a favor to ask the group. Instantly, Sang-gun's whole vibe shifts to pure disgust. He slams the table in rage. Is that why you called us out here today? A favor? Hell no, I'm not interested. Sang-gun firmly declares that Gu Yang is not his friend anymore, and he would never touch food paid for by that guy. Sang-gun is boiling with absolute contempt right now. He thinks Gu Yang is just flexing his cash and acting all high and mighty, treating himself like the center of the universe. He literally cut them all off because he hated his old squad, and now he has the absolute nerve to crawl back. I know what you're thinking, but here's where it twists. Seeing his bro raging, curly dude drops some heavy psychological warfare. You guys seriously didn't know? Gu Yang's dad completely collapsed. This massive bombshell leaves both giants frozen in absolute shock. The curly guy reminds them that Gu Yang's family literally owns the super famous tea group, and he is their only son. He said if we just back him up this one time, he will completely secure our futures. The curly guy then starts dropping lore about their bitter past, back when Gu Yang got beaten half to death by his dad just for hanging out with them. That was exactly why his old man forced him into some fancy elite high school to totally isolate him from the gang. Even hearing that, Sang-gun is still super salty, saying business is business. He just can't let go of his anger. Damn it, he could have at least reached out and told us the truth. The dude straight up changed his phone number. He looked down on us. Do-hyuk also feels a massive sting, remembering how tight their middle school crew used to be, only to spit out one bitter word in pure disappointment: traitor. In the curly guy's memories, Gu Yang's super determined face flashes back with his crazy promise to take full responsibility for everything as long as he rallied the crew. Facing Gu Yang back then, the curly guy had bluntly called him out. Do you really think they will follow your orders just for some cash? He bitterly reminded him that the whole squad actually saw Gu Yang as a true ride-or-die friend, but the absolute second his family struck it rich, he brutally cut all ties and vanished without even a single goodbye to his former brothers. Gu Yang lowers his voice and finally explains his sudden vanishing act from back in the day. At that time, I literally had no other choice. Under his old friend's completely stunned stare, he drops the incredibly bitter truth about his family's insane interference. My dad directly threatened to permanently ruin your sports careers if I ever tried to contact any of you guys again, even just once. Hearing this, Sang-gun can't hold back his absolute shock and raw anger. He shouts out loud, "What did you just say? Ruin our sports careers?" That is the exact moment he realized Gu Yang was hiding some deep personal trauma he couldn't share. The curly guy looks at his two massive buddies' expressions and quietly points out. Honestly, he really didn't look like he was lying. However, the whole vibe suddenly gets cranked to maximum tension when the curly guy reveals one more seriously disturbing detail. Gu Yang also demanded that we bring Jang Yongshik into this. That name hits like a bucket of ice water, making both Sang-gun and Do-hyuk instantly turn pale, sweating bullets in pure fear. The curly dude hates that absolute psycho too, but he totally understands exactly why Gu Yang desperately needs someone that incredibly reckless. There is this guy named Kang Jae-on at Gu Yang's school, and he beat me up too. This crazy intel leaves the two giants completely paralyzed in shock because they know this guy's violent streak is absolutely off the charts. Meanwhile, back at school, Kang Jae-on is quietly resting his eyes mid-class. Trust me, you and I definitely want to stick around for what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the school drama. Jae-wook is glaring holes into everyone, plotting his next move, until Liara walks in smiling, instantly breaking the tension. Jae-on and his friends smile and wave right back at her. The whole classroom quickly turns into a super loud, chaotic mess of students just hanging out. While Jae-on is deep in thought planning his next move, Gu Yang stomps straight over to Jae-wook looking absolutely murderous. He demands they step outside. Totally caught off guard by his lackey's attitude, Jae-wook just quietly follows him, but from a distance. Kang Jae-on is watching this weird little meetup like a hawk. Over at the empty gym bleachers, Jae-wook impatiently snaps, "What is it? You dragged me all the way out here just to stay quiet." Gu Yang stares dead ahead, his voice dropping scary low. "I want to eliminate someone." "That punk Jae-on, what do you think?" Hearing this, Jae-wook does not even flinch. He just smirks like a total psycho. "Oh really, when? I definitely want to watch that go down." Gu Yang glares back with bloodshot eyes, dead serious. "I am not joking around. Do not underestimate me." He swears he will do what Jae-wook is too scared to do, snap Jae-on's limbs to avenge his dad. He says Jae-wook can watch. But in exchange, he has to use his family's crazy wealth to clean up the mess afterward. Jae-wook flashes a super toxic smile. He agrees in a heartbeat, deal. But he adds one absolutely brutal condition: Jae-on has to kneel and beg before him. Watch closely because these two creeps just formed a super villain alliance to destroy our boy. Anyway, as the sun sets. Over Seoul, Jae-on waves goodbye to his buddy. "Get home safe, Dong-woo." The guy heads to a white SUV, leaving Jae-on looking pretty suspicious. Acting all shy and nervous, the guy stammers, "Hey Yuna, do you think I could join your study group at the center?" Shocking literally everyone, Yuna keeps her angel vibe and smiles. "Of course you can, the more the merrier." "Thanks so much," he waves excitedly. "See you tomorrow." Liara immediately corners Yuna. "Why would you let him join?" She totally suspects this guy's motives. He is filthy rich, why not just hire some crazy expensive private tutor? Yuna gently explains she talked to Dong-woo a ton back on Jeju Island and thinks he is actually super sweet. She remembers telling him all about the teachers at the center, and he genuinely wanted to study with them. Even after hearing that, Ara's spider senses are tingling. She mutters that still feels super sketchy. Why is he suddenly trying to act so buddy-buddy with Yuna? Seeing the glasses guy getting all worked up, Jae-on leans in and teases, "Are you jealous, bro?" Bullseye. The dude turns bright red, totally denying it. "What? No way, jealous of who?" Jae-on won't stop laughing. "Dude, your face is literally a tomato right now." While my guy is practically steaming with embarrassment, Ara and Yuna are just dying of laughter in the back at Jae-on's relentless trolling. Watching them from way across the yard, Do-hyuk is super confused. That dude looks so normal, like your textbook straight a student. Sang-gun sneers at the curly-haired guy. "You really got beaten to a pulp by a softie like him." Striking a massive nerve, the guy loses it and yells, "I already told you. That punk used a crazy sneak attack. Nobody could have dodged that." Sang-gun just laughs, calling Jae-on a total weakling. But the guy warns him, "Do not underestimate that dude. There is something seriously twisted about him that I just cannot explain." We both saw how wild he got, right? In his head, he is still flashing back to Jae-on's freezing cold glare and that terrifying, deadly threat. "If you even think about touching my friends, you know exactly how this ends for you." Just remembering getting totally manhandled by Jae-on is enough to make the curly-haired guy drip with nervous sweat. Right at that moment, Gu Yang casually strolls up and hits them with a "long time no see." When Sang-gun and Do-hyuk ask about Jang Yang-shik, Gu Yang tells them he is currently on the clock, so they should just head straight over there to meet him face to face. The whole gang starts moving out. Sang-gun and Do-hyuk are looking incredibly smug, flashing these super wicked, toxic grins. Finally, the whole squad pulls up outside this massive, flashy modern building, rocking a huge sign that says DPL Club. Standing right at the entrance, one of the goons asks to make sure this is the right place, right? Staring at how massive the club is, Sang Gun is absolutely baffled. What the heck? Yang Shik is seriously just a waiter at this dump. Gu Yang looks equally clueless about the whole thing. I really do not know, we basically only talk on the phone sometimes. But right at that exact moment, a super flashy luxury car suddenly pulls up right out front. A guy rocking light purple hair and an eye-bleeding neon pink suit steps out, waving at them like they are best buddies. Oh hey guys, he immediately sets the record straight about who he is. I am actually the manager here. Let us take this inside, come on. The outside might look a bit rough, but his fancy title definitely gives him enough confidence to flex on this high school squad. While that whole shady group starts heading into the club, over at a super high-end apartment complex, Kang Jae-on finally gets home and calls out, "Mom, I am back." The lady of the house rushes out of the kitchen looking super happy. "My boy is home." Jae-on immediately asks about his stepdad, but she just laughs it off. "I told you he is out on a business trip for a few days. Did you seriously forget? Let us eat right now, I will set the table." Jae-on flashes a super bright, warm smile. "Sounds great, let me go wash my hands first." Seeing her son looking so incredibly upbeat, his mom sweetly asks, "Did something fun happen at school today? You just look really happy right now." Jae-on absolutely cannot hide his good mood. He tells her, "I actually got a lot closer with some of my friends lately." Hearing that, she is practically overflowing with joy. "That is my boy, you are doing so great, you are making me happy too." Honestly, the way these two talk is getting way more natural and comfortable. But as he watches his mom smiling, Jae-on's eyes suddenly shift, turning super dark and intense. Meanwhile, the camera cuts right back to the sketchy DPL club. Inside the super dim, neon-lit club, Jang Yang-shik casually kicks back on a fancy sofa and offers them a drink. "So what is up, want a cocktail?" But Gu Yang just hits him with dead silence, forcing Yang-shik to awkwardly laugh it off. "No, not your thing, makes sense, high schoolers really should not be drinking anyway," seeing Yang-shik all dressed up. One of the goons actually asks if he is just the bartender. Yang-shik instantly shuts that down with maximum confidence. "Look, I am no regular employee, I am the actual manager here, buddy." He stares straight at Gu Yang and keeps talking. "Wow, it really has been a minute. I heard you needed a huge favor from me." Right on cue, Gu Yang totally shifts his tone. Acting a bit shy, he admits his real goal is to get Yang-shik to crush a certain student. Yang-shik just laughs it off. "No bother at all, man, and trust me, you and I know this is about to start an absolute war. Stick with me here, you and I are diving into pure chaos." Jiang Yangzich agrees, but he does not forget his main condition. "I heard the payout for this job is huge, right?" That question made the entire room drop 10 degrees. He slowly looked up, flashing a totally twisted, completely psychotic smile that promised violence. Yang Zich's eyes lit up like a total madman as he asked Gu Yang to confirm the target. "That guy you want me to handle? I can go all out and literally flatline him, right? This dude is ice cold, dropping death threats without even blinking an eye." Boom, exactly at 5 a.m., a screeching alarm absolutely shatters the quiet morning air. Kang Jian stretched and woke up in his dark room, quickly smacking his phone off before throwing on his pitch-black workout gear, pulling his hood up. His eyes were crazy focused, looking like he was gearing up for some high-level covert operation. Stepping out of his room, John spotted his stepmom already waiting with a tray of water. Seeing her working so early, John felt pretty bad. "Hey, you really do not need to wake up before sunrise just to serve me," she smiled warmly. Explaining she actually liked doing it and handed him the glass of water. "Drink up before you go train." John politely thanked her, calling her mom, and then he chugged the whole thing down in one go. Before heading out the door, he promised he would just be gone a little bit, out under Seoul's early morning skyline, surrounded by massive high-rises. Catching that incredibly crisp dawn breeze, John kicked off his brutal training routine. He started sprinting through the empty city streets at an absolutely insane speed. He was breathing super heavy now, constantly pushing his body way past any normal human limits. His boots slammed against the pavement, generating massive force that launched his entire body forward like an absolute missile locked on a target. John hit some completely spectacular parkour moves over the walls, sweat pouring down his determined face. His eyes were burning with pure focus as he kept zooming ahead at an unreal pace. John kept up his crazy morning run. Watch closely, this is where things get really good. Panting hard, he stopped by a massive building and suddenly froze dead. Some sketchy shadows were definitely ambushing him. Hidden under that hood, John's face was completely dripping with sweat, but his glare was razor sharp. He instantly sensed three massive dudes waiting around to jump him. The curly-haired guy in the back started sweating it, nervously asking if this was really a safe idea. Sang-gun just smirked confidently, reassuring them that Gu Yang had promised to completely cover up any mess. He bragged that they just needed to snatch the kid and teach him a brutal lesson. 3-on-1, that is super easy money. Curly nodded along, figuring their VIP corporate backup meant there was zero reason to be scared. Du Hai-uk stood right there looking super antsy, wondering out loud if their whole crew had showed up way too early for this ambush. Sang-gun was quickly losing his cool too, getting totally annoyed waiting for their target to show. Right at that exact second, decisive, heavy footsteps stopped directly behind their backs. John just appeared out of absolute nowhere. "You guys waiting for me?" he asked coldly. The three huge thugs jumped out of their skin and instantly spun around. Talk about an epic fail on the ambush. How do you let the target sneak up on you? John slowly pulled back his hood, revealing a sweaty face but looking like an absolute boss who was totally ready to snap some necks. He challenged them again, not backing down an inch. I asked, "Are you punks waiting for me?" Seeing John acting completely fearless, Sang-gun just smirked and mockingly praised his guts. John stood his ground perfectly still, totally ready for the epic brawl about to start. Du Hai-uk glared down at Jian, trying to act tough. "I heard you laid hands on my buddy." John did not even flinch, staring right back with pure attitude. "Yeah, that was me. What about it? You guys here to get some payback?" That completely triggered Sang-gun, massive veins popping on his ugly face. He gritted his teeth. "This little rat has a wildly filthy mouth. I am gonna wreck him." But Curly immediately stopped him, pointing out all the security cameras operating nearby. Noticing they were way too chicken to throw hands here, John casually threw out an invite. "Let us hit up that abandoned construction site again." And just like that, he casually turned his back and strolled off. Seeing John act so cocky, Sang-gun was stunned. Does this kid even know what fear is? Du Hai-uk quickly pumped his guys up, reminding them they literally never lose with this kind of massive numbers advantage. Curly clenched his jaw in pure hatred, swearing he would absolutely make John grovel and beg for mercy today. "So who do you and I think actually wins this fight? Let us check the real villain." Meanwhile, inside a parked car nearby, Gu Yang was chilling in the back seat, looking absolutely murderous. His nerdy assistant pushed up his glasses and nervously warned him, "Young master, this is a terrible idea. We really should let the corporate fixers handle this." Gu Yang screamed right in his face, "Shut up, I told you to just drop the location, why follow me? Weak dudes are always playing tough, right?" The panicked assistant kept whining about all the crazy risks until Jiang Yangzich suddenly slapped a sharp blade right against his throat. He coldly threatened him, "You run your mouth way too much, Four Eyes." Yang Zich looked totally psychotic, whispering right into the shaking man's ear that his trusty, sharp weapon had already violently ruined a whole lot of lives. Seeing things getting way too heated, Gu Yang coldly ordered, "Drop it." Yang Zich put the knife away but flashed a really sick, twisted smirk. "Do not worry, I will just beat him half to death. There will not be a murder." Gu Yang warned him that if the target actually dies, nobody is paying up. Hearing the sweet word money, Yang Zich did a complete 180, licking his lips disgustingly. "Fine then." He brought up their sweet deal about scoring an overseas condo to chill out once the job was done. Gu Yang reminded the psycho that he literally hired the lawyer who bylaid him out of juvie, so just trust him. Yang Zich laughed out loud, totally full of himself since Gu Yang freed him. "Trust you? Yeah, obviously I trust you." The heavy Range Rover tore fast through the streets, heading straight for the suburban industrial zone. Out at a massive, freezing abandoned warehouse, Kang Jian was already waiting there, his face completely deadpan and unshaken. Seconds later, Sang-gun and Du Hai-uk rolled in. Their crew looked like walking brick walls, flexing massive muscles as they totally surrounded him. Sang-gun roared, hyping up his boys to attack. "Go wreck that punk." Facing this super aggressive mob, Jian just scoffed in his head, "What absolute bullshit. You scrubs are miles beneath my level." As Sang-gun charged and trying to use his massive weight advantage, Jian threw an insanely fast, heavy punch straight to his ugly face. That heavy impact was so brutal it completely wrecked the giant's balance, sending him flying backwards. John kept up the crazy pressure, his eyes looking dead serious and lethal. Before he processed that insane speed, John closed in with brutal strikes. That is where we leave it, trust me, you are gonna want more. Let's dive right into this madness. John clenches his fist, sending his massive opponent flying and crashing hard into the dirt. The frizzy-haired Guy and Doohyew are absolutely stunned by his crazy strength. John casually glances at them and sighs. Hurry up, I have school, suddenly from behind. Sang-gun forces himself up, lunging to grab John and lock his arms tight. He cheers like he already won, saying, I finally caught you. Taking advantage of John being restrained, Doohyew and Frizzy Hair instantly charge in like wild animals. Doohyew puts his entire soul into a massive, heavy punch. Aiming straight for John's face to knock him out and end this fight right now. Facing this giant fist flying at his face, Kang John stays terrifyingly calm. His sharp eyes give off the cold vibe of a pro agent completely controlling the battlefield. Meanwhile, way up in a high-rise office, the woman known as Kang John's mom is casually standing by the window with a super mysterious smile. She looks down at the busy street, but then her smile instantly freezes. Her eyes narrow in total shock, spotting a suspicious car parked outside with some shady guys around it, down on the ground. Sang-gun's crew is hanging around a fancy Range Rover. Inside the car, Gu Yang coldly gives orders to Kang Yang-zich. Tell them to finish that punk and send me a picture. I will call his dad. Yang-zich smirks ruthlessly, suggesting a way more extreme plan. Why make it complicated? Just stab him and send him to the afterlife. Gu Yang stays sharp, totally questioning this crazy escape plan. So how are you dodging the cops? Call them to a quiet spot, finish him, and hop on a plane. Can you even fly, you idiot? Facing this logic, Yang-zich casually replies without a care. I don't give a damn as long as you pay me. Seeing things get wild, the shaking assistant steps in. Young master, if you really do that, then, Gu Yang glares and yells, completely cutting him off. What has a chief secretary like you even done for my dad? The secretary shuts his mouth in pure fear. Now watch closely, because that same woman suddenly appears right by the car window. She knocks and happily recognizes him. Oh wow, you are the guy who visited my house earlier, right? Someone from the T-Dong group. The startled assistant stutters out a yes. She keeps looking and notices Gu Yang in the back. That student's uniform looks exactly like my kid's. Are you friends with my John? Annoyed by this uninvited guest, Gu Yang just clicks his tongue and coldly gives an order to Yang-zich. Yang-zich, get that lady in the car. Kang Yang-zich steps out smirking. Acting polite but totally threatening, he says, You're pretty unlucky today, lady. Come chat with me in private. The woman acts innocent, worriedly asking, Are you John's friend too? Instantly, Yang-zich pulls out a switchblade, popping the cold blade right against her neck. He growls, Stay quiet and follow me. Despite being held hostage, the woman isn't scared at all, simply playing along with her captor. He shoves her into the Range Rover's backseat, slamming the door. Gu Yang coldly orders his secretary to drive away. The car speeds off while the woman acts confused. Wait, where are we going? Seeing the secretary fumbling, Gu Yang yells. You absolute idiot, you are seriously pissing me off. To where those guys are, obviously. John's mom shakes, nervously asking them over and over, What are you boys doing? And John, where is my John? Kang Yang-zich ignores her fear completely. He turns back and asks her with a calculating look. Hey lady, where is your husband right now? We have a little business with him. This psycho even turns around, trying to hustle Gu Yang. Hey, pay extra and I'll finish this lady too. Deal. Exhausted by the noise, Gu Yang screams, I know already, please just shut your mouth. Yang-zich keeps teasing, but you and I know what is coming, right? The vibe inside the car completely changes. The woman's eyes turn sharp and terrifyingly cold. She commands in a deep voice, Turn this car around and I guarantee your lives. This sudden attitude flip makes Gu Yang furious. He grinds his teeth, already pissed that plans are failing. And now this lady is mumbling behind him. He turns and roars, totally out of patience, facing these arrogant punks. The woman's eyes go pitch black with killer intent, making both the assistant and Gu Yang literally shiver. She coldly gives an order, Please just cooperate. Because I don't want to crush little brats like you. Meanwhile, at the warehouse, Sang-gun locks John from behind, cheering out loud, Got you. Instantly, Do Hyu and the frizzy guy charge in together, throwing heavy punches straight at John. But John still keeps an incredibly terrifying calm. He quickly breaks free, landing a brutal kick that leaves Do Hyu gasping. Both giant guys are absolutely stunned by his lightning-fast reflexes. John stands solid in the warehouse, his sharp eyes intensely focused on the guys surrounding him, sensing the serious danger. Sang-gun grinds his teeth, giving orders. "I'll hold him down, you go." Frizzy hair takes a stance as Do Hyu charges John with another heavy punch. John stands there, coldly watching every move this giant makes. He easily deflects Do Hyu's punch and lands a clean, devastating counterattack to his body. John glares at the giant, blocking him with total determination. He rapidly unleashes brutal punches right into the big guy's vital spots. Even after taking those hits, he just stands there completely frozen, but really fast. Before the frizzy guy's terrified eyes, the giant's body slowly collapses to the dirt. After finishing him, John instantly locks eyes onto the last guy standing. By now, this dude is sweating buckets, too terrified to speak. Giving him zero time to react, John closes in like lightning, taking him out with one thunderous strike. Finally, all three guys are knocked out cold. Meanwhile, the woman patiently warns the car crew, "Please cooperate because I really don't want to crush you all." Her freezing warning echoes, instantly making the car's vibe super heavy, but Kang Yang-zich just holds his stomach, laughing his head off. "What did you say, lady?" He laughs, waving the blade. "Trust me, you and I know he just messed up big time." "All right, stick with me here because this auntie is completely fearless." Meanwhile, the secretary up front is literally shaking, begging them, "You kids are taking this way too far." Before he can even finish his big brother's speech, Gu Yang completely bites his head off, tells him to shut his mouth and just drive them straight to the others. The white car speeds into an abandoned industrial zone. Nothing but busted junk and the wind howling through the empty construction site, even with a cold blade right at her neck. This woman does not even flinch. Her face is stone cold, eyes glaring straight ahead, and honestly, it is starting to make Jiang Yang-shik seriously nervous. He is thinking, man, something is totally off about this old lady. She is not even blinking, but the second the car parks in the dead silent lot, things go crazy. Yang-shik completely freaks out when the woman suddenly fights back, in the literal blink of an eye. She locks down his knife hand. The crazy punk is absolutely frozen. Gu Yang sees this and starts screaming, "What are you doing? Grab that crazy woman right now." But he is too terrified, telling Gu Yang this old hag is built different, ignoring all of Gu Yang's super annoying cursing. The woman casually opens the door and steps out, chilling like a boss. Gu Yang furiously stomps out after her, totally raging, while she quietly calculates the whole abandoned construction site. "Hey, you old hag!" Right at that moment, a massive figure steps right out from the pitch-black shadows of the warehouse. Gu Yang is completely mind-blown. The guy stepping out is perfectly fine. Where are his goons? The second she sees Jaeon, the woman's face instantly softens up. She smiles with pure relief. "Oh, thank goodness my son is here." She rushes over, hugging him tight and crying, "I was so worried about you." Jaeon awkwardly replies, "Yeah, I am fine." He tries to say he was just meeting friends, but stops dead when he catches the killer glares from Gu Yang and purple-haired Yang-shik. Yang-shik looks at the quiet warehouse and smirks. Guess those other guys got totally wiped. Now watch this because things are about to get real intense. Jaeon's eyes suddenly turn sharp as a razor. He quickly pulls his mom behind him, glaring daggers straight at Gu Yang. Jaeon growls a warning, "You crossed the line." Hearing that, Gu Yang mocks him right back. Crossed what line? Gu Yang totally loses it, screaming like an absolute psycho. "My line was my own dad, you punk." He blames Jaeon's family for everything. "It is because of your garbage dad that mine ended up like that." Despite this harsh accusation, his mom keeps smiling gently. She looks at Jaeon. "Your dad would never do something like that. You know it," immediately. The image of his goofy dad flashes in his mind. Jaeon just looks down, conflicted. Then he snaps a deadly glare at Gu Yang. "I do not know why you are so sure. But dragging my mom all the way out here, that is completely unforgivable," facing his pure rage. Gu Yang acts arrogant as hell. "So what? What are you gonna do about it?" Right then, purple-hair Yang-shik strolls up with a super creepy smile, mocking him. "You are Kang Jaeon. Nice to meet you. I am Jiang Yang-shik." While Jaeon is on high alert, Yang Shik pulls a knife and lunges, a super toxic strike aimed right at his neck. The cold blade gets inches away. But Jaeon does not even flinch. Yang Shik is actually shocked. Wow, you're not scared at all. Lightning fast, Jaeon grabs his knife hand and asks, "Did you use this to threaten my mom?" The crazy guy casually nods. Boom. Jaeon instantly chokeslams him, putting all his massive strength into locking down this absolute psycho. "Who gave you the guts to touch my mom?" Suddenly, Yang Shik swings his blade straight for Jaeon's artery, a totally fatal strike. In a split-second life or death moment, Jaeon dodges cleanly. The crazy guy is stunned. Aimed at his artery, how did he dodge? Jaeon glares. He realizes this guy has actually killed someone before. This wild showdown happens right next to the car. Gu Yang and his assistant are sweating bullets, totally paralyzed, but right then. You and I did not see this coming. His mom's vibe completely changes. Veins popping, eyes glowing with terrifying killer intent, moving at godlike speed. Leaving literal white trails on the ground, she instantly closes in on Yang Shik. The psycho screams in horror before he can even react. The mom grabs him and throws a devastating slam. The purple-haired punk gets launched into the air, spinning before smashing into the Range Rover. The massive impact completely wrecks the back of the car. Gu Yang and the assistant are standing there in absolute jaw-dropping shock, totally frozen. Sweating bullets of pure fear as they watch Yang Shik lying knocked out in the wreckage. Instantly, the mom rushes back, anxiously checking Jaeon everywhere. "My son, are you hurt?" She cups Jaeon's face, looking deep into his eyes with so much pure worry and heartbreak. Getting all this affection, Kang Jaeon is just glued to the spot. Face pale, eyes wide open in absolute shock at his mom's true identity. He cannot believe her motherly act is this flawless. He touches the bleeding cut on his neck, stuttering in total disbelief. Seeing her son is safe, she smiles gently. Thank goodness the cut is not too deep, but then, her face suddenly turns ice cold again. She snaps her glare back at Gu Yang and his crew. Her killer aura has them totally frozen in place, dripping with terrified sweat. She drops one final, hardcore warning. If you punks ever dare to lay a single finger on her precious son again. Standing in that empty lot, her massive aura makes them too scared to even breathe. She growls, "Then do not blame me when you wake up in hell." Then she turns back to him, voice super sweet again. "Let's go home, son, I made breakfast," witnessing this crazy personality flip and godlike power. Jaeon is just stunned, mechanically stuttering back. Yes, the two quietly walk away, leaving. We all learned one thing here: do not mess with mom. Gu Yang is left stunned by the wrecked car. "All right, stick with me here, you're about to see the craziest mom ever." "Don't worry, that kid won't die," she tells her totally stunned son. Smiling with pure kindness, she just casually adds, "I never intended to commit murder anyway." Even so, Jian literally shivers looking at the woman standing next to him. His mind is spinning with massive doubts like, what is her actual background? Why is every single person here so terrifyingly mysterious? Behind them, Guang and his secretary are totally frozen. They are glued to the floor in pure panic, just helplessly watching the mother and son slowly walk away. But back home, the mom instantly drops that whole terrifying assassin vibe and goes right back to being your perfectly normal, caring, everyday housewife. She happily serves a massive feast, rushing him. "Eat up, son, eat fast so you can get to school." Jian just sits quietly, staring at the huge meal, the fresh bandages still tight around his neck. His brain is completely fried with a dozen unanswered questions. Seeing Jian just spacing out and ignoring his chopsticks, his mom warmly asks with genuine worry, "What is wrong? Even if it is not your favorite, at least try to eat a little." She keeps nagging him, but it is full of real, genuine care. "You are growing up fast. You absolutely cannot just go skipping meals like this." But he literally cannot swallow. His curiosity is eating him alive. Staring straight into her eyes, he lowers his voice and asks the million-dollar question. "Comrade Mom, you are a field agent too, aren't you?" The warm smile on her face freezes for a split second. She gives him this slight pout, gently scolding, "I literally told you to stop talking like that." Then she fiercely doubles down on her story. "I am just your mom, we are just a mother and a son." But Jian refuses to accept that obvious dodge. "Come on, I deserve to know the truth too." He starts dropping heavy evidence to back up his suspicions, bringing up the entire Jeju Island incident. "You literally went all the way out there too. I already knew something felt completely off about that. Jian breaks down the insane lack of logic in their recent missions. There is zero chance North Korea would ever launch a campaign and execute it this sloppily. It makes absolutely no sense. Now watch closely because this is where everything shifts. Hit with her son's rapid-fire questions, the woman's face instantly darkens into a mysterious silence. Suddenly overwhelmed, she grabs Kang Jian, pulling him into a tearful hug that leaves him completely stunned. Choking on her sobs, tears streaming down her face, she whispers, "Mom and Dad are so sorry for letting our son grow up in a place like this." Jian just stands totally frozen, a massive question mark floating in his head after his mom's super cryptic breakdown. Once she finally calms down, she gives this gentle smile and promises, "When your dad gets back, we will sit down and explain everything to you, okay?" She swears she will not hide a single thing anymore. Left alone, Jian sits in total silence, thinking deep about his parents' real identities and the heavy family secrets. The very next morning at Seoul International High School, he is still zoning out hard at his desk. Seeing Jian look like an absolute zombie, Liara gets right up in his face and snaps, "Hey, are you even listening to a word I am saying, Kang Jian?" That finally jolts him right out of his trance. It seems like he literally hasn't absorbed a single word all morning. Jian scrambles, stammering out a quick, "Huh." Ara doesn't miss a beat and instantly repeats her offer. "I said, let's go hang out this summer." While Jian is still trying to figure out where they would even go, she is already hyping up the plan. "Let's totally hit up Guam this summer," seeing him look completely lost. Ara explains that Jinsuk and Dongwoo are already fully on board, and she really wants Jian to tag along with her family too. Overhearing this, Jinsuk clicks his tongue in pure disgust. Why the heck invite this absolute loser? He is totally not on our level. Completely ignoring the bully's toxic attitude, Ara eagerly pushes for an answer. "You are definitely going to say yes and come with us, right?" Jian awkwardly hesitates before answering, "Well, for something like this, I really need to ask my parents for permission first." Ara practically gasps in shock. "What is there to even ask? If you want to go, just go. What, are you a total mama's boy?" Her ridiculously carefree vibe absolutely shocks a guy like Jian, who was raised under ironclad military discipline. He thinks to himself, "Does South Korea really have zero rules? You and I both felt that culture shock, right?" Meanwhile, Liara happily locks in the Guam trip, "So I am just going to count that as a yes. All we gotta do is book tickets." Overwhelmed by her completely over-the-top energy, Kang Jian stumbles over his words, trying to back out. Hey, wait, but Ara confidently cuts him off right there. "Just let me handle the rest." Watching this whole exchange go down, Jinsuk is obviously fuming. He bitterly mocks Jian, "Don't act all shy. You are obviously thrilled to go. Stop being extra." He glares at Jian with absolute disgust and snarls. Ever hear the saying about the bird forgetting its flock? Being from the north and totally new to this slang, Jian looks completely lost. "Wait, what bird?" "Haha, looks like we have a completely clueless deer in the headlights." Seeing this, Jinsuk bursts out laughing with pure, smug satisfaction. "You idiot, I heard you lived overseas, but you seriously don't even know a basic idiom." Instead of blowing up, John quietly logs this new vocabulary into his brain. "Aha, so that is an idiom. Okay, got it safely stored in my memory." Seeing John look so insanely unbothered just makes Jinsuk's blood boil even more. He smugly thinks to himself, "Yeah, keep grinning like an idiot. Because your smiling days are numbered, buddy." His eyes flash with pure malice, silently vowing he will make Jian get on his knees and beg in total humiliation. But suddenly, Kang Jian hits him with this deeply mysterious smirk and speaks up. "Hey, seems like you also had a hand in Hwang Wuyang's little business, didn't you?" That bullseye question absolutely spooks Jinsuk. He starts sweating bullets as Jian lanes into his personal space. John stares dead into the bully's shaking, terrified eyes and coldly makes an offer. "Wait until Wu Yang gets to school today. Us three need to have a little chat." That single suggestion completely drains all the color from Jinsuk's face. Meanwhile, cut to a super formal government office all the way up in North Korea, where giant portraits of the leaders hang on the wall. A bald director is completely losing his mind. "Comrade Kang Manwoo, have you actually gone clinically insane?" The director literally cannot believe his own eyes, staring at his former operative rocking sunglasses and a ridiculously flashy floral shirt. He screams, "What the hell makes you think you can just stand in front of me looking like this?" Shaking with rage and fear, the director points out that Kang Manwoo was supposed to be dead a long time ago. reacting to the panic. Manwoon just calmly peers over his dark shades and asks in a deep, chilling voice, "Director of the Political Bureau, are you trying to threaten me right now?" Kang Manwoon is holding a terrifyingly calm and casual vibe. He coldly lays down the facts. "I kept my end of the promise to you perfectly," facing that super cryptic smirk. The director is sweating buckets right now, totally stammering as he asks, "You kept your promise to me." Manwoon steps closer, dripping with sarcasm as he brings up a massive favor from the past. "Did you completely forget exactly who put you in that fancy chair of yours?" Seeing the director absolutely speechless, he starts dropping flexes about the absurd amount of cash he funneled into the organization. "Must be just pocket change to you, right? Just around a cool $1 billion. I literally risked my neck to bring that in for the motherland and the people." The director's whole attitude flips instantly. Looking down at the floor, he mumbles like a coward, "Well, I know that. I really have been incredibly grateful to you." He tries to save himself by bringing up some shiny noble medal he awarded him, but Manwoon explodes in pure rage. "Who the hell needs that useless medal? I only want one single thing. And that's where we stop. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what's next." He grinds his teeth, screaming right in the director's face with bloodshot eyes, "That is our son, my son." Kang furiously reminds him that his only dying wish was to keep the boy safe. But the director actually tries making excuses. "Stick with me here, because this betrayal is about to blow up." Kang bitterly admits he would have gladly sacrificed himself if his country sold him out to America, but being hunted down like an animal, unacceptable. He knows they sent assassins because he uncovered too many national secrets. Facing the director's cowardly denial, Kang drops a massive bombshell about who saved him. The guy who rescued him, Comrade Number 11, the Night Phantom, the second he hears that legendary name. The director absolutely panics. His eyes bulge out. He cannot believe 11 is still alive. Kang confirms that without 11's clutch save, he would be dead right now. Staring him down with pure hatred, he asks one final, devastating question. "Did you turn my son into a night phantom?" Knowing for a fact his boy was dragged into this dark organization, his patience completely snaps. Kang's aura explodes with pure rage. He roars at the director, "Is this how the country repays him?" Facing that terrifying wrath, the director goes dead silent. Sweating bullets out of pure fear, Kang sees his cowardice and mocks him. Speechless now, then he calmly drops another insane plot twist. "My son is living perfectly fine in South Korea right now." Hearing this, the director gasps in pure shock. "South Korea, why not America?" But before the guy can even finish, Kang fiercely warns him to never touch his family again. "Cross that line and 11 or I will end you all." "Understood." The director nervously repeats South Korea, promising to smooth everything over quietly. Now watch closely, the director completely changes his tune, playing nice. He tells Kang to go back and live peacefully in South Korea. As Kang hits the door, the director adds one last sketchy remark. "I wired $1 million to your Swiss account." Consider it a final goodbye. After letting Kang walk away, the director smirks. He really lives up to his name. Guess I used the right pawn. Meanwhile, Kang is striding down the dead silent hallway when he suddenly freezes. An intense aura. He whips around and catches a razor-sharp glare watching him from way down the hall. It is an older guy with silver hair, a super serious face, and a high-ranking military uniform. Kang silently faces off against this total stranger. The tension in that hallway suddenly skyrockets to absolute maximum. They brush past each other without dropping a single word, leaving a super heavy, unsettling vibe hanging in the air. Meanwhile, over at a high school in Seoul, Kang Jaewon continues living out his perfectly normal fake student life. He sits in class with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Those sharp eyes hiding under his dark hair look like they are calculating everything. Jaewon narrows his eyes at the front. Almost like his gut is warning him that massive trouble is coming for his family. Memories of that brutal, bloody battle keep flashing right back into his mind. He has to literally shake his head hard just to force those dark images away. He tells himself to snap out of it and focus on the mission, back to the boring high school life. The classroom vibe suddenly feels super suffocating. That guy next to him is sweating buckets, looking totally stressed and anxious. He glares angrily at an empty desk and thinks to himself, did that loser actually skip school today? If he had shown up this morning, everything would have been finished, while he is busy getting lost in his own shady little plans. The homeroom teacher casually strolls in and drops a totally unexpected announcement right before break starts. We have got a brand new transfer student joining us today, everyone. The teacher specifically reminds all the kids to play nice and be helpful, since transferring this late into the semester is honestly pretty tough. The whole class starts buzzing with excitement over the new arrival. I know what you are thinking, who is she? The second this girl walks in. Every single guy in the room completely freezes. Some of their jaws literally drop to the floor because she is just that stunning. But guess who is the most shell-shocked? Kang Jae-won. While all the other guys are just curious and hyped, he starts sweating instantly. He recognizes this super familiar face. The girl flashes a bright, beautiful smile and bows. My name is Tomo. I hope we can all be great friends. The boys erupt into insane cheers, basically trying to blow the roof off the classroom. The teacher struggles to calm them down, yelling for absolute silence. Do not scare the new kid. She keeps up her introduction with that perfectly sunny smile. My Japanese name is Tomo and my Korean name is Lee Jin. My mom is Japanese and my dad is Korean. Please take good care of me. While the whole class is screaming like fanboys, Jaewon just sits there paralyzed. His face is completely pale. He cannot believe a literal suspected terrorist just confidently walked right into his school. Seeing his freaked out expression, the guy next to him asks, "What is wrong with you, man? Do you actually know Lee Jin?" Jaewon can only faintly repeat the name Jin. Of course, seeing a pretty girl makes all the guys go completely crazy. The entire room starts buzzing, gossiping about the hot new transfer with pure admiration. She competed in the math Olympiad. Bro, she is gorgeous and a genius. Meanwhile, Kang Jae-won is literally sitting there frozen stiff, sweating like crazy as he flashes back to their intense encounter in Jeju. Back there, she only spoke Japanese. Who knew her Korean was this absolutely flawless? A million terrifying questions start racing through his panicked mind. Why the heck is number 13 here? Is she on another assassination mission? Is she targeting me? Right in the middle of his epic mental freakout. The girl suddenly flashes a massive, radiant smile and waves right at him in front of the entire class. Hey Jaewon, so great to see you. Then she drops a nuclear bomb that completely shatters his reality. I begged them to let me transfer here just to study with you. Seeing 13's sketchy, hidden smile, Jaewon is just absolutely screaming internally. What is going on? 13, what exactly is your mission here? But she is not done. She puts a hand on her chest and loudly announces to the whole class in the sweetest, most innocent voice ever. Jaewon and I actually grew up together. You could totally call us childhood sweethearts. This absolutely unbelievable bombshell makes the fanboys in class so incredibly shocked they practically self-destruct. While Kang Jae-won turns completely ghost white, feeling entirely powerless against her absolutely flawless, evil little stage performance. So what do you and I make of this wild entrance? In situations like this, you just gotta flash a bright smile, right? Lee Jin's crazy sudden appearance did not just throw the boys into chaos, it also put all the other girls on super high alert. Liara sits there with her arms crossed like an absolute boss. She narrows her sharp, calculating eyes, glaring intensely right at the new transfer student as she mutters under her breath. Stick with me here because we are dropping right into a crazy standoff. Two girls glaring daggers at each other, creating an absolutely suffocating tension in the room. Caught right in the crossfire of their terrifying killing intent, Kang Jae-won is just sweating bullets. He knows some absolutely massive trouble is about to crash down on his head. Being a ladies' man is tough, right? Getting caught in wild drama while doing absolutely nothing. Jaeon sits quietly at his desk, sweating heavily as he feels number 13 staring a literal hole right through his back. His brain is going a million miles an hour. Why on earth is number 13 here? The vibe in the classroom gets so weirdly heavy that even the kid sitting next to him starts wondering what is going on. What is wrong with these guys right at that moment? The lunch bell finally rings, slicing right through that super awkward silence. Liara and her crew immediately run over to Jaeon's desk, totally hyped. Hey Jaeon, do you want to grab some lunch with us today? But before she can even finish, number 13 totally interrupts, flashing Jaeon a massive, bright smile. Let's eat together. This is my very first meal at this school after all. Facing this super aggressive attack from the new girl, Kang Jae-won just drops his head and sighs. He agrees to go with her, desperately hoping this will stop things from getting any crazier. Down in the cafeteria, staring at a tray stacked with sausages and delicious food, Jaeon just sits there completely zoned out, seeing him freeze up. Number 13 happily chows down and genuinely asks, "Why aren't you eating anything?" She casually enjoys her amazing lunch, totally hyping up the flavors. The food here is actually insanely good. I guess because this is a top-tier school, they really cook everything perfectly. Meanwhile, Jaeon glares back at her, super on guard, silently asking, "What kind of sketchy plot are you planning?" Number 13 suddenly gives him this super nostalgic look and brings up the past. "Do you remember? When we were little, we used to sit and eat together just like this." Lin looks deeply into Jaeon's eyes, her voice dropping low as she remembers their brutal history. "I literally risked my own life just to steal one extra potato. You remember that, right?" Met with Jaeon's dead silence, she starts sarcastically roasting his nice, peaceful new life right now. "You get to study at such a high-class school like this. Eating these delicious meals, hanging out with all these great friends, you must be so incredibly happy," while they look like they are chatting happily, way over in the distance. Liara's entire group is watching them, looking incredibly salty and totally jealous. Hearing her sharp jabs, Jaeon just freezes up completely, his mind absolutely screaming in total helpless despair over the situation. "I am honestly just carrying out the mission that the higher-ups handed down." Lin keeps flashing that super mysterious, shady smile. "Now pay attention here because this drop is chilling." She tilts her head and whispers a line that freezes his spine. "Please take care of me, Comrade Kang Jaeon." His eyes snap wide in pure panic. He knows this old friend showing up is going to drag down a massive wave of unpredictable chaos. Meanwhile, over at a local hospital, the vibe is incredibly dark and gloomy. Lying on 3 hospital beds are Sang-gun, Do-hee, and the frizzy-haired guy. All 3 are heavily injured, wrapped in bandages from head to toe after that epic, brutal clash. Right then, the glasses-wearing assistant walks into the room looking completely exhausted. One of the guys anxiously asks, "How is Woo-young doing right now?" The assistant replies in a heavy tone. "His condition is not looking great, so he needs to rest up a bit more. Are you guys holding up okay? Even Woo-young got beaten down that badly." The assistant fixes his glasses, explaining that Woo-young is not really physically crushed, but he took a massive hit to his mental state. Hearing this, the frizzy-haired guy drops his head, grinding his teeth in pure rage as he remembers their opponent's insane, monstrous strength. That punk definitely used a knife, right? Seeing them beaten half to death like this, the assistant can only sigh in defeat, telling the whole crew to get their bodies checked thoroughly and just focus on resting until they are completely healed up. One guy salty mutters that he is actually doing fine. But looking at the others flattened out and bruised up like rotten bananas, he shivers. The frizzy-haired guy tightly clenches his fists, quietly remembering Woo-young's strict order to hold back for now and wait for an even more ruthless revenge plan. Over in the hospital room, the glasses-wearing secretary looks down at all the wrecked henchmen and warns them in a low voice, "You guys better not contact Woo-young anymore. It is definitely for the best if today's absolute disaster never repeats itself again." To completely wrap things up, he promises, "Our company will fully pay you for your work, all right? You and I both know they wouldn't just quit, right?" Suddenly, an angry voice blasts from the hospital bed, shocking the secretary. "Hey punk, who gave you permission to decide that?" It is the pink-haired guy. He is lying totally paralyzed, wrapped up in white bandages from head to toe, literally looking like an Egyptian mummy with only his eyes peeking out. He glares wildly at the secretary and roars, "Who gave you the right? Give me my phone right now." As his crew watches in shock, he screams like a maniac in pure pain and total humiliation. "I said hand over my freaking phone. You useless trashes." His eyes flash with absolute unhinged hatred. He is clearly brewing up an even deadlier revenge plot, totally consumed by the thought that if he doesn't get payback, he isn't even human. Meanwhile, back at school, Lin is cornered by a bunch of girls in a totally empty hallway. She plays super innocent and asks, "What is wrong, guys? Am I getting bullied right now?" One of the salty girls snaps back, "Bullied? Yes, you can call it that, you little fox." Then they start aggressively interrogating her about what exactly is going on with Jaeon. "How close are you actually with Kang Jaeon? Are you acting all arrogant just because you went to kindergarten with him?" Lin smirks with total provocation and casually fires back, "Jaeon and I grew up together, so we are super close. That is all. Let me think, we ate meals together and literally slept next to each other every single day." Oh man, she is baiting them so incredibly hard right now. That answer is basically pouring gasoline on a fire. One girl gets furiously mad, slamming her hand against the wall to intimidate her. We didn't ask you to talk about your snot-nosed baby days. From now on, stay far away from Kang Jion. They dropped this razor-sharp, freezing cold threat right on her. If you keep sticking to him like glue, we absolutely won't let you off the hook. When Lin pretends to wonder why she can't hang with Jion, one girl just straight up screams at her. Because Jion belongs to Aura, do you still not get it? She arrogantly brags about her friend's super powerful background. Do you even have a clue who Aura is? She is the precious golden daughter of the Sam Corporation. You seem clueless about Sam. Well, let me spell it out. If Aura hates you, do not even dream about stepping foot inside this school ever again. Understood. Facing this massive threat, Lin just keeps her mysterious smile and casually asks them, so you guys mean I should be terrified of this Aura person and completely avoid Jion, right? Seeing her act totally cooperative, they get cocky. Guess you aren't completely deaf after all. But suddenly Lin drops the act. Her vibe turns freezing cold as she declares, but I don't want to. Trust me, you're gonna love this. I said I don't want to. That answer completely stuns the bullies, and then they absolutely lose their minds. Stick with me here. You and I are watching these bullies actually think they can win, but she is not scared of them at all. Lightning fast, Lai Jin delivers a thunderous kick right to the leader's face. In the blink of an eye, 3 girls hit the dirt. She stands tall. Flashing a bright but totally menacing smile, she drops the mic. My mom's side runs a massive karate dojo. You have backup, but I have straight-up muscle. After taking out the trash, Lai Jin strolls into class, heading straight for a brooding Aura. Aura jumps when a shadow falls over her desk. Staring right into her soul, Lai Jin drops a sarcastic line. Thanks for the super warm welcome. Aura just frowns, totally annoyed. What are you even talking about? The new girl, Lai Jin, just stares in silence. The tension between them, absolutely off the charts. Smirking, Lai Jin asks, oh, so you did not send them. She turns to walk away, then looks back with a wildly provocative smile. Her eyes flash with intense possessiveness as she declares loudly, by the way, Jion is mine. That bold claim leaves Aura completely frozen in shock. Sitting nearby, Kang Jion hears everything. He realizes he is in massive trouble right now. Being this popular is honestly way more scary than fun for him. Do not think this is a joke. At the hospital, the vibe is pure gloom. Guang sits down. Slumped helplessly by his dad's bed, watching the life support ventilator, he trembles bitterly. Dad, what do I do now? That woman is an absolute nightmare. Extreme fear written all over his sweaty face. Gu Yang sobs, I am so scared, Dad, that crazy auntie. Now watch closely here because what we are about to see is insane. That confession is being recorded by a high-tech bug. Boss, take out that crazy lady. Youngest, I hear you. Just focus on healing up. The boss silently realizes this opponent is not normal if she beat his guys to a total pulp. Still in that exact hospital, another room over. Jiang Yangzich is wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his face totally deformed from the pain. Shaking like a leaf, he warns his 2 bosses. No, do not look at her and think she is just some average middle-aged lady. She is a monster, a boss in a sharp suit nods. How could we underestimate her after she beat you half to death like this? Just rest up. The boss in the red jacket grits his teeth, looking ruthless. I will go there, snap her leg, and drag her back. Hearing that, Yangzich screams in absolute terror and hatred. He refuses to see her again. Do not bring her back, boss. Just kill her and bury her alive. The boss shuts it down cold. Got it. We know exactly what to do. Just rest. Down in the parking lot, shiny black luxury cars wait with slick bodyguards. Yangzich's 2 bosses step out looking grim, fully ready to execute their revenge plan. Meanwhile, looking down at the busy street from a massive skyscraper rooftop, a mysterious figure dressed completely in black. Wearing a dark hood, silently tracking the cars below. It is Kang Jion's mom, but that sweet parent vibe is gone, replaced by a pure secret agent aura. She is definitely not sitting around waiting this time. Her phone rings. It is her husband, Manhwa, calling. He says everything is handled, currently transiting through Beijing to fly back. He casually continues updating his travel route. Catching the 2 o'clock flight to Gimpo, should be home by dinner. From way up high, she watches the gangster cars roll out. She quietly listens as he asks, anything weird at home? You and John doing okay? After a heavy silence, she grips her phone tight. Let that sink in for a second, guys. Her eyes scream pure murder as she whispers, I might have to kill again. That insane drop absolutely stuns her husband. Gritting her teeth, she glares furiously down at the street. They keep coming after Jian. I gave them mercy before. Hearing his wife lose it, Manning tries to calm her. Honey, just breathe for a second. Let me handle this, okay? He begs. If we want to stay in Korea, we cannot pull crazy stunts like that. Under her hood, she is losing patience thinking about her son. Just wait for me to get back, I will fix it, he promises. Swallowing her rage, she barks a strict order. Then you better hurry up and get home. The call drops with a long beep, leaving Killer Intent hanging heavy on the roof. School bells ring. Excited students flood out of class to enjoy their break, but in the dead silent classroom, Lai Jin stays behind. She flashes a calculating smirk, watching her classmates disappear. Down at the gates, luxury supercars are lined up for the rich kids. Daizuk walks up to an elegant woman, congratulating her. Their massive family election is less than 2 months away now. He clicks his tongue, assuming his sister must be totally miserable doing these dry, boring political events all day. But honestly, against all his expectations, she is super hyped and fully ready to see the final results. Daizuk just sighs. Outsiders really do not get how suffocating constant campaigning is. He shoots a super suspicious glare right at her bodyguard. Silently sizing the sullen dude up, he wonders, is this guy actually strong enough to take out Kang Jian or what? The second she drives off, his face twists into pure, ugly hatred. He curses Jian as a bastard, plotting his toxic revenge. He promises himself that the exact minute his dad becomes president, he is going to end Kang Jian's life completely and for good. That entire scene is caught by Lai Jin, who is watching quietly from afar, but she has no clue someone is watching her too. Looking down from above, Kang Jian secretly tracks number 13's every single move with absolute caution. He wonders if her real target is Daizuk's group. Suddenly he feels watched. Trust me, you and I know the next episode is pure fire. All right, you and I are diving right in. Lin stops, shooting a freezing cold glare. Meanwhile, Jian sits on the bus, looking totally exhausted and super lost in thought. After a super crazy day, Yuna sees Jian sighing heavily. She nervously asks Han if he is okay because he looks completely wiped out, but Ara immediately jumps in to tease them, totally flipping the mood. Hey Yuna, aren't you dying to know about that Tommen girl? You totally want the tea on their relationship status, right? Yuna instantly turns beet red and just snaps right back. What kind of crazy nonsense are you talking about? But Ara will not let it go. You have been squirming all day long. Why change the subject now? Yuna can only weakly deny everything. It is seriously not what you think. Caught totally red-handed, Yuna is just awkwardly dying inside. Watching these two bicker, Jian groans internally. Is this really the time for cheesy teen romance drama? The kid with glasses joins the roast. Oh man, please do not tell me you are getting jealous. Seeing them still arguing, he gets serious. Are you guys not worried? Rush hour traffic is totally insane right now. We are absolutely going to be late. Jian lets out another massive, helpless sigh. Yuna finally notices the weirdly deadlocked traffic outside. You are right though, this bus literally has not moved a single inch. Was there a bad accident or something? Hearing that magic word, the whole squad instantly scrambles to look. Peeking out the bus window, Ara totally gasps. Yep, definitely a crash over there. In the distance, a brutal pileup blocks the road with smashed cars and rescue teams rushing everywhere. Watch closely, Jian stares out the glass. His eyes turn completely ice cold as he analyzes the crazy scene below. Medics are dragging a badly bruised guy onto a stretcher. Get this, that is literally one of the punks who tried fighting them earlier. Now he is totally motionless, face twisted in pure agony. The ambulance zooms off past the nosy crowd. Meanwhile, inside a super fancy living room, Kang and his wife sit facing each other, looking mega stressed. The mom hangs her head. Were we way too ambitious bringing Jian to this place? Seeing her freak out, the husband quickly reassures her. They just wanted their kid to grow up in a better environment than back home, right inside a capitalist society. That is a totally normal parent move, but she cannot stop stressing. Ever since moving here, our Jian has been completely surrounded by absolute trash people. She secretly regrets it. If only they sent him to an average school, Kang fires back that Jian is no regular kid. Trouble will literally find him anywhere. He tells his wife to chill out. He already handled all the messy North Korean business, and he is fully ready to take care of things over here too. The mom hesitates. What if we just tell Jian the whole truth and ditch to another country? As a mom, keeping her kids safe is literally her only priority. She is terrified. Kang stares at his wife, dead serious. The whole truth, and exactly how do you plan on dropping that massive bomb on him? He is super worried. Will Jian even accept it when his brain is hardwired for missions? Do you really think he will just betray the organization and obey us like a good boy? After a heavy silence, he drops his voice. We have to give him time to figure this out. He knows that people brainwashed in that absolute hellhole need time. Jian has to realize for himself that everything he is fighting for is just one big fake illusion. Kang grabs his wife's hand, telling her to just stay patient. Waiting it out is exactly what real parents are supposed to do in a crazy situation like this. The second she nods, the door clicks open, jump scaring them. Jian strolls in looking super dead on his feet. I am home from school. The mom instantly flips her attitude, greeting him super cheerfully. You are back. Seeing his gloomy face, Kang stands up laughing. Did the heavy weight of capitalism already crush you, comrade? Why so depressed? Facing his dad, Jian just salutes coldly. Comrade Kang, you have finally returned. His dad simply laughs the whole thing off. Yeah, at ease, comrade. Boom, the mom absolutely explodes at the dinner table. Hey, you too, how many freaking times have I warned you? What is up with that tone? The room instantly gets scorching hot from her absolute fiery rage. Once she cools down, the family gathers for dinner. Mom gently reminds him, I promised that when Dad returned, we would explain everything to you. She sweetly tells him to eat first. He just whispers okay. Kang looks deep in thought. Suddenly, Jian drops his chopsticks and stands up like a hardcore soldier. Permission to report, this vibe instantly triggers his mom. Knowing he struggles with family talk, she scolds him. I told you to just eat. And stop using formal talk with us. Why so stubborn? Ignoring her, Jian keeps an ice-cold face and holds his ground. The mission is top priority. He stares firmly at his parents, instantly making the room feel incredibly heavy and deeply serious. You and I knew a twist was coming. He reports the Jew Island comrade just transferred to his school. Jian stares at Kang. Please ask headquarters for my next move. Hearing about number 13 showing up absolutely shocks his parents. After a super long, heavy silence, Kang drops his voice. I just got back from the north, while Jian stands there totally stunned. Dad fiercely declares that his mission and their family are totally separate things now. Just absolutely do not get dragged into any wild trouble or crazy incidents. That is an order. He hands out strict orders for Jian's future. Your only job is to totally infiltrate the South Korean elite. Just keep doing exactly what you are doing. Make good friends, study super hard, and stop getting into pointless fights. Just focus 100% on building solid connections right now. Faced with that firm order, Jian just bows his head. Understood. That kid who just transferred, she grew up alongside you, right? Jian nods. Yes, number 13. That is her name. Memories of the Special Ops Unit, also known as the legendary Phantom Shadows, start flooding his mind. It is a brutal assassin and spy training camp deep in the north. The selection process is insanely strict, even checking your entire family bloodline. They raise and filter out only the most elite kids, turning them into absolute monsters among the best of the best. Trust me, this gets wild. He and 13 survived pure hell together. Jian proudly declares, we are literally trained to complete any mission given to us. All right, you and I are diving into crazy territory. Man Kang just dropped a massive bombshell. John's mom is from the exact same shadow unit. John is absolutely mind blown. He just stares wide-eyed at his mom, who is sitting there completely quiet. His dad chimes in, looking dead serious to make sure John understands. He tells John never to underestimate his mom. The absolute greatest spy in the entire history of the Night Phantoms is right here. John is completely stunned. The best spy in history, insane. Man Kang also reminds him not to forget his own mission. It is just as crucial. Fired up by the crazy hype, John leaps to his feet, clenches his fists, and loudly yells, yes, sir. I will carve this into my memory. Seeing him all stressed out, his mom just switches right back to full sweet mom mode. She gives him a warm smile and says, "Time to eat, sweetie. Let's dig in." John snaps a quick yes and totally starts devouring his food like a champ. It looks like a super cozy family dinner, but hiding right under the surface are some absolute world-rocking secrets about who these people sitting at the table actually are. The crazy part, John doesn't realize the love his parents are showing him right now is 100% real. Meanwhile, over at Incheon Airport, the vibe is super tense as a massive VIP lands. It is the East Asia branch head himself, white hair, looking sharp as hell. The guy practically oozes authority the second he steps off the plane. Seeing his subordinate waiting, he drops a sly smirk. "You came out here to greet me yourself. I am so honored." The agent quickly bows his head with absolute respect. He replies smoothly, having the East Asia branch head visit in person. "I am the one who is truly honored, sir." The boss skips the small talk. "I heard Sato and Zero both showed up. How could I not come down here?" The agent, though, plays it super safe. That intel is not confirmed yet. It is just a very strong possibility at this point. The boss shuts that down fast. "Listen, hacking the Korean NIS server, not even I can pull that off. That alone is absolute proof that Zero is back in play right now." When the agent suggests they walk and talk, the boss suddenly stops in his tracks. "Hold on a second. I did not come alone. Now watch closely with me because this is wild." The agent turns around, totally frozen, as a massive, terrifying squad of strangers walks up, led by a giant guy with killer eyes. Following him are these super sketchy, mysterious figures wearing straight-up bizarre outfits. The agent's jaw basically hits the floor in pure shock. Seeing the absolute terror on his guy's face, the boss just smirks. "I guess you already looked into them, right? Your team's intel gathering skills really are top tier." Staring down these heavily armed, incredibly dangerous weirdos, the scared agent nervously asks, "Is the situation really bad enough that we actually need their help?" The branch head gets dead serious and explains it. "Don't you know, Sato is always right next to Zero. He figures just bringing Truong Long and Tin Thiet is simply not enough, so he is calling in domestic backup too." Hearing this, the agent goes pale. He asks in total panic, "Are you planning to start a literal war right here? You want a bloodbath?" The branch head replies, ice cold, "If that is what it takes, yes." The agent immediately pushes back, his face completely stressed out and tense. "This is Korea, do not cross the line," but the boss just scoffs at him. "You seriously know nothing. If you are clueless, then just keep your mouth shut." He starts spilling some seriously dark history. "Listen, we only caught Zero exactly once 10 whole years ago. That was also Sato's very first public appearance. You cannot even begin to imagine the absolute pure madness that went down back then." The agent frowns, quietly thinking back. "I heard the rumors. Sato busted Zero out and they both just vanished forever, right?" The boss does not deny it. He starts walking away and waves a hand. "Come on, let's walk." As their speeding car flies down the highway, the branch head starts reliving the absolute darkest memories of his entire career. He explains that after that bloody mess, when he first got assigned to East Asia, the crime scene was wiped totally clean. Absolutely zero survivors left behind. He bitterly admits it was a massive disaster, a horrific past that just constantly reminds him how powerless he actually was. "You and I both know that is bad, but it gets worse." The boss drops some shocking numbers. Even the Chinese comms team they partnered with for the mission got completely wiped out. We are talking over 100 people either dead or missing. The terrified agent is literally sweating bullets now, stammering in pure disbelief. He stammers, completely mind blown. How is that even possible? Obviously, anyone who saw Zero's face got. The boss confirms the brutal reality. Yes, every single one of them was completely eliminated. Not even a tiny trace was left behind. It was like they literally evaporated off the earth. He frankly admits he hunted them relentlessly for 10 brutal years, but found absolutely nothing. Not a single solid clue. The branch head turns, glares right at the agent with killer eyes and asks him straight up, "Do you still think I am overreacting now?" The agent is utterly speechless. His eyes are wide with pure terror after realizing the insane, terrifying scale of the monsters they are actually up against. He completely loses the nerve to reply to the boss. Meanwhile, inside the ultra-secure NIS meeting room, the tension in there is thick enough to cut with a knife. The absolute biggest players have all gathered around, from the powerful, white-haired East Asia branch head to those cocky, super mysterious assassins from the airport. A guy with glasses endlessly scans the room with crazy sharp eyes. Meanwhile, one of those cocky assassins just kicks his long legs up on the table, totally disrespectful. A female agent stands up, speaking loud and clear. I will now begin the report. She taps the screen. She pulls up crime scene photos from Jeju Island. She firmly confirms this is exactly where the C4 unit was found. Everyone, please look at the next slide. The screen suddenly switches to a picture of high school students participating in an Olympic event, but everyone's attention totally locks onto one specific girl. The female agent points right at the blurry photo, explaining, "This is the only picture we have with her in it. She is our prime suspect right now." Staring at the screen, the branch head squints his eyes. She looks like a totally normal kid. Is this really the only clue we have? He honestly cannot even believe this completely basic high school girl is their prime target. The agent quickly reports why tracking her is a total nightmare. Every single hotel security camera was hacked, so there are zero extra photos or info left. She breaks down the weird gaps in the target's background. Her entry and exit flight logs do not even match the rest of the students on the trip. Turns out the suspect probably used a fake identity to enter the country. The files say she is Tomo from Suwa High in Kyoto, but it is just a flawless cover. So what do you and I make of this? The agent drops the truth. The records are totally forged. Zero local files actually exist. All right, stick with me here. The branch manager strokes his chin, dropping a dangerous theory. Wait, is she one of those kids? The glasses agent nods. Yep, she is definitely a North Korean sleeper agent trained decades ago and planted overseas, when pressed for info. He explains that chasing Zero all these years finally paid off. Turns out, these elite assassins always hide behind a super shady group called the Night Shadow Unit. The manager totally agrees, adding that this creepy unit has been around for 30 years. Their main gig, brainwashing little kids. They use hardcore military tactics to turn them into absolute monster assassins. Everyone knew they existed, but hunting them down, way too hard. Moving on, the agent points out that the bomb threat in room 1110 was sent straight to the super-secret field agent hotline. He stresses their encryption is usually bulletproof. We are talking pure sync, from ID codes all the way to exact voice frequencies. But this time, boom, every single firewall got trashed at once, and the message got planted right in their main server. Seeing this mess, the manager says this sloppy hacking job does not feel like Zero at all, after years of chasing this guy down. He guesses Zero got caught off guard and panicked. Maybe he was trying to save someone from getting blown to bits, right then. The agent drops another crazy clue about the T-Dong Group CEO, who is currently chilling in a deep coma, even though it is just some random company. They got wrecked by a wild attack that sent the boss straight to the hospital. The glasses guy smirks. Watch closely, you are going to want to see this. He says, I had the same reaction, but these two random cases share one huge link. He flashes a picture of Guang, explaining the CEO's kid goes to Seoul International School. And get this, the Jeju Island incident connects back to the exact same place. The meeting heats up. He zooms in on Lee Jin's face in the class photo and asks, you know who this is, right? Even though they do not have the full picture yet, he is absolutely positive that all this insane drama is totally tied together. The manager is still not buying it. I do not follow. So the glasses agent pushes his wild theory even further. We are missing pieces, but I am betting Zero is risking his life just to protect one of these kids. He glares back at Lee Jin's photo. The manager instantly shuts it down. Good gut feeling, but that is way too sketchy. Why would a legend like Zero blow his cover and get caught this easily? Getting grilled like this, the agent just shrugs. Like I said, I am not totally sure yet. The manager sighs and stands up. Thanks for the intel anyway. As they leave, the boss goes totally rogue. We will do things our own way. Glasses guy panics. Hey, the election is in 2 months. Do not do anything stupid right now. Annoyed by the warning, the manager just gives this super sketchy smirk. I heard the next president is basically already picked, right? Meanwhile, over at the super fancy parliament building. I know what you're thinking, politics are boring, but wait. A VIP convoy rolls up and this terrifying, high-powered dude steps out. He is radiating absolute peak politician energy. Anyway, back at the school, English class is popping off with good vibes. The blonde teacher sweetly checks on the new girl. Am I talking too fast? Lee Jin smiles and drops perfect English. No problem at all, miss. Her flawless accent blows the teacher away. Your pronunciation is totally perfect. Did you live in the States? Lee Jin smoothly lies. Nope, I just studied super hard so I could talk to my American friend. A boyfriend? Lee Jin does not even hesitate, giving a sly look. Yeah, I came here just to see him. Oh my gosh, that is so romantic. You high schoolers are incredibly bold these days. Meanwhile, sitting right there, Kang Jae-on is just sweating bullets at his old friend's crazy confidence. Lee Ara in the back, totally annoyed, glaring at this whole fake performance. The bell rings and Jae-on crashes on his desk for a nap. Waking up, Ara is right in his face, getting straight to business. Coming to Guam with my family for vacation, Jae-on awkwardly replies, let me ask my parents. Suddenly, Lee Jin sneaks up behind them, mocking. Just the two of you, embarrassed, Ara snaps back. Are you crazy? The whole class is going. Lee Jin just smirks. Oh really? Then I am coming too. Ara freezes. What? Their eyes lock, and you can practically see the lightning sparks flying between these two rivals. Caught between this terrifying killer aura, Kang Jae-on is shaking, his face turning completely pale. He is totally helpless in this war. Like, why is he always the meat in this chaotic girl sandwich? Ara straight up rejects Lee Jin. We are full, plus I definitely do not want a bully like you coming along, no way. Hearing that, Lee Jin plays totally dumb, then she gives a challenging smirk. Wait, you mean I bullied them? Looking at her own squad trembling in fear, Ara sighs. She realizes her friends were probably the ones starting drama in the first place. Still, she stands her ground like a boss. Look, I do not travel with strangers, got it? Lee Jin just chuckles. Is that so? Then boom, she backhugs Jae-on out of nowhere, shocking everyone with this massive flex. If I am not going, neither is Jae-on. Getting hugged like that, he freaks out, thinking, what the heck is even happening right now? So what do you and I learn from this? Never mess with a spy. Number 13 whispers in his ear, acting cute but totally threatening. Stick with me here because things are about to get absolutely wild. Liara is completely furious at this overly friendly setup, screaming, you better not leave me behind to go party with them, just stay away. Amidst all this loud classroom chaos, John snaps back to reality and remembers his true objective. His brain immediately flashes to the most critical keywords, his ultimate secret mission. Number 1, the Samdong Group. He reminds himself that infiltrating this high society elite is top priority, and he absolutely cannot miss this golden chance to get close to Ara's family. John stands up with total absolute conviction. His voice leaves zero room for any argument. I am going. I said I am going. His sudden hardcore stubbornness leaves the entire classroom in dead silence. Still, Ara is not backing down when it comes to Lin. She glares dagger eyes right at John, warning him, but this girl is absolutely not coming. Do you know yet? Lin lowers her head, completely hiding this utterly toxic, ice-cold smile. This is getting incredibly interesting. What an absolute bunch of jerks. Seeing his crazy old friend's terrifying expression, John is sweating buckets. He is stressing out, seriously wondering what this fellow comrade is actually scheming behind the scenes. The more he thinks about this girl, the more his brain hurts trying to figure her out. He quickly bails on the crowd, sneaking up to an empty spot on the roof to scope out the entire campus. Looking down from way up high, John quietly analyzes the situation. The classroom for target number 0 is definitely inside this exact building, same as the Jew setup. His eyes turn razor sharp. He realizes the real target number 13 is aiming for is definitely not just number 0. John squints hard, tracking every single group of students moving through the courtyard. He desperately searches for a familiar silhouette. There she is. John gasps under his breath, instantly dropping low behind the railing so he doesn't get totally busted. His eyes lock onto a female student with curly reddish-brown hair casually strolling way down below. John's face goes completely pale with pure shock. His eyes bulge out in pure terror when he realizes it is actually number 13. The new girl again? John is completely mind-blown. Since when can number 13 just casually wander around the third-year senior zone like she owns the place? Now pay close attention here because things get crazy. Seeing her cold, scheming face strutting through the crowd, John instantly feels something completely terrible is about to happen. He grits his teeth, no way, I have to stop her. John immediately jumps up to sprint down, but then he suddenly freezes with a completely stunned look. He is absolutely frozen in place. He watches number 13 boldly approach the massive bodyguard and a strange girl right in the courtyard. The big guy's sharp eyes instantly go on high alert as he asks, "Who are you?" Lin flashes a super bright smile and casually lies, saying she is his little cousin who got sent over to live with her big brother. Man, she is highly trained, lying straight to their faces without even blinking. This huge lie totally surprises the girl walking with him, Han Yuzu. Oh my gosh, the chief's little sister actually goes to this exact same school. Lin politely bows. "I just transferred here a few days ago. My name is Lin, please take care of me." Yuzu happily replies back, "I am Han Yuzu, it is super nice to finally meet you." Totally opposite to the rich girl's warm vibe, the giant bodyguard chief keeps a super cold face and strictly reminds her that he is currently on active duty. "Do not come bother me like this next time." Yuzu just laughs it off, totally teasing his super stiff attitude. The bodyguard quickly rushes the wealthy lady to leave. "We need to go now, miss." Even though this dude is insanely strict about his rules, Yuzu makes sure to leave a super friendly goodbye with Lin. In response, Lin smiles back, tossing out a totally loaded comment right at the bodyguard. "Catch you at home later, big bro." Watching them walk away, Lin just stands alone in the courtyard, her eyes looking incredibly dangerous. You and I both know that was super sketchy, right? Watching this whole crazy play unfold from above, John is sweating buckets. His mind is spinning. What in the world is actually going on here? He is totally stunned, realizing that bodyguard is the exact same guy who protected Target Zero back at Jew. He has zero clue what her real mission is. But the scariest part, before that massive dude even showed up near the target, a veteran secret agent like John didn't even sense a single trace of killing intent from him. Crazy. Anyway, John heads back home as the sunset completely covers the city skyline. The second he walks through the door, he calls out, "I am home." The mom instantly rushes over to welcome him. "You are finally back." Meanwhile, the dad is just casually chilling on the sofa, reading the newspaper. Seeing her son looking totally stressed out, the mom gets worried and asks, "Did something bad happen today?" John stays dead silent. His brain is fighting a massive internal war. Should he really discuss this with his fellow comrades? After thinking it over, John decides to keep it totally secret. "It is nothing at all," he replies. He tells himself it is just not the right time yet. Seeing her son looking so drained, the mom excitedly claps her hands to lighten the mood. "Then go shower and come eat. I actually bought some top-tier premium Korean beef for us to enjoy tonight." The dad happily chimes in, sounding super proud. Honestly, we could afford to eat this every single day if we wanted to. Seeing his parents being so incredibly carefree, John just lets out a massive, exhausting sigh. Man, Comrade Mom and Comrade Dad are way too chill right now. Meanwhile, Comrade's son over here is literally drowning in anxiety. Cut to a high-rise office overlooking the city at night, where Lin is standing completely silent by a massive glass window. With her bright red hair popping under the city lights, she is clearly waiting for someone. Feeling a presence walk into the room, she smirks and starts complaining. "You are way too late." Seeing that familiar massive shadow, she softly calls out, "Big bro." The guy walking in is none other than the giant bodyguard chief, and he looks absolutely murderous. The second he appears, he growls out, "Why the hell did you pull a stunt like that during the day?" Lin keeps her totally calm attitude, turning around to reply, "I was just testing things out." Not even giving her a single second to react, the huge bodyguard instantly lunges forward at terrifying, lightning-fast speed, launching an absolutely devastating attack. He uses his massive hand to totally choke out Lin, smashing her forcefully against the glass window. She is hurt, completely unable to fight back. The bodyguard grits his teeth. "To make it to this exact day, I threw away 15 whole years. If it were not for the party's direct orders, I would have killed you right here." Even while being choked out, Lin isn't scared at all. She actually smirks, totally mocking him. "Comrade, you have lived such a comfortable, wealthy life here in South Korea. I bet the party's orders are literally just a joke to you now, right?" Challenged and insulted like that, thick veins literally bulge on his furious face. "You dare doubt my absolute loyalty," he confidently declares his wild ambition. "Completing this mission is not far off at all. Soon I will be the ultimate break in the South." Right then, a deep voice echoes from the doorway, "That is enough, stop it." The giant bodyguard instantly freezes, his eyes going wide with pure shock. Realizing an absolute top-tier boss just arrived, he quickly drops Lin and bows his head in total respect. Chissen, greetings, comrade. An older man with silver hair casually strolls right in. He cools down the heavy tension with a super gentle voice. All right, it has definitely been a long time. Lin drops to the floor, coughing hard. She glares at the two men, totally confused. What is this? That is where we leave it today. Trust me, you will not want to miss what is next. You two know each other. The silver-haired man looks at the bodyguard, hit with a wave of nostalgia. Feels like just yesterday I was helping that kid onto the submarine. Has it really been that long already? All three of them stand in the luxurious living room in absolute silence, each hiding their own deep, calculating motives. Let's dive right into this mess. Lin watches the two guys with sharp, guarded eyes. Why do they know each other and work together when she only contacted one of them? John Jan cuts straight to the chase. The party has officially dropped their new orders. His eyes go completely ice-cold as he announces their main target this time is to eliminate the traitor. Manium Kang and confiscate every single penny of his massive fortune. Seeing the bodyguard looking totally clueless, John Jan snaps back with a quick question. Seems like you have absolutely no idea who Manium Kang actually is, right? After getting a straight, I don't know from his subordinate, the old man starts explaining that this guy was once highly praised as the single most brilliant prodigy the Republic had ever produced in its history. He honestly never expected this guy to drop off the grid entirely for all these years. John Jissen emphasizes that Mum Kang is actually a top-tier global hacker. A dude that other countries usually refer to by the legendary code name, Zero. This massive bombshell drops, leaving the bodyguard completely stunned and sweating bullets from pure shock. The high-ranking leader slams the table in pure rage, saying it is already a miracle this guy survived in hiding for so long, yet he still dared to step in and totally wreck their Jeju Island plan. 10 years and he finally shows his face again. He is determined to catch this guy, the absolute fury from. John Jan hits its absolute peak when he reveals Mang Kang actually had the guts to team up with the political bureau, the direct enemies of their supreme leader. Gritting his teeth, he declares that if someone disrespects the nation like this without punishment, they will go completely out of control. Finally, John Jissen looks right at his two subordinates and drops some utterly brutal news. According to highly classified intel, Manhwa Kang's descendant is currently attending the exact same school where you two are running your mission. Now watch closely, this is where it gets dark. That kid is basically a rebel too. John Jan coldly declares their ultimate mission is to assassinate both Man Kang and his son. Faced with such a brutal order, Lai Jin hesitates, asking if murdering that innocent kid is genuinely a mandatory part of the job. Instantly, John Jan steps right into her personal space with a terrifying glare. He growls, asking if she is seriously thinking about rebelling against the party's orders, under this insane pressure. Lai Jin caves in and promises to complete the mission. Not in her wildest dreams could she guess that kid is actually her childhood best friend. The bodyguard next to her quickly promises to wipe out both Manny Kang and the boy. He points out that in South Korea, you cannot just casually drop bodies whenever you want, so John Jan orders them to be patient and wait for the perfect moment. He also adds a strict rule: they need to bring Manhwa Kang to him alive before the kill, just so he can interrogate him about his massively hidden fortune. Once the bodyguard confirms he understands, John Jan turns to Lin, reminding her that this senior agent used to be in her unit. She absolutely has to follow his lead and cooperate perfectly. The two of them exchange a highly calculating look right before John Jan says his goodbyes and leaves. His figure slowly fades out of the incredibly luxurious room. Seoul's dark night sky perfectly covers up the sinister crime they just plotted. Meanwhile, in his own room, Kang Jian is tossing and turning in bed, swamped by a million thoughts. He keeps wondering what number 13's real mission actually is, especially since the original target was supposed to be the rich girl Han Yuzu. John sits up, looking super stressed out. He wonders what kind of connection that mysterious bodyguard really has with him. Standing right in the middle of his quiet house late at night, Kang Jian paces around, lost in heavy thought. He debates whether he should ask comrade Mum Kang for a helping hand, but he quickly brushes that idea off because he really does not want to bother his dad anymore. Still, his secret agent instincts are screaming at him that he should probably report the situation anyway. John heads straight for the fridge, but his eyes suddenly lock onto a sticky note right on the door. The note says, "Mom and Dad have some personal business to handle outside for a bit. Make sure you eat your breakfast before heading to school." You definitely have to eat, love you tons. You and I both know what that means, right? Holding a milk carton, John stares at the paper, realizing his parents are already making secret moves. He figures they already have their own plan and mission going on. Meanwhile, right in the middle of bustling Seoul, John Jison is waiting by the side of the road. An orange taxi rolls up. He quickly hops in and makes his request. "Could you please take me over to the POTC port?" The driver looks super annoyed about the insanely long distance, grumbling that the old man really should have just used the Kakabot app instead. To shut down the annoying whining, John Jan firmly promises to pay the guy an incredibly generous tip for the ride. After hearing Jan's sweet offer, the driver smirks. "Is that so?" He glances in the rearview mirror, his sharp eyes hiding right behind dark sunglasses, and suddenly switches to a super sarcastic tone. "Using the blood and sweat money of the working class and blowing it like this is a pretty ugly look. Don't you agree, comrade?" That single line leaves Jojan absolutely paralyzed with shock. He instantly realizes he just walked straight into a trap. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he immediately pulls out his gun and racks the slide. Out of nowhere, a mysterious shadow closes in on the taxi with terrifying speed. In a literal blink of an eye, a woman crashes right into the car, leaving Jison with zero time to react. The two of them combo perfectly together, leaving the guy totally bug-eyed and speechless. Completely pinned down by this surprise attack, the old man trembles and stammers out in absolute terror. "Who are you?" Ignoring his total panic, the woman coldly looks over at her husband and asks, "Do you want me to just finish this old geezer off right now?" Manam Kang hastily calms his wife down. "Honey, wifey, please calm down, just relax." He signals to keep the car moving first, and they will figure out the rest of the mess later. The taxi blasts off into the dark night, heading straight for a super shady, secret basement. Down in that quiet hideout, John Jan is tied super tight to a chair, groaning in absolute agony. The second he sees the face of the guy sitting right across from him, he realizes in pure horror, Man Jumeng, the person holding him hostage, is the exact target his bosses ordered him to destroy. Man Kang casually exposes the guy's entire identity, real name Lai Jusu, totally using the alias John Jison. The man has just turned 74 years old this year. He casually lists out every detail of the old man's high rank as the special agent managing the Asian region, then smirks and asks, "Is there a single mistake in anything I just said?" When number 11 is brought up, John Jan is completely stunned and blurts out, "Wait, so she is actually still alive?" Man Kang drops his voice, warning that his wife is absolutely dying to end his life. He explains he had to work really hard to calm her down, then interrogates him about how terribly he treated her back in the day. "Do you not want to live anymore?" Man Kang stares coldly at the shaking prisoner. "So what do you and I learn from this? Karma's brutal. Wanna live, or should I end you?" Totally helpless, John Jan grits his teeth and yells right back, "Comrade, do you even realize what the hell you're doing right now? All right, stick with me here for this wild standoff." Man stays completely chill, crosses his arms, and basically asks, "You are begging me to kill you, right? That is his one condition to survive. Just do not touch my family. Is that really so hard?" John Jan practically roars with pure anger at this crazy pushback. If they forgive a traitor to the country, who stays loyal, the old man demands to be released immediately to wait for the official party ruling. Manam smirks sarcastically. "Traitor." The old dude keeps spitting accusations, claiming he stole national funds and shook hands with America. Hearing that, Manam coldly drops a brutal truth bomb. "The guy who sold me to America is the new leader you worship." John Jan screams in total shock, "Total nonsense." Wrong, Mumeng explains that handing over Zero bought them a seat at the negotiation table with America. He literally tells the old guy to ask Kim Danye, the political director, to confirm who the actual traitor is. Right as Man Jumeng stands up to leave, John Jan trembles and asks, "What do you want?" Instead of a straight answer, Manam Kong starts dropping highly classified intel on huge VIPs like Cho Tessin from Samsung or Secretary Liang Yu at the Blue House. His insane knowledge of the South's inner circle completely terrifies the old guy. "How do you know all this?" Man Kang casually admits the first cleanup went fine, even if it was tough. He even name drops Kim Hai Huk. The guy the NIS just approved as an undercover agent and claims he knows others infiltrating too. Seeing the old man turn pale, he jokes the second generation is really struggling. Maniam smiles dangerously and drops the mic. If I want to dig something up, nothing stays hidden. I could spill secrets about the Korean government all day. John Jan shakes, asking in total defeat, just spit it out, what do you want? Manjam Kong simply struts around looking incredibly confident. Now watch closely as he flexes his true zero power. If I want, I can make a secret cargo ship hauling missiles to Arabia disappear in Africa, totally lost for years. Talk about a dry throat. The old guy's eyes bulge out in pure terror hearing these incredibly heavy threats. Mum Kang keeps piling it on. I can turn every nuclear warhead in Byakshu into useless scrap metal. Once I lock it, who opens it? Need me to list more things I can do? He gets right in his face, his deadly eyes glaring through his glasses, growling a warning. Do not mess with me or my family, just do that. Crushed by this insane aura, the guy is sweating buckets. He just shakes silently when Man asks, is that really so hard? After some super tense silence, the old guy stammers, making up excuses that he does not have the authority to decide. Instantly, Maniam flips his ultimate trump card to back him into a corner. The Zia East Asia Division chief is right here, along with his lapdogs. What do you think happens if I hand all my intel straight to them? The old guy shakes violently and blurts out, Comrade Min Kang Kang. Man stares deep into the guy's panicked eyes and casually says, honestly, killing you and handing over everything would be way easier for me. But you know, doing that means I have to go back into hiding. He turns to leave, suddenly stops and drops one final threat, so I am asking one last time. Are you ever going near my house again? Pushed to the absolute limit, John Jan finally bows his head in total defeat. I understand, I will pass Comrade Mum's message along. Seeing the guy finally cooperating, Man brings up another topic. What about that girl, number 13? Seeing the old guy completely shocked, he drops his voice. Can you let her go? My son is really worried about her. You have enough authority for that, right? John Jan nods and begs to be released. Man flashes a mysterious smirk and seals the deal. We know it is not over yet. He tells him to sleep and wake up safe at home, then drops classified intel about the hidden fishing shop base. John Jan is absolutely stunned, realizing he is completely playing into his hands. He panics and admits, you know everything, huh? Instantly, a woman in all black steps up from behind and jams a heavy tranquilizer dart right into the old guy's neck, knocking him out cold. Maniam silently watches the scene, deep in thought. The next morning, Kang Jian strolls to school, looking super on edge. He keeps wondering where his parents went. Where are the comrades? Suddenly, a massive, sleek black supercar rolls right up and stops next to him. The window rolls down, revealing a glowing Han Yuzu. Going to school early today, John awkwardly says hey back while Yuzu excitedly drops some news. I heard you are traveling for break, Ara texted me. Seeing John totally confused, she smiles and announces she is joining the group trip too. Oh, that is awesome. Through the rearview mirror, the bodyguard's sharp, calculating eyes are locked straight onto Jian. Yuzu just waves goodbye. See you later, she tells the driver to leave. John just stands there watching the car vanish, feeling a crazy heavy anxiety. Then a sudden voice calls from behind. Jian, the second Hanyu leaves. Gu Yang casually walks right up to Kang Jian, super nosy. Was that Hanyu? What did she say? John chills and says, nothing crazy, just that she is going on the holiday trip with us. Hearing this, Guang is absolutely blown away. The Guam trip she's going, total drama alert. John asks what is up, only getting a bitter reply back. Those three are always flexing. Gu Yang puffs his cheeks, acting super cocky, claiming if he begged his parents, going to Guam would be a breeze. Jian kindly offers to talk to Ara. Gu Yang instantly rejects it, sticking his tongue out and joking that he has to study. Before leaving, he drops a fierce challenge. I will take back the first place you stole. Meanwhile, behind John, the classmates just keep whispering and gossiping. A glasses kid asks his buddy, did you see Yuna openly covering for Jian? But the answer is just a careless shrug. I have no clue. Yuna, the freckled girl, just blushes and smiles watching Jian. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying explosion rips through the school courtyard, blasting everything away. Thick black smoke completely swallows the courtyard. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. All right, stick with me here. We are jumping right into the absolute chaos. Kang Jian stands his ground, eyes sharp, scanning through the heavy, thick smoke. His classmates are knocked out cold all over the floor, looking totally wrecked. Jian is absolutely stressing out, but number 13 just chills and says, "Relax, nobody actually bit the dust today." Lin stares straight into his eyes with a totally straight face, dropping the craziest bomb about why she pulled this wild stunt. She basically says, "I did all of this just so you could stay alive, bro." Jian looks down, super mad, and snaps back, "Are you totally insane right now? Tell me the truth." Lin just calmly replies that the science lab was completely empty anyway. She literally did the math to make it look like an accidental electrical fire. The flames hit the chemicals, boom, massive explosion. She guarantees that is exactly how the cops are going to write off the whole entire thing. Jian glares right at her, lowering his voice. "Why the heck did you actually do this?" Lin just starts walking away and answers back, "I already told you why. I did it to save your life." Leaving Jian completely confused, she looks back and warns him to be super careful. She just came to drop that warning. Jian stands there in total silence, watching Lin just casually walk away. Down on the street, fire trucks are rolling into the school courtyard back to handle the giant mess. A whole line of fire trucks speeds right past while Jian just watches them go. Way up high, crazy dark smoke is still pouring out of the upper school building. Firefighters are frantically yelling into their radios, trying to coordinate the rescue. Then they spot Jian just standing there looking totally zoned out and shook. Lara and the squad rush over, totally freaking out, asking if he is okay. Jian looks super pale when they ask if they should actually head back to the classroom. Yuzu chimes in and says the crew should just chill right here until the teachers give an official update. Jian instantly agrees, saying following Yuzu is probably the smartest move. Getting Jian backing her up makes her blush hard. She stammers, agreeing they should definitely hang out here and see what happens. But honestly, Jian is completely zoned out, thinking only about number 13. Now pay attention here, this is where the real mind games start. His eyes narrow, deep in thought about what she claimed. He keeps wondering what the heck she meant about blowing up the school just to save him. Staring up at the huge building, completely swallowed by heavy smoke, he literally cannot figure out what her crazy endgame actually is. Back in the classroom, the vibe is pure chaos, with students freaking out everywhere. Jian quietly walks over to the window, staring all the way down at the schoolyard. The whole scene is completely locked down by a massive fleet of KNP squad trucks and police cruisers. Heavily armed tactical units are rushing to get into formation right now. One special forces guy glares up at the building, looking super on edge. Down below, two dudes in sharp suits power walk past the armored vehicles with intensely serious looks on their faces. Inside the room, Jian just stands totally still by the window while time drags on forever. All around him, panicked whispers start spreading like wildfire. His classmates are stressing out, wondering if this was a straight-up terrorist attack. I mean, blowing up an entire building is exactly the kind of crazy stunt those extreme villains usually pull. The students are still completely shell-shocked from the massive blast. One girl is literally shaking, crying out, "Oh my gosh. This is way too scary, I just want to go home right now." Some kids start freaking out because Ara and Juk are missing, thinking rich kids are totally prime targets for terrorists. The pure terror quickly turns into a major bummer as one girl starts whining. "Do not tell me our Guam trip is canceled, I just swiped my card for a new swimsuit." Then right when the classroom madness hits its absolute peak, a female teacher walks in, shutting everyone up instantly. She tries to calm the class down, looking completely exhausted. "You guys must be freaking out. The staff was super scared too, but luckily it is definitely not a terror attack." She explains that the real cause was just the science lab getting an electrical short, starting a fire that mixed the chemicals, causing the massive boom. To play it totally safe and do a deep safety check, she announces school is officially canceled for the next 2 days. The second they hear about days off, the whole class totally erupts into crazy cheering and hype. You and I both know this guy is not buying that excuse for a second. Amidst all that cheering, Kang Jian is the only one standing in dead silence, looking super bothered. He keeps replaying number 13, claiming she caused that giant explosion to save his life. Jian is racking his brain with a million unanswered questions. Save me, from who exactly, and how the heck does blowing up a building actually help? Before stepping out, the teacher totally rains on their parade, completely killing the hype. She reminds the crazy students that final exams are still happening on schedule the exact day they get back to school. A massive wave of groaning fills the room, but Kang Jian does not even care. He's still by the window, eyes freezing cold and calculating, way down outside. That agent with the glasses and the dude in the sharp suit are on the scene, quietly watching everything with intensely serious faces, feeling a super heavy, threatening vibe in the air. His expression hardens instantly. He looks deeply troubled and on absolute high alert after all the crazy stuff that just went down. Inside the classroom, the short-haired girl watches in total shock as Jian quietly slips away. Seeing this, she asks out loud what is wrong with him. The guy with glasses chimes in, saying Jian is honestly looking pretty terrible right now. Another dude clicks his tongue and says it makes total sense. I mean, the school literally just survived a terrifying explosion, so obviously nobody is going to be smiling. The vibe suddenly gets super tense when the girls start snapping at each other, complaining about how everyone has been acting totally weird and picking fights lately. Stopping the pointless drama, one girl yells, "Shut up, my head is literally about to explode." She suggests that instead of fighting all day, the squad should use their free time to hit up karaoke or an internet cafe before cram school. But the short-haired girl totally rejects it, saying finals are in 2 days, so she is going to study right now. The others end up agreeing they should prioritize hitting the books and just party hard during the break later, after a super long, stressful day. The girl with freckles totally groans, sighing that she is so exhausted. Meanwhile, Kang Jian has already quietly sneaked out of the school campus. His eyes are ice cold, constantly checking his surroundings like he can literally smell danger creeping up on him, as Jian marches down the empty downhill street. A fancy white SUV suddenly pulls up and blocks his path out of nowhere. Jian flinches and stops dead, eyes wide with suspicion, staring hard at the mystery ride. The car door slowly pops open. And stepping out looking totally unbothered is the East Asia branch director, rocking that silver hair and a super sketchy smile. Kang Jian literally freezes in his tracks the second he realizes exactly who just showed up. Trust me, you're going to want to see this wild showdown. Right after, the other deadly assassin members start stepping out into the open. Among that terrifying crew is a female agent with long black hair and completely dead eyes, radiating the pure, intense energy of a professional killer, feeling this absolute massive pressure building up. Stick with me, you and I are diving into some serious mind games. John carefully glances over as the squad walks past. Suddenly, the branch manager stops dead in his tracks. He turns, staring a hole right through John with a creepy, knowing smile. Out of nowhere, the guy calls out to him, "Hey, hold up a second." John freezes up instantly. He turns around, totally on edge and completely guarded. "You talking to me? Is there some kind of problem here?" The silver-haired dude just smirks, clearly loving John's defensive reaction. "Wow, your pronunciation is pretty spot on, isn't it? Looks like you must have spent a really long time living over in the States, huh?" Not wanting to waste a single second on pointless chat, John coldly cuts him off. "Why call me? I have a massive exam tomorrow. I have zero time to just stand here and gossip." Seeing how stubborn this kid is acting, the manager casually waves his hand. "If we are talking about exams, it would be super weird to hold you back. Go study." John stays totally quiet and just walks away. But his eyes never stop watching the guy with absolute peak suspicion. Looking right at John's back as he leaves, the female agent walking with the manager speaks up, totally confused. "That face is absolutely not on our current watch list, right?" The branch manager starts digging through the data in his head and quickly confirms the kid is Kang Jian. Apparently the golden boy of Steve Kang, the big boss running 11 Coin. The old man thoughtfully asks more about the intel from headquarters. "Steve Kang, really? And what about all that fresh information we just got from the main base?" The female agent just shakes her head, reporting how sketchy the target is. Still zero new updates. The entire 11 Coin group and Steve Kang himself, both are acting super shady right now. The branch boss orders his subordinate to double-check absolutely everything one more time. He decides to head out because honestly, whether that massive explosion was actually caused by Zero or not, it is still a super serious incident that needs reporting, especially since it happened right at a school packed with kids of the absolute most powerful people in the country. Suddenly. Now here is where things get wild, so pay close attention. The masked assassin speaks up, vowing to tail Kang Jian. Facing his boss's super skeptical glare, he explains that if he was just some normal kid. John definitely should have been shaking in pure fear after seeing his face. The female agent laughs and totally agrees. With a terrifying mug like that, literally anyone would panic and freak out. However, she points out that even though John's looks are nothing crazy special, the dude clearly acts like a professionally trained kid. High chance he is actually a top-tier asset in disguise. The branch manager just smiles and orders the assassin to track him down fast, but he makes sure to remind him that their squad's main target is definitely not that little kid. The assassin silently walks off, kicking off the hunt. Over at the bus stop, Kang Jian is just chilling there when he suddenly spots the giant assassin slowly creeping right up to him. He instantly goes on high alert, wondering why this guy is tailing him and what his real goal even is. The assassin stands right next to him, making the vibe incredibly heavy and tense. While Jian is trying to figure out how to handle this mess, Yun-A suddenly pops up from far away, totally hyped to call his name. She runs over to invite John on the bus to cram school. But because she is rushing so fast, she accidentally bumps right into the huge assassin, seeing his absolutely terrifying face up close. Yun-A screams in pure panic, then frantically bows in absolute terror. Shaking like a leaf, she hides right behind Kang Jian. Looking at that guy literally made my heart drop out of my chest. To break up the super suffocating tension, she quickly pivots to talking about studying. For this exam season, we are actually allowed to use the center's self-study room, you know. It would be so awesome if you tagged along. Studying together would be great. Caught totally off guard by the invite, John just cluelessly asks, "How you mean me?" Right then, an engine roars super loud, signaling the bus is here. They both quickly hop on board, but Yun-A cannot help but worry when she sees Jian staying so quiet. "Do you really not want to go with me?" "I guess I brought it up way too suddenly." Seeing him hesitate, she firmly lays down the law. "But finals are literally 2 days away. You absolutely cannot just go goofing off right now." "Nope, it is decided. Let us head to the center and review everything." Lightning fast deal closing right there. Yun-A is beyond thrilled when she finally sees Jian nod his head in agreement. "Wait, for real? I knew Kang Jian would say yes eventually." She smiles incredibly bright, completely clueless that right behind their backs. "I know you're feeling the tension here too. That weird mustache assassin is sitting quietly, calculating every single move they make. For the whole ride, John keeps his face totally calm, even though he clearly feels his stalker breathing down his neck." When the bus finally stops, Jian and Yuna hop off together, and of course, the stalker silently steps off right on their heels. The massive hitman trails behind them like a literal ghost, his sharp eyes locked onto his target, realizing the situation is getting seriously dangerous right now. Jian suddenly stops dead in the street, making Yuna ask nervously, "Are you okay?" To keep his friend safe, John gives a small smile, calms her down, and suggests, "You should just head over there first without me." Seeing Yuna still totally confused about what is happening, he firmly pushes her. "Just go ahead, I promise I will be right behind you," even though she is still worried and keeps looking back. Yun-A has to turn around and walk to the center all alone, leaving just the two of them on this totally empty street. John stands his ground, turns to look straight at the assassin, and coldly questions him. "What is the point of you stalking me all day?" Facing the kid's terrifyingly calm attitude, the guy releases this massive, overwhelming aura and absolutely growls at him. "Do you seriously not feel any pressure facing me right now? Why on earth should I be scared of you?" The weird mustache hitman just intensely stares down Kang Jian, secretly judging his crazy language skills when he sees him not only speaking fluent English, but also nailing native-level Chinese pronunciation without even breaking a sweat. John casually explains that since he went to an international school his whole life, he has tons of foreign friends. Then his voice drops dark. "What is your actual goal here?" Seeing that hardcore attitude, the assassin smirks, completely amused. This kid is actually pretty interesting. Then, out of nowhere, he calls the target out by his real name. "You are Kang Jian, right?" That question hits John so hard his eyes practically roll back in pure shock. He immediately starts pressing the old man about his identity and how he somehow knows his name. Looking at the student's completely fearless face, the hitman secretly realizes John is absolutely not just some average guy. Because normally, a high school senior trapped in this situation would be completely panicking right now. John's terrifying calmness just makes the hitman even more certain about his crazy theory. This little brat is totally an undercover agent. Meanwhile, John is rapidly trying to deduce this guy's background. He wonders if the old man is from China and what his master plan could possibly be. Noticing John's guard is way up, the assassin coldly says, "Do not even waste your energy guessing." Then he demands, "Who the heck are you really? Where did you even come from?" He proudly brags that he already holds John's entire history and background right in the palm of his hand. Facing that heavy threat, John just frowns with pure, absolute disgust. "What kind of nonsense have you been spouting this whole time?" Right as the tension hits its absolute peak, loud police sirens suddenly start blaring from way off in the distance. "So what do you and I make of this crazy cliffhanger?" Yun A comes sprinting wildly down the street, holding her phone up and screaming to grab everyone's attention. Seeing the cops closing in, the hitman looks visibly annoyed and goes on high alert. "Stick with me, you and I are about to watch." Kang Jian seize the moment with a wicked, defiant smirk, pointing straight down. He looks the assassin dead in the eye and growls a warning. "Remember, this is South Korean territory, you scumbag." Short, savage, and straight to the point. Right on cue, a police patrol car rolls up. Yuna practically sprints over to Jian, completely panicked and firing off questions. "I already called the cops. Jian, are you okay? Are you hurt?" But Jian just keeps his usual absolute cool, perfectly calm. "Yeah, thanks." An officer steps out of the cruiser and announces they arrived right after getting the dispatch call. Yuna immediately points her finger straight at the creepy stalker, telling the cops firmly that she called. "This old guy has been following us everywhere, and he's acting super shady." The cop casually walks over to the assassin and politely asks him to hand over his ID. When the guy stays completely silent, Yuna looks super smug. "See, I told you he was suspicious." Looking like that and claiming to be American, the officer keeps pressing the strange man, asking for a passport. "Let us check out that passport for a second." Without saying a single word, the assassin quietly pulls out a valid American passport, completely shocking everyone there. Taking advantage of the distraction while the cops check the ID, John smoothly excuses them. "We really need to study for finals." The officer happily waves them off, saying students definitely need to study. "Hurry along now." Yuna grabs John by the arm and drags him away super fast, while he secretly thinks this whole situation is just incredibly annoying. Right behind their backs, the police officer starts interrogating the assassin in the local language, asking the silent guy if he can even speak Korean. Meanwhile, Kang Jian and Yuna quietly walk away, but he can't help throwing a heavy, cautious glance right over his shoulder. Still totally shaken up by the crazy stuff that just happened, Yuna nervously asks a question. "Who the heck was that terrifying guy?" Jian just calmly reassures her, saying he's just some random stranger, deeply grateful for Yuna stepping up to help him escape that insanely tight spot earlier. Jian gives her a soft smile, "Thanks for the help anyway." Yuna cheerfully hits him back with this super bright, glowing smile. "We're friends, right?" Hearing those two words makes her duck her head, secretly repeating it. "Friends?" But Jian immediately drops his smile, and his expression quickly turns into this heavy, dark look of intense anxiety. He deeply calculates the threat from that assassin, then abruptly freezes as a genuinely terrifying thought flashes right through his mind. Jian suddenly stops dead in his tracks in the middle of the street, confusing Yuna. With an incredibly serious face, he tells her firmly, "Yuna, you need to study by yourself today. Something just came up," leaving his friend completely stunned. Jian quickly explains that he has to go home right now, apologizing. Even though she feels a little bummed out about their study date getting canceled, Yuna quietly agrees. "All right." Seeing Jian rushing off like that, Yuna calls after him, still super worried. "Are you absolutely sure you're okay?" Jian quickly strides over to an orange taxi parked right by the sidewalk and gives a firm reply. "Yeah, don't worry about me." He makes sure to flash a big smile through the car window just to calm her down. "Make sure you study hard." Jian turns and tells the driver to head to Bent Blue Tower. The cab instantly starts up, leaving Yuna standing there totally dazed as she watches the car fade away. Back there, the braided assassin is still being held back and questioned by the police officer. Now watch closely because inside that taxi, Jian drops his calm mask, leaving nothing but pure, absolute panic. One massive question just keeps tormenting his mind over and over. Did that guy know his name? Cold sweat pours down his violently tense face. Jian widens his eyes in sheer horror, realizing his secret identity is actually exposed to an insanely dangerous enemy. The orange taxi finally hits the brakes right in front of the massive bent blue tower. Kang Jian steps out of the ride, power walking toward the building looking extremely cautious. He keeps throwing glances over his shoulder, double-checking to make absolutely sure nobody is tailing him. After confirming the coast is clear, Jian speeds into the main lobby and waits by the elevator. Standing all alone in that dead-silent hallway, his anxiety levels are absolutely off the charts. A dry click echoes out as he unlocks his apartment door. Jian steps right into his luxury family pad, but immediately freezes with a totally shocked expression when he sees both his mom and dad chilling right there in the living room. Seeing her boy come home out of nowhere, his mom acts surprised. "Son, why are you back so early?" Still stunned, Jian fires back a question. "Wait, both of you are home right now." His mom just smiles and explains that his dad actually just got back too, then wonders why on earth he totally bilayed on his prep sessions over at the school. With a rock-hard face, Jian drops his voice and says something happened. He stands up totally straight in front of them, his tone shifting into something super serious. "I know exactly what you're thinking. It's about to get so intense, right?" With his parents looking totally shocked, Jian starts dropping the debrief. A massive explosion just rocked his school today. This insane info leaves both adults completely speechless. But Jian keeps that icy, sharp look in his eyes and proceeds to reveal the most crucial piece of the puzzle. "But more importantly, I think my true identity has been compromised." Hearing this absolutely massive bombshell from his kid, Manjum Kang instantly shifts into maximum high alert mode. In the dead silence of their apartment, Jian just sits quietly on the sofa right across from his mom. The tension in the air is ridiculously thick and overwhelming. Instantly, Manjum Kang marches straight over to his desk. His hands fly across the keyboard at a terrifying speed as he kicks off a reverse trace, sitting right in front of a massive multi-screen setup. Zero starts deeply scanning through the entire surveillance grid. Boom, images of that old branch manager guy start popping up on the monitor one by one. He hits peak focus, closely analyzing the explosion scene at the school and the police presence to piece every single clue together. Every tiny movement from the guy who tailed Jian gets locked perfectly into his sights, his face looking totally hardcore and ruthless. Manjum Kang rapidly hacks straight into the main central servers. Endless lines of heavy code just keep flying wildly across his screens. He smoothly punches in an ID and password to break into their ultra-classified database. In literally a split second, the detailed files of all three strangers pop up crystal clear right in front of his eyes. Once he has every bit of info on their enemies, he steps away from the desk and heads back to the living room for a family meeting, clutching the freshly extracted data files right in his hands. Manjum Kang drops the facts looking incredibly serious, confirming that these guys are definitely some severely dangerous hunting dogs. Seeing the sheer panic plastered on his kid's face, he immediately speaks up to calm him down. "Jian, don't worry." Manjum Kang glances at his wife, then lowers his voice to drop an insane truth bomb. "What they're actually hunting is me and your mom. An absolutely massive plot twist thrown right in our faces. This completely shatters Jian, realizing he was never really the main target all along. Manjum Kang starts laying out their battle plan. "What should we do? Honestly, we probably just need to lay low somewhere else for a bit and then come back." He breaks it down, saying that disappearing temporarily is way better for Jian, because if they solve this the old-fashioned violent way, it's gonna be super hard for him to keep attending his school. So where does that leave us? Crushing the secret files in his hands to destroy all evidence, he casually asks his son, "Guess you've got to fly solo for a few months." Stick with me, guys, because this family dynamic is completely wild. John aggressively refuses his dad's idea to lay low, looking totally determined. His identity is rock solid, so there's zero reason to panic. John figures those American agents are just grasping at straws, trying to find absolutely any random clue. Standing outside high-rise 111, Kang Jian is completely stunned. His parents are already chilling in a bright red convertible, packed and ready for a massive road trip. "Stay healthy, son." Caught totally off guard, Jian stammers, asking if they are leaving right now. His mom, rocking a flashy outfit and sunglasses, just casually brushes off his confusion. "Why worry? You've got this huge house to yourself, enjoy it." Seeing John frozen in shock, his dad clicks his tongue, totally relaxed. Come on, there's nothing to worry about. He's all grown up. John is still super confused and practically begs to know exactly where they're going. Glancing at a trunk totally stuffed with suitcases, Mangang loudly declares they are heading to Africa. Mom apparently wants to see wild lions in person. Dad even jokes about his wife's insane strength, wondering if she actually wants to fight the lions. John is just standing there dead silent, sweating at this unbelievable excuse. Africa, lions. While his mom keeps this serious, totally mysterious face, Mangang wraps things up. He tells his boy to take good care of himself. John just mutters a quiet okay. The convertible roars to life and speeds off, leaving John totally alone in the empty courtyard. Watching the car vanish, he finally realizes they actually ditched him. He lets out a massive, exhausted sigh, just trying to shake off that empty feeling and refocus. John slaps his cheeks hard. His eyes instantly turn cold and hyper-determined. He tells himself to focus entirely on the mission, nothing else matters. John slowly walks back into the massive apartment. Now it's just him, completely alone, dealing with this incredibly creepy, heavy silence. Stepping into the quiet kitchen, Kang Jian freezes. There is fresh barbecue sitting on the table. Next to it is a sweet note, "Eat well, we will be back soon." Love, Mom. He's honestly touched seeing she actually took the time to prep a whole meal before bailing. But hold up, the surprises definitely do not end there. Right next to the food is a ridiculously thick stack of 50,000 won bills, plus a fancy premium bank card. Dad left an incredibly generous message too. An unlimited platinum card. Spend as much as you want. Standing in the middle of this giant place, John quietly looks around, facing that total silence all over again. Checking out the empty living room, John admits this house is seriously huge, but then he immediately clenches his fists tight. Pushing away the distractions, he snaps back to reality. What is he thinking? No time to slack off. The priority is completely infiltrating the Korean high society elite. John swears he will do whatever it takes. That same night, he completely buries himself in a mountain of books and documents at his desk. Midnight hits, then 1:13, and straight through to 3:52 a.m. John is just grinding, taking notes with crazy focus to prep for his massive infiltration plan. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. The doorbell suddenly rings, shattering the silence and putting him on high alert. Who visits at this hour? He quickly steps into the hallway, looking completely suspicious. Checking the intercom screen, John freezes. The totally cold face of the chief bodyguard is staring right back. Squinting with pure caution, he wonders how this guy got his address tonight. Without hesitating for a second, Jian unlocks the door to face him head-on. The door opens. The bodyguard in his black suit keeps that dead serious look, cutting right to the chase with a seriously calculated question. Is your dad home or did he already bail? John stares right into his eyes, firing back, "Why are you looking for him?" after a super tense silence. The bodyguard drops his voice, claiming he has some questions. John coldly rejects him, saying his dad left on business and aggressively orders him out. "Leave if you have no actual business here." Right as John tries slamming it shut, a massive hand shoots out, gripping the door with insane strength. The bodyguard glares with crazy pressure. "Let me in to talk, don't make this difficult." John is absolutely blown away by this total lack of respect. Through the narrow gap, the guy's eyes drill into Jian. The vibe gets suffocating. Then the bodyguard just walks right in, stepping on the shiny floor with his black shoes. He looks around the super luxurious space, casually remarking that expensive houses really do hit different. Standing behind him, Kang Jian quietly watches every single move with razor-sharp caution. The intruder starts rambling about his incredibly rough past. "I grew up in an orphanage and fought my way here." Annoyed by this weirdly long monologue, Jian coldly cuts him off with a blunt question. "What exactly are you planning?" The bodyguard turns, locks eyes with John, and asks, "You really don't know," instead of falling for his mind games. John stares at his shoes and growls, "At least take your shoes off before acting tough." Suddenly, the guy reveals a chilling truth. His original mission was wiping out Mangang's entire family. "You and I felt that drop, right?" John is totally stunned, eyes wide in horror, realizing his family was literally in the crosshairs of death. He keeps explaining that up until yesterday, that was the absolute ultimate order from his organization. But then everything got canceled for no reason. Bringing up the explosion at work this morning, he glares at John with total calculation and asks, "Why do you think I am here?" The bodyguard intensely recalls 20 years of dangerous, brutal training, never getting a single day of rest or safety just to reach his current position. Sick of him rambling about pointless things, John snaps, "Are you done babbling? Get to the point." The bodyguard's face shifts, glaring as he demands answers. Facing that threat, John grinds his teeth. His eyes burn with fiery determination as he shoots back, "Who the hell is Mangang?" The bodyguard's gaze turns ice cold. He suddenly launches a lightning-fast strike. Without any warning, the dude lunges forward with absolutely terrifying speed. John smoothly dodges it. The two spark a breathtaking chase right in the middle of this fancy living room. Standing tall and arrogant, the bodyguard drops a sarcastic comment. "At least you are better than that girl." John's anger explodes. He grits his teeth and roars, "What the hell are you doing? Get out before I call the cops." He smiles wickedly, dropping a total bombshell. "They call her number 13. You and I definitely can't miss what happens next." "All right, stick with me here. You don't know?" That single sentence leaves John completely stunned. His mind is just racing with absolute pure rage. "You absolute bastard, I get it now." Instantly, the bodyguard charges right back in like a total hurricane. He is throwing these incredibly heavy, back-to-back punches trying to wreck him. But guess what? John is totally done playing defense. Boom, a wild twist hits, and the bodyguard's eyes basically pop out of his head. In a literal flash, John coldly snatches the intruder's own shoe right off him. His eyes are sharp as daggers, radiating some seriously massive threat levels. John tightly grips his stolen prize, glaring down at the trespasser with this super mocking smirk. "What do you need me to take off your shoes for you?" The bodyguard slowly stands up. His gaze turns crazy dangerous, but he keeps this creepy, unbothered calm as he shoots back. "Sounds pretty good to me." Without missing a beat, John decisively chucks the shoe way off to the side. A loud clack echoes through the dead silent room. John instantly drops into a fighting stance, his whole body tense as a coiled spring, ready for the next round. The suit closes the distance with an icy glare. "I am going to ask you one last time, where exactly is the Murram gang?" Ignoring the pressure, John just coldly orders him, "Take your shoes off right now, bro. This is someone's house, not a boxing ring." The bodyguard just smirks, letting out this super heavy, annoyed sigh of pure impatience. Bam, he suddenly launches a wicked high kick. You really are the type who refuses to listen. His eyes are burning with straight-up cruelty now, that chill vibe from earlier, totally gone. A massive impact drops, sending shockwaves that completely shatter the surrounding furniture, sending debris flying everywhere. They bounce apart in a split second, locking eyes with absolute killer intent right in the middle of all that wrecked stuff. John stands his ground looking tough as nails, secretly calculating just how insanely strong this guy really is. Realizing simple kicks aren't gonna finish this brawl, the bodyguard decides it is time to bust out the secret weapon. He slides his hand right behind his back, slipping under his fancy suit jacket to reveal a hidden holster carrying something seriously sharp and cold. The dude's hand tightly grips the hilt, swiftly pulling a razor-sharp combat knife straight out of its sheath. He drops into this crazy professional fighting stance, pointing that deadly blade directly at John like a major threat. Watch closely because the tension here is insane. Their fiery eyes lock and the room fills with suffocating killing intent, without hesitating for a single second. The bodyguard dashes forward like an absolute ghost. He swings the blade, aiming a fatal stab right at John, totally trying to overpower him with pure brute force. He unleashes this wild flurry of back-to-back, ultra-vicious knife strikes. But John is way too fast. He dodges just in time, making the knife plunge right into the sofa behind him. Furious, the guy puts all his weight into his grip and launches another straight-up lethal attack. Staring down that freezing, sharp blade, John's eyes go wide with total shock as he feels the heavy murderous aura surrounding him completely. Suddenly, a memory of Man Kang excitedly bragging flashes through his mind. This bad boy is imported straight from Italy. You just lean back and it feels absolutely like a cloud. He glares daggers at his enemy, eyes literally on fire, and growls out, "That sofa right there. My dad treats it better than pure gold." The bodyguard just flashes this super sarcastic smirk. "Dad, why do you even talk like that? Old man is your actual father. You're just a shadow, you don't get to have family." He traps John at knife point, but John stays totally stone cold, delivering one final hardcore warning. "This is my last warning. Shut your mouth and get out. buy an exact replacement, and do not make me repeat myself. The cold-blooded assassin just brushes off the threat completely. Do you seriously still not understand the situation you're in? Without hesitating, he forcefully drives the blade right into John's shoulder. It's a deep hit, making him roar out. What about you? Boom! John suddenly counters with an insanely heavy punch dead center into the guy's gut. The bodyguard gasps in agony, his eyes bugging out in pure, unfiltered terror. He is completely dazed by this monstrous punching force that a normal high schooler should absolutely never have. In a flash, John smoothly disarms him, snatching the knife away. The suit loses his upper hand completely, just utterly flabbergasted by what happened. Seizing the perfect opening, John unleashes a brutal throw. He sends the bodyguard's whole body flying straight backward with some crazy, bone-crushing momentum and massive force. Zero time to react. He slams violently right into the kitchen counter, creating this massive crash that sends stuff scattering everywhere across the floor. The bodyguard is wrecked on the ground, groaning in total pain as he tries to drag himself up from the rubble. Meanwhile, John is just standing there silently in the kitchen. He calmly grips the knife and pulls it right out of his own shoulder without even flinching. He grips his newly acquired weapon and glares down at the loser with this freezing, overwhelmingly intense aura. John gives a rock-solid order, "Get out of my sight right now." While I am actually still letting you walk away alive. Honestly, hearing that, the guy probably really wants to vanish. Crushed by John's terrifying presence, the bodyguard staggers to his feet. Hugging his battered body, he shuffles away in defeat. He limps his way right out of the apartment barefoot, completely and utterly broken by Kang John's overwhelming, god-tier strength. You and I both thought this fight was over, right? Think again. Instead of leaving, the guy suddenly pulls a gun, aiming it at John's back. Gritting his teeth in ultimate humiliation, he screams, "You little dog, who the hell are you? How dare you humiliate me?" He's so incredibly salty he's literally stuttering. But facing down that dark gun barrel, John keeps his chilling, ice-cold composure. He just flashes a challenging smirk and says, "Do you even have the guts to pull it?" Right here in this exact spot, that bold question hits the dude's hesitation perfectly. He starts sweating absolute bullets, his finger literally shaking with panic as it rests on the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot completely rips through the room's tension. The bullet grazes past, shattering the glass right behind him into a million pieces. The bodyguard yells out, threatening him. "I didn't bring this thing along just to look pretty." A tiny cut appears right on John's cheek, and dark red blood starts trickling down his face. John tightly grips the knife handle, staring down at those crimson drops hitting the floor. Before the enemy can even think about firing another round, an image of his mother's warm smile suddenly flashes deep in John's mind. His eyes instantly harden. Veins are popping on his forehead as he locks onto every single micro-movement of that gun barrel, the exact second the bodyguard tries to squeeze that trigger again. John violently whips his arm, throwing the combat knife at terrifying, supersonic speed. The blade tears right through the air, grazing the guy's face and making his eyes roll back in pure horror. The sheer impact knocks the gun totally out of his hand. While the dude is still glitching out in shock, John vaults over the kitchen counter lightning fast. He launches himself high into the air, dropping an absolutely heavenly, devastating kick straight into the bodyguard's face, shutting him down completely. The guy's eyes widen in absolute, unfiltered terror, sweating a river as he realizes he cannot even begin to track John's insane speed. Kang John channels every single ounce of his power right into his legs. The strike is so insanely precise and brutal, landing squarely on the guy's head, that he instantly drops without an ounce of resistance. Smack, his head hits the floor hard. The impact is so massive it literally bounces his skull right back up. John stands tall like an absolute boss, his icy eyes staring down at the defeated trash with an unbreakable expression. A little while later, after the wild chaos finally settles down, the bodyguard is now slumped on the sofa with his nose all bandaged up, just staring blankly into the void with the most shell-shocked look ever. So what do we learn here? Never mess with John's house. Behind him, a super buff repairman is already cleaning up the battlefield. The guy tells the bodyguard to lift his arms up. "Move so I can save this house," just making it easier to fix this massive mess. Stick with me, we're about to watch an insane showdown. The bodyguard is stunned as John casually steps up. Smirking, John tosses a bank card at him. "Swipe this, you break it, you buy it." Watching his enemy gasping for air, John just laughs. "What's wrong?" Out of gas already, the bodyguard is bent double, sweating bullets, completely humiliated. But the real shock hits when he stares at the wallet right in Jian's hand. His eyes practically bulge out of his skull. His brain is completely screaming because, wait, that is his own wallet. Staring at the loser's busted face and bandaged nose, Jian stays ice cold, ignoring the repair guy working behind him. The bodyguard slumps pathetically onto the floor. He is totally broken by the pure confidence and savage smirk of this high schooler. Suddenly, Jian reaches back and smoothly pulls out the guy's own gun. The bodyguard just drops his head, panting and sweating in absolute shame. Jian casually tosses the wallet onto the desk. A sharp thud echoes in the dead silence. The guy stares at his wallet, speechless, while Jian glares down at the dude who just tried to kill him. Their eyes lock, heavy with pure killer instinct. Jian ruthlessly raises the silenced pistol right in the guy's face. Now watch this closely. In total panic, the bodyguard lunges for the weapon in a desperate final try, but Jian is way faster. He easily swats the guy's arm away, keeping the barrel locked on target. Jian shifts into a pro stance, gripping the gun, aiming straight for his head. His eyes are ice cold, intensely focused down the sights like a true assassin about to finish off his prey. Staring down the barrel of death, the bodyguard completely folds, sweating endlessly, eyes squeezed shut in absolute terror. Standing tall, Jian casually flicks the gun's safety on. The metallic click echoes in the quiet room. The battered bodyguard, with his fully bandaged nose, can only watch in absolute pure horror. Out of nowhere, Jian turns his back and walks away, leaving his enemy completely dumbfounded with a million unanswered questions. Jian drops a cold warning. I just spared your life, so watch your step. He aggressively tosses the gun back onto the table and just strolls off. Still totally shocked, the guard stammers, "What the heck are you actually planning?" Only asking after getting beat down. He cannot fathom how a high schooler is casually carrying heat in this country. Jian quietly sits down across from him, gearing up for a super tense negotiation. The bodyguard just glares at Jian with deep suspicion. Breaking the silence, Jian speaks softly. "So, can we finally sit down and have a proper chat now?" His eyes instantly turn sharp, piercing right into the guy. "Hey, bodyguard buddy, why go through all that trouble looking for the Manga gang? I know what you are thinking. After all that crazy action, we are back at high school. Yep, the tense final exam season is officially here." From the podium, the teacher eagerly calls out, "Has the whole class reviewed properly for this final test?" Kang Jian sits quietly at his desk with crossed arms, looking super focused. The teacher keeps cheering them on. "Finish this exam and summer break begins, so give it your absolute best." Yuna grips her pen tightly, hyping herself up. No dropping grades, she is determined to ace this exam. Meanwhile, Kang Jian stays weirdly calm. He closes his eyes, soaking in the rare quiet inside this high-pressure room. Lara and Li Jin are also locking in on their test papers. Jian starts writing at a crazy speed, his hands literally flying. Behind him, Jae-suk is clearly fuming. Gwang is sweating buckets, his face frozen in pure stress. Glancing around the room, Jian thinks, wow, seems like everything is finally settling back to normal. Li Jin smirks with a totally cryptic smile. Jian tells himself that even if things aren't perfectly smooth, he needs to shove those minor annoyances aside for now. Pens scribble frantically. Jian puts his entire mind into crushing this test, facing an absolute ton of pressure. Sweat pours down heavily stressed faces. When the final bell rings, Jian stands by the window, sighing. Fully satisfied to drop that exam baggage. Seeing Jian walk out looking totally confident, Yuna rushes over excitedly. "That face says it all, did you ace it?" Jian scratches his head, playing it humble. "I just got lucky." Yuna smiles, wishing him a great break, but still drops a bold challenge too. "Next semester, I am not letting you beat me." They both wave goodbye to each other, super cheerful. Right after Lara and her crew stroll by, she asks him, "Did you book your flight yet? We leave next week." Jian flashes a bright smile, giving a solid thumbs up. "Of course I did." Overhearing them, Jae-suk stands nearby and drops some heavy sarcasm. "Oh please, what era are you living in using those words?" Lara just coldly scoffs, not caring at all. The girls immediately start buzzing with excitement. Everyone is hyped, claiming this trip will be absolutely epic. Amid the classroom chaos, Lara confirms the vacation plans. Completely opposite to the hype, Jae-suk looks super gloomy and totally scheming. He mutters angrily, "Is there another problem? This is just way too annoying." He mentally lists everyone going, from Dongwoo to Jinseok, even Yuzu. Behind him, Lee Jin walks away quietly, carrying totally unsolved mysteries. Just like that, the semester wraps up in the heart of this towering city. The first official holiday finally begins, but even on break, Kang Jian keeps up his brutal training, running around the block. He spends most of his time studying to perfect his elite student disguise. Not stopping there, Jian pulls off extreme physical workouts like one-handed handstands, showing off all those crazy battle scars on his ripped body. Inside his quiet room, Jian nonstop sharpens his combat skills through shadow boxing, staying totally prepared for any wild surprise that might hit. Finally, luggage packing day arrives at Incheon Airport. Kang Jian casually strolls through security with his suitcase, calmly watching the massive rush of people around him. Stepping into the lobby, Lara waves warmly. "Trust me, you and I know this trip is gonna be wild. Stick with me, we are about to see one wild vacation." At the packed airport, Guang and the squad are beyond hyped for their upcoming trip. Kang Jian suddenly freezes when he spots some familiar faces. Daizuk is standing right there with this super arrogant smirk on his face. He is totally soaking up all the special VIP treatment like he owns the place. He tilts his head back and snobs at the secretary next to him. "I only agreed to tag along because the director personally begged me to come." Facing that ridiculous bossy attitude, the guy just coldly drops a single sentence. "Do not get any crazy ideas." That instantly shuts Daizuk up. He just stands there pouting, looking super suspicious. Right then, Liara gets all excited and waves her hand, yelling out loudly. "Big sis," from way over there, Han Yu is walking up looking totally elegant in a yellow dress and a wide-brimmed hat. But what makes Jian and Ara completely freeze in shock are the two people strolling right behind her. It is Lin and the head of security. Both Ara and Jian just stare with their eyes wide open in pure shock. They cannot believe this uninvited guest has the nerve to just show up for the trip. Lin quickly slides in, linking arms super closely with Han Yu, and smoothly drops a totally reasonable excuse. "My cousin is actually the head of her security team, so I just tagged along." Sounds super legit but still so fake. Han Yu flashes a bright smile and turns around to ask them a question. "I heard you guys are all classmates in the same room, right?" Lin immediately nods her head, putting on this super sweet act. "Yep, that is exactly right." Watching this flawless acting and insane boldness from the new girl, Liara gets so mad her face literally changes color, but she cannot do a thing. Meanwhile, way up on the upper floor of the airport. Now pay close attention here because this is where things get wild. The mustache assassin and a mysterious female agent are in position, quietly spying on the students through the glass. Then a luxury yacht cuts through the deep blue ocean, taking the whole crew straight toward a totally awesome vacation paradise. Up on the deck, the vibe is absolutely popping as the students excitedly wave their hands, totally hyped for this crazy journey ahead. Completely totally opposite from his hyped-up friends, Daizuk still keeps his grumpy face. He just lies there relaxing like literally nothing in the world could bother him right now. Standing at the edge of the ship and looking at the horizon, Kang Jian softly says, "We finally made it to the ultimate playground." Right in front of them is a stunning resort with floating houses on crystal clear water. The second the boat docks, a super sharp-looking manager is already waiting. He lets them know their bags are going straight to their rooms. He respectfully welcomes the whole crew. "You guys must be so tired from the trip." Stepping into the incredibly fancy resort grounds, one of the friends literally gasps out loud at how luxurious everything looks. "You went totally all out. Just looking at this place, you know it is super expensive." Liara confidently brags that since it is her first trip with new friends, her billionaire dad easily paid for the whole thing. The crazy generosity from the Samdong group princess leaves everyone totally speechless. Seriously, Ara has that elite style. The Samdong group is just the absolute best. Leading the group is a guy with a totally deadpan, serious face. He mentions that even though there are other guests staying here, under direct orders from the chairman, a completely private VIP area has been set up so they can chill and party freely. The manager breaks down the resort layout, from the main building for breakfast all the way to the far-out chill zone. where every single person gets their own totally private room, right when they step foot into the resort. The vibe explodes into pure hype with the crew cheering and screaming. Oh my gosh, this is epic. Daizuk and Guang are also completely blown away by the insane luxury of this place. They quietly admit this spot is honestly next level. This place is seriously top tier. The sharp manager leads the whole gang down the wooden bridge and starts pointing out where all the rooms are. Jian has his room way over there, and Lin has her room on that side. Following where he is pointing, Liara instantly looks super annoyed and highly suspicious. Why are they placed so far apart like they are dodging a plague? You saw that sneaky smirk from Lin too, right? Oh yeah, she just shrugs and acts totally helpless. While Liara is still throwing a silent tantrum, Han Yu excitedly hypes up the crew. Let's go check out the rooms right now. Lin quickly grabs onto Han Yu, acting super cute. I want to stay in the room right next to yours. Meanwhile, over in a corner, the manager is having a super serious private chat with the head of security and his squad. As you two already know, Guam is an American territory, so security is incredibly strict here. Outside the resort, we have already bumped up the private guards heavily. He totally guarantees that the two of them can just relax without stressing over a single thing. Because this is a high-end luxury resort, the identities of all the other guests are kept completely top secret too. The manager gives a polite little smile. You two are right in the main area with me, so just kick back and enjoy the vibe. Nothing sketchy is getting past us. Standing in front of the deep blue sea, Kang Jian just freezes, watching the crashing waves. He quietly thinks to himself, this is completely different from the dark world he used to know. This place is full of surprises. The manager steps up quietly from behind and speaks. I heard student Kang Jian snagged the valedictorian spot in the most recent final exams. Jian jumps slightly, totally caught off guard, and turns around. The manager drops an absolute bomb. The chairman sent a message. He wants to invite you to dinner very soon. Kang Jian is completely mind blown. He stutters back, wait, what? The CEO of the Sam-dong group wants to eat dinner with me. Hearing that literally makes you want to straighten your collar. The answer he gets leaves him even more stunned. It is because Lady Ara talks about you to him literally every single day. Jian stands completely frozen in the breeze, his mind absolutely racing over the fact that Ara talked about him to her powerful billionaire dad, but he quickly snaps back into his sharp undercover agent mindset. Jian clenches his fists tightly, his eyes burning with intense determination as he realizes this is a golden, once-in-a-lifetime chance. After all, this is a direct invite from the Sam-dong CEO himself. The master plan is going incredibly smoothly right now. Jian walks into his own totally private luxury villa floating right on the water. Looking at the huge room packed with everything from a super soft bed to a fancy sofa, he is completely shocked, thinking, I get this massive, insanely huge space all to myself. Standing on the breezy balcony staring out at the gorgeous blue ocean, Jian thinks to himself, I never ever expected to step foot in a place as crazy as this. Right then, Dong Yu shouts from downstairs, cutting off his deep thoughts. Hey Jian, the whole squad is already down here partying in the water. Why are you just hiding in your room? Get changed quickly. Jian gives a soft smile and answers back. Yeah, I am coming right down. But almost instantly, his face drops into this super serious look as he whispers to himself, whatever needs to happen is going to happen. Walking back inside, Jian pops his suitcase and grabs the swimsuit he brought along. But the moment he takes off his shirt in front of the mirror, a brutal truth is finally revealed. Look at those scars, you and I both know this guy is hiding a wild past. The young agent's shredded body is completely covered in brutal slashes on his back and a massive terrifying scar right on his stomach. Jian quietly touches the violent marks of his past, his eyes flashing dead cold and intensely determined. Meanwhile, just outside on the sunny beach, the party vibe is absolutely insane with all the screaming and hyped-up cheering. All right, come along with me to a sunny beach episode. The classmates are splashing into the cool blue water in bright swimsuits. But wait for it, Kang Jian shows up and literally makes everyone freeze in absolute shock. Totally completely opposite from the rest of the gang, he rolls up in a long-sleeved swimsuit, covered up from his neck right down to his ankles. Seeing that crazy outfit, one girl literally yells out, huh. Why are you wrapped up like a total mummy? Kang Jian just strides down the wooden pier, totally zipped up from head to toe. The whole squad cannot help but think this guy is acting incredibly weird. One kid shouts, "Dude, who cares about a little sunburn? We traveled all the way out to Guam." When Jian stays completely silent, they keep teasing him, telling him to peel some layers off. Coming to Guam wrapped up like a burrito, who can stand that, hearing all their hyped-up nagging. Jian just manages an awkward smile, which somehow makes his friends even more annoyed. "Stop smiling, you monkey. Do you think I am joking around?" While Jian stands there looking lost, Han Yu finally steps up to save him. "Come on, what is the big deal? Just having fun is enough." Right after that, the crowd's attention totally snaps over to Liara and Yuju as those two confidently strut down the wooden pier together. The glowing beauty of these two leading ladies leaves all the students in the water absolutely gasping in awe. "Ara, you look so insanely pretty." Total goddess vibes. Some kids cannot even stop praising Yuju either. "Yuju, you're looking so incredibly stunning," but the whole mood suddenly hits a massive brick wall when Lin makes her grand entrance. Completely crashing everyone's hopes for a hot bikini look, she actually chooses a super modest, long-sleeved swimsuit. Honestly, she is zipped up just as tight as Kang Jian. Seeing this absolute fashion disaster, the gang once again lets out loud cries of shock. "Wait, are you wearing bulletproof armor too?" One girl in the water tilts her head back and screams out in total disappointment. "We are in Guam, relax a little." Staring at how completely out of place those two look, the schoolgirls cannot stop whispering. "Seriously, what is the deal with Jian and that girl? We traveled so far, why dress like total nerds?" Seeing Lai Jin walking closer, Yuju cheerfully says hi. "Jin, you finally made it out." Meanwhile, Lara just glares at her, super annoyed and clearly not hiding her bad mood. Right in the middle of all the carefree splashing and playing from their friends, Kang Jian and Lin quietly stand side by side. Their faces are heavy with some deep, unspoken secrets. Now pay attention, because this changes everything. Hidden under those thick layers of clothing is a brutal truth they refuse to show their normal friends. Both of their bodies are completely covered in nasty, jagged scars. The dark proof of endless years surviving hellish training and literal life-or-death battles. Jian silently watches his classmates goofing off in the water. Lai Jin sits on the edge of the wooden pier, her eyes locked on the distant horizon, before she quietly speaks up. "It feels so weird how they can find joy in such simple things." She bitterly brings up the absolute nightmare they both lived through. "We only ever learned how to swim just so we could survive." Jian does not flinch at all. He stares right at her and firmly demands, "What exactly is your real goal here? Why did you follow me all the way to this island?" Facing Jian's intense questioning, she drops a crazy challenge. "Just beat me first, then I will tell you everything about the mission I am working on right now." With that said, she fiercely dives straight into the deep blue water. Watching Lin's silhouette sink toward the ocean floor, Jian quickly gets himself into a ready stance. He clenches his fists super tight, eyes burning with pure determination. Then, without hesitating, he launches himself in to chase her down. Meanwhile, back at the resort's main lobby area, the whole vibe suddenly becomes incredibly dark and heavy. A squad of mysterious strangers showing off a terrifying, killer energy officially makes their grand entrance. Leading the pack is this absolute giant in a weird red and black outfit, followed closely by pro-assassins silently closing in on their target. Later on, the evening buffet at the resort kicks off in a super loud and hyped-up atmosphere. The students eagerly crowd around the fancy food stations. But right in the middle of all that noise, Jian just stares at a fancy fish dish with a totally serious, lost look. Suddenly, Dongyu walks over and politely asks, "Hey, can I sit here?" Lion flashes him a super friendly smile and answers right away. "Sure thing," the guy excitedly introduces himself to break the ice. "I am Dongyu, Jian's best bro. We actually take math class together," right then and there. She completely shocks Dongyu by revealing, "We actually met back in Jeju, remember?" That line leaves him totally stunned as he asks, "Wait, you actually remember me?" Lin keeps firing off sweet compliments that make the poor guy blush hard. "Of course I do. A cute guy like you is impossible to forget after one glance. Plus, Jian talks about you all the time. Getting called cute out loud like that." Dongyu awkwardly scratches his head, giving a shy little laugh. "Cute, huh? One compliment and my ears are burning up." Right at this perfect moment, Jin Seok also crashes their dinner table. "You two are seriously good at swimming, huh?" He starts throwing out his own wild theories about how these two might be connected. "Did you guys study together in Japan since you were kids?" Sniffing for drama right at the table. Jian keeps his expression ice cold, quietly watching every single reaction from the tough guy. Hearing that wild guess, Jin claps her hands, acting totally amazed and impressed. Oh my gosh, Jin Seok, your logic is insane. Did you plant a camera inside our heads or something? Finally getting a chance to show off, he smirks with total arrogance. Come on now, kids growing up together and swimming that well. If I could not guess that, I would be a total idiot. Why flex something even a fool would know? Facing his arrogant little show, Jin just keeps showering him with fake praise. Jin Seok, you are seriously so cool. She quickly throws out an idea for tomorrow's plans. Tomorrow, the three of us should head down and check out the coral reefs. And while we are at it, let's see who has the biggest guts. Jin Seok nods, totally agreeing to join in. After Lin's little invitation, Dongyu excitedly suggests the whole group should rent pro diving gear to explore the deep ocean floor. Hearing this, Jin Seok looks a little caught off guard and asks, scuba diving? Jin smiles with a deeply hidden meaning. She insists Jian will definitely crush it, since they played so many fun games together back when they were kids. That specific little reminder makes Jian instantly go dead silent. His face clearly shows pure, unfiltered tension. Let's pause for a second. Can you imagine the trauma? A horrifying memory flashes in Jian's mind from their hellish training. Little kids, chained by their ankles to heavy iron balls, dragged down into the freezing abyss, desperately fighting to find their way back to the surface. Seeing Jian suddenly zone out like a ghost, the girl next to him asks in total worry, Jian, are you okay? You do not look so good. Jian snaps back from his living nightmare, just giving a super forced, quiet nod. Yeah. Then Jin Seok casually asks about their diving skills and if they even have certifications. Jin calmly explains that since they learned super early from their dad, they do not exactly have official papers, but she personally happens to hold a professional diving license. A license? Man, I am just a beginner, that is wild. Realizing things are going way too far, Jian drops his voice and completely cuts the conversation off. He firmly reminds everyone the whole point of this trip is to hang out with friends, so the group really needs to stick together instead of wandering off on their own. Faced with Jian's hardcore stubbornness, Liara hesitates but eventually has to just agree. Deep down inside, Jian is absolutely sweating bullets because he still cannot figure out number 13's actual hidden mission. He strictly tells himself, never under any circumstances let Han Yu be alone with her. After dinner wraps up, the squad gets ready for a massive beach bonfire. And trust me, you're going to want to stick around to see what goes down next. All right, stick with me for this wild ride. The manager watches with a creepy smile while Liara gets hyped for a massive party night inside the luxury villa. Dinner feels super awkward and quiet. Hanu just chills and eats his food, while Liara stares at him looking totally stressed out and worried. Kang Jian sits right across from them, face completely stone cold. Next to him, Lin smirks, her sharp eyes totally locked in. Jian watches his every single move like a hawk. When night finally drops, a huge campfire lights up the whole beach. The students are totally hyped, dancing around and snapping tons of photos together. Away from all that crazy noise, two guys in slick black suits stand on the wooden bridge. They silently watch the scene with absolute ice in their eyes. One guy breaks the silence. I heard you used to be top tier in the NIS, right? The chief bodyguard with spiky hair just smirks. Answering in a deep voice, that is ancient history, man. Now I'm just stuck babysitting some completely clueless rich kid. The younger dude gets super serious and corrects him. No way, bro. Word is the director personally recommended you to the opposition leader. To the guy who is about to become president, sounds like a massive deal. The conversation gets way more tense under the flickering firelight. The chief looks at the younger guy and questions him. I heard you applied for the Black Ops spy unit. You were the security ace, so why do something that crazy? The young guy does not even hesitate. Serving this country is my ultimate dream. Watching the kids goof off by the fire, the chief gives some veteran advice. More importantly, you are joining security. Life here is way harder than you think. He sighs, comparing their situations with a sarcastic smile. Luckily, my rich boss is chill. If that old guy actually takes the throne, I am straight up quitting. That totally shocks the younger guy. Wait, what? He cannot hide his disappointment. How can someone who abandoned his country for selfish reasons come back to serve it? The chief ignores the righteous lecture. He just looks over at Kang Jian standing all alone by the campfire and thinks to himself. Watch closely, things are heating up. Cleaning up after that kid sounds awful, quitting is easier. Meanwhile, a black-haired woman on the balcony watches the fire and asks, "Do we really need to be out here?" The scarred assassin with cold eyes replies, "Because my gut feeling is absolutely never wrong." The woman just smiles. Since he saved her life so many times, she totally trusts him and tags along. She gets curious about their actual target. "Is that kid seriously that dangerous?" The assassin answers with zero hesitation. "Yeah, even though the intel on Kang Jian does not match Zero at all." He still thinks if simple intel could catch Zero, the guy would not be running around free right now, hearing that Zero is supposedly chilling somewhere in Europe. He completely trusts his own hunch. The woman bets on her partner's gut feeling and asks, "So what now? How long are we camping here?" The assassin signals her to stay patient. Some insanely massive VIPs are about to show up right here, totally blowing her mind. He drops a bombshell. The future president and the economic kingpin are having a secret meeting on this exact spot. Their ruthless plan is finally leaking out. They are using the kids as a cover for their shady meetup. The killer grips the railing, looking pure evil. The trap is set. Grab those kids, and Zero is forced to show his face, down on the beach. Kang Jian and the squad are just goofing off by the fire, totally clueless they are pawns in some dark political game. The woman smirks, highly amused. "It has been forever since I had this much fun." She casually mentions watching these kids is super entertaining. Under the full moon, the bonfire party keeps raging. Jian flashes a massive smile with his friends, completely blind to the deadly eyes locked onto him from the pitch-black shadows. Let us pause for a second. Out in the blue waters of Guam, a luxury yacht is cruising, carrying guys who literally control the entire country. Inside the cabin, the super-secret meeting between the presidential candidate and the Sam-dong rep begins. The glasses guy smiles. "Congrats in advance on your campaign, bro." The politician laughs back, trying to act humble. "Haha, it is way too early to be that optimistic." But the Sam-dong side is dead certain based on hard facts. "Our data shows you are up by 17%. Hearing this, the candidate finally nods. "If that intel comes from Sam Dong's strategy office, then yeah, maybe I can celebrate a bit." The rep immediately shoots his shot. "You are about to do something legendary. So we hope you can hook us up just a little." The politician stares at the ocean, thinking deep. "The world changed. Even if I run, how can I help Sam Dong?" The glasses guy answers with a shady tone. "You can help a ton." Sketchy as hell, right? The candidate looks dead serious hearing this shocking truth. "Our secret project got leaked. That next-gen semiconductor we dumped a mountain of cash into, totally exposed." The politician is completely stunned. The Sam-dong rep admits next-gen memory is their entire future. Asking the outgoing government is useless. After thinking it over, the candidate makes a bold claim. "The future of Sam-dong is the future of Korea. If I run, I will back the Sam-dong group with everything I have got." Seeing they finally reached a dirty little agreement, glasses guy smiles in satisfaction. He slowly reaches for the black briefcase sitting right on the table, making a clean move to seal this sketchy deal, but facing the presidential candidate's totally clean image. The Sam-dong rep just smirks, reminding him that in this business, sometimes you gotta move in the shadows. Still, the politician stays completely rock solid. He appreciates the thought, but zero chance he is taking a cash-filled briefcase, seeing him stand firm. The glasses guy sighs, noting times really have changed. Realizing money will not break him, the rep decides to offer up a tiny storage drive instead. He reveals it holds classified dirt on his rival. "Trust me, you're going to want to see how this massively changes the upcoming election." The guy in glasses rubs it in. "If you had just taken the cash earlier, you absolutely wouldn't be holding this sweet prize now." Looking at the item, the candidate realizes Sam Dong Group is playing chess while everyone else plays checkers. "But trust me, you and I are about to watch this peaceful resort trip turn into absolute bloody chaos." Boom, Kang Jian gets blasted straight through a wooden door, crashing down right in front of Lin's squad. Not giving the enemy a single second, he snaps back up and charges downstairs to counterattack. Jian's eyes flip to pure murder mode as he locks onto this mustached assassin. He packs every ounce of raw power into his fist, landing a lightning-fast strike to the gut that completely stuns the guy. Jian aggressively pressures him with a barrage of heavy, rapid-fire punches. The hitman is absolutely terrified, thinking to himself, am I actually getting pushed back here? What kind of monster is this kid? Jian unleashes a devastating thunder punch, sending the assassin flying backward. He crashes straight through a literal wall. Tumbling violently into the wrecked bathroom, Kang Jian casually walks in after him, radiating absolute killer pressure, backed into a corner and desperate. The hitman whips out an iron chain from his belt, gearing up for a do-or-die strike. Meanwhile, Jian just stands there looming in the doorway, piercing the enemy with a totally unblinking death glare. It's a suffocating standoff. Meanwhile, right outside, the black-haired female agent locks eyes with her own target and drops a wildly arrogant challenge. The guy inside isn't the only one. I'm super curious about who you really are too. Han Yuzu is visibly panicking at the assassin's incredibly sinister smirk. Totally desperate, she screams out for help. Hey, hurry up and save me. Right on cue, the head bodyguard crashes the party, dropping onto the wooden balcony like an absolute boss. The heavy landing startles the female assassin, forcing her to look back instantly. Yuzu smirks with total confidence, boasting that she doesn't actually need to fight anyone herself. The bodyguard immediately draws his gun on the assassin and declares his identity. I am Kim Hyuk, part of the chairman's top security team back in Korea. Make one single move and I will not hesitate to shoot. He flexes his title and locks the area down. Staring down the barrel, the assassin coldly mocks him, saying a mere guard has no authority here. A lightning-fast strike suddenly grazes Kim Hyuk right across his face. Warning time is officially over. From this second on, if you move, you die. Now pay close attention because this twist is wild. She reminds him Guam is United States soil for their secret op, then drops a massive bombshell. That kid inside is highly likely an undercover North Korean spy. While Kim Hyuk stands there totally shocked, a deafening explosion completely shatters the silence. The assassin is wiped out instantly. Up above, Lin silently watches the whole bloody scene with dead, unbothered eyes like a total bystander. Seeing his partner get dropped, the mustached hitman's eyes widen in pure horror. He screams in absolute agony as explosive rage consumes Hasakiri. And he whips around to see Kang Jian stepping menacingly out of the thick white smoke. Up on the balcony, Kim Hyuk keeps his gun steady. Staying hyper-focused on the chaos below, the assassin grits his teeth, gripping his heavy chain tightly, and unleashes a barrage of lethal swings, desperately trying to back Jian into a deadly corner. Out of nowhere, the iron chain wraps completely around Kang Jian's throat, but even facing death, his calmness is honestly just terrifying. In the wrecked room, the crazed killer aggressively yanks the chain to strangle him. Meanwhile, Kim Hyuk desperately searches for a clean sniper angle from above to help out. Suddenly, the assassin executes a tricky spinning kick, using the chain's momentum to violently knock the gun right out of Kim Hyuk's hands. Kim Hyuk is utterly stunned, losing his only weapon that fast. The mustached killer furiously lunges forward, his face completely twisted as he roars with absolute unhinged rage. Did you murder Hasakiri, you absolute bastard? The guy is literally seething, but just as he thinks he's finally secured the bloody victory, his expression instantly shifts to pure horror. Kang Jian teleports behind him like a ghost, completely bypassing his defenses to deliver an absolutely crushing, full-power blow directly to his chest. The dude just drops to the floor, instantly unconscious. Let that sink in for a second. His raw power is genuinely on a whole different level. Watching that brutal finish, both Lin and Kim Hyuk are completely speechless. Jian quietly grabs the dropped gun and casually strolls right back over to the bodyguard. He returns the weapon, but not before casually firing a kill shot at the black-clad assassin. Jian's face turns freezing cold as he processes the situation. He says in a low tone, "They already know who we are." Staring Kim Hyuk down with intense pressure, he makes a ruthless call. So wiping them out is the only option left. Don't you agree, comrade? Cutting through the tense silence, Jian coldly turns his back and walks off, dropping one last reminder. Let's move, the kids are waiting. With the bloody scene wiped clean, they should be totally safe now. Yet Kim Hyuk's mind is absolutely spiraling with massive dark suspicions. Why did these hitmen appear in the States, and how did they expose Kang Jian's identity? A terrible gut feeling instantly drains the color from Kim Hyuk's face. He's terrified they've all been painted as targets, secretly stalked by enemies this whole time, meanwhile, safely away from the carnage. Over at the luxury dinner party, the vibe gets unbelievably awkward. Lara zones out, watching Kang Jian and Lin acting super close. Han Yuzu notices and immediately starts teasing her. Wow, our Ara finally found something she can't get. That completely hits her sore spot. She grinds her teeth and snaps back. You just love provoking me. Do you want to go right now? Right as the girls' argument peaks, Kim Hyuk silently strides into the hall looking completely grim. Completely ignoring everyone's questions, he walks straight up to Han Yuzu and whispers something intense in her ear. Immediately, Yuzu's expression turns pale and terrified. Seeing that weird shift, Lara anxiously fires off questions. What's wrong? What happened? Sorry kids, but we are cutting this luxury vacation off right now. This sudden call leaves Lara totally stunned. Why so fast? Daizuk gets super heated too, shouting, what the hell are you even talking about? We literally still have 3 days left. Kim Hyuk doesn't blink, firmly ordering them, get inside and pack your bags immediately. Right after that, the gray-haired chairman rushes in looking stressed, urgently checking on Yuzu. Are you all right? So what do you and I think? Are these kids making it out? All right, stick with me here. The old man barks his orders, pack it up, we are flying back home right now. Nobody dares to argue. The whole crew instantly scrambles to pack their bags and rush to the airport. Their private jet takes off in a flash, leaving Guam behind in this totally suspicious rush. Inside the plush first-class cabin, Dong Yu is absolutely losing his mind. He is literally shaking, muttering how this feels exactly like some crazy action movie. Meanwhile, Kanjian is just sitting there, completely silent, watching everything unfold. Now here's where it gets wild. Dong Yu leans in, dropping a massive bombshell. Jinso claims an actual assassin is targeting Yuzu right now. Bro, he cannot believe this real-life madness is actually happening. Kanjian does not even answer. He just stares out the window, his eyes cold and calculating. And yeah, that is where our video wraps up. So what do we think? Smash that like button so Bear can bring you more epic recaps. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you later.